around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
All right, Tom, he's all yours.
And we'll take good care of him for you. My gracious, Mr. Dillon, look at that clutch of keys. He sure does use a lot more than we do back home.
Yeah. Well, they always did things up fancy in Wichita. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who wouldn't agree with him. Hey, can I buy you two a drink? Well, say now, that's mighty nice.
No, thanks, Tom. Not right now. I got half the trail dust from here to Dodge on me. What I need is a bath and some sleep. I'm heading for the hotel.
Sure, Matt. I'll catch up with you before you head back. Come to think of it, I guess I could stand and take a bath, too.
Come to think of it, you could.
I'll see you at the trial tomorrow.
Yeah, good night,
Good night,
Tom.
Mr. Bagley. Well, I guess you're right about going to the hotel, Mr. Dillon. I sure will be proud to get these boots off.
Yeah, it's been a long ride.
Seems to me like they'd ought to pay extra for it, too.
For what?
Well, for doing all that traveling harnessed to a prisoner, you sure don't get a chance to enjoy the countryside much.
There isn't much countryside around here to enjoy.
Well, that's true, but even so, Mr. Dillon...
You, want to talk to me?
I believe so, sir. I believe so. If I'm not mistaken, you're the marshal from Dodge City.
You're not mistaken. Matt Dillon, what can I do for you?
I'm pleased to hear you offer your services, Marshal. I keep writing the folks back home, and some Yankees are gentlemen, but I swear I don't think they believe it.
Look, mister, you're keeping me from a hot bath. You've got something on your mind. You speak it out, huh?
My name's Clayton Morley. At your service.
Well, Mr. Dillon, ain't that those...
I thought you'd recognize the name.
I just brought a man named Reed Morley in from Dodge. Are you related?
He's my brother, Marshal, my younger brother.
Oh? Well, he's in bad trouble.
I'm bound to agree with that.
I left him at the jail, Morley, if you want to see him.
Oh, I'm not wanting to see him, Marshal, not tonight. I want you to get him released for me.
The boy's being held for murder.
Brother Reed didn't do that thing.
I didn't arrest him without a reason.
Nobody with the name of Morley would kill a woman, Marshal.
Your brother will be tried. He'll have his say.
You'll be testifying, won't you?
Yeah, I'll be testifying.
Your words could have a powerful effect, one way or another.
I'll be telling what I know.
I think maybe you ought to know something else, Marshal.
What's that?
I think maybe you ought to know that if this stain on the family name isn't removed, if Brother Reed doesn't walk out of that courthouse a free man, you won't live to see him hung, Marshal Dillon.
What? Don't threaten me, Morley.
Why, I'm not threatening you, Marshal. This is just a simple appeal to your sense of justice and honor, that's all. A sense with which I know you are highly endowed. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, now just what did you think of that?
Not much, Chester. Come on, let's get some sleep.
You know, Mr. Dillon, that place we're staying at ain't one bit better than the Dodge house.
Not much to choose from, I guess.
That smart alecky clerk don't have no right to go putting on airs, though.
He been bothering you?
Oh, well, he ain't done nothing, but he acts like anybody from Dodge City come right out of a hole in the prairie.
He must have seen us when we came in last night.
Well, yes, I know, but I got cleaned up as nice as I could.
Never mind, Chester. Just eat your dinner.
And that's another thing, Mr. Dillon. This piece of beefsteak just ain't worth the fat to fry it in.
Oh? You haven't had much trouble eating it.
Well, no, sir, I was hungry. But I'll tell you something. Back at Delmonico's, they really know how to fry up a piece of meat.
That's not the way you talk back in Dodge, Chester.
Yes, sir, and I've been thinking about that, Mr. Dillon.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I guess it must be all this traveling around the country that we do. Up to Larned, over to Hays City, all the way here to Wichita.
Now, what about it?
Well, it just kind of teaches a fella about things in the world. Makes him really appreciate a place like Dodge City.
Oh, eat up, Chester, and let's get out of here, huh?
I trust you gentlemen are enjoying your dinner.
Well, if we was, we ain't now.
You, got something else on your mind, Morley?
Why, no, Marshal, nothing new, just my continuing interest in your health and welfare.
Well, don't worry about it.
I'm just hoping that you'll worry about it, Marshal.
I told you not to get in my way.
Well, now, I wouldn't want to. This is just a friendly reminder, Marshal, that I'm still in town, that I'll be here until after the trial is over tomorrow.
You listen to me, Morley.
I'll be listening tomorrow at the trial. And I just know that judge is going to set Brother Reed free. I feel it in my bones.
He'll set him free if he thinks he's innocent, Morley. That's the only way.
Oh, I know that, Marshal. I know it, just like I know that Brother Reed couldn't have done that terrible thing. Just like I know that you want to go on living.
Morley, I'm through warning you. Now, you stay out of my sight, starting right now.
I'll see you at the trial. Good day, gentlemen.
I swear he's acting clear crazy about all this. It ain't your fault if that boy gets himself hung.
No, it isn't, Chester, but Morley thinks it is. That's enough for him.
Well, it don't have to be enough for you, Mr. Dillon.
I hope you're right, Chester.
Sorry you made the trip for nothing, Matt.
Yeah. Well, old Bowers never has been a hanging judge.
I thought this case would hold up, though. I was sure the boy was guilty.
I don't think my testimony was much help to you.
You couldn't help that, Matt. You weren't even in on it till a week after the murder. All you did was make the arrest when we asked you to.
Yeah. And he didn't have any evidence on it. I hope he didn't do it.
The law says he didn't. That's all we have to worry about.
There's still a woman's death unanswered for.
Sure there is.
We meet again, Marshal.
Stand aside, Morley.
Well, now, that's not very manly of you, pushing aside a man who's come to thank you.
I don't want any thanks from you.
But you got thanks coming to you, Marshal Dillon. Brother Reed's a free man. And in the name of the family, I want you to know that we're grateful.
Listen here, Morley. I didn't do anything for you or for your brother or for your family.
That was very nice testimony, Marshal. Nothing incriminating in it at all. Yes, sir, we are all grateful.
I want you to get something straight. What I told the court was just exactly what I know about this case, no more, no less. You didn't influence me, and I didn't try to influence the verdict in any way.
Of course not, Marshal, of course not. We're just glad to see that you believe in Brother Reed's innocence like we do.
I don't.
What?
I don't believe in your brother's innocence or his guilt any more than I did before, but the judge says he's not guilty, so that's all there is to it. Now, you get out of my way.
I don't take kindly.
I'm through listening to what you take kindly.
Now, Marshal.
And if you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of my sight.
Want me to lock him up, Matt? For disturbing the peace?
You do what you want, Tom. It's your town. But I'd just let him lie there. It may do something for his family honor.
Well, I guess you're right, Sam. Better order some more glasses. I swear, it seems I just got some now.
Well, customers ain't very gentle with him, Kitty. That's a fact.
Customers aren't too gentle with anything around here. Oh, hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hello, Marshal.
You want to take your poison standing up or sitting down?
Well, I think I'll sit down, Kitty.
Yeah, pour a couple of beers, will you, Sam?
Sure thing. How was the trip to Wichita, Marshal?
Oh, not too bad, Sam. A little dusty is all.
Here you are.
Thanks, Sam. You want to carry him to the table, Matt?
Sure, Kitty. There we are. That's good.
You look tired, Matt.
Well, I spent the day helping Joe Hatch break a string of cow ponies. Those horses are bigger than I am.
And younger, too.
Yeah, they sure are. Well, anything been going on around here, Kitty?
No, been pretty quiet, Matt.
That's good. I'd like an empty jail tonight.
Well, there is one thing that I've been kind of wondering about.
No? What's that?
What's that Reed Morley?
The boy I took to Wichita?
Yeah, he's back.
You know, I'd have bet my last dollar that he wouldn't want to come back here.
You didn't?
What do you mean?
His brother, that Clayt. Do you know him?
Yeah, we've run into each other.
Well, Clayt's insisting that Reed come back here to live.
How do you know all this, Kitty?
Well, the boy spends most of his time in here drinking, Matt. He says Clayt's making him stay in Dodge.
Does he say why?
Well, Reed says he has to stay here until folks stop talking about the killing and that woman, till everybody's convinced of his innocence.
For the family honor, huh?
Yeah, how did you know?
Oh, I heard about it somewhere. Well, Kitty, we better enjoy the quiet around here while we can.
What do you mean, Matt?
It's my guess that either that boy or his brother's going to blow up. And I don't know which would be the worst.
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. Burning good and bright now.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm sorry it fizzled out on you that way. I could have swore I put coal oil in it just yesterday.
Yeah, that's all right, Chester.
No, sir, it ain't all right at all. Fellow ought to do the job he's being paid for, my way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's some jobs that's got just too many little details in them for a man to keep up with proper and all. Like sleeping out, reading up, making coffee, and fetching mail, all that stuff sometimes just gets to be too much of a chore.
Chester,
But
what are you muttering about?
I was just saying, Mr. Dillon, that there's an awful lot for a body to do around here, keeping up the office and all.
Oh? You think there's too much work to do you?
Well, I was just kind of thinking that...
You think I should hire a younger man, maybe, huh?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, indeed not. It's just...
Then why don't you shut up and let me read through these papers, please?
Yes, sir.
Chester, quit that rattling. Will you settle down someplace?
It ain't me, Mr. Dillon. I am not doing nothing at all.
All right, Chester. I guess it was the wind.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, that ain't the wind. There's somebody working the door that way.
We'll see who it is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh. My land, Mr. Dillon, somebody laying there. Look.
What? Yeah. He's hurt bad. Here, help me get him in, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will. Oh, my land.
Easy. Easy now. Hey, we'll put him down on the cot here.
Well, Mr. Dillon, it's Reed Morley. What do you suppose?
I don't know, Chester. From the looks of him, he's not going to be able to tell us for a while either. Now go get Doc.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh. That's better. I tell you, Matt, that's about as bad a beating as a man can take.
Yeah. You gonna be all right, Doc?
Oh, yes, I think so, but he's going to be sore for a while. Awful sore.
Hey, look, Doc. Looks like he's about to come to.
I shouldn't wonder with all that water I splashed on it. There we are. Now, that'll do. I won't be needing any more hot water, Chester. You can take the rest of these things out. Okay, Doc. Can he stay here for the night, Matt? He should be able to limp away by morning.
Oh, yeah, Doc, sure. Can I talk to him?
Oh, talk shouldn't hurt him. Just don't go slapping him on the back, though. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the office. Try not to have any more riots tonight, will you, Matt? I'm short on sleep.
I'll try, Doc.
Matt,
Yeah, Doc.
you better hope that this fella was the loser in that fight. Because if he wasn't, the other man is sure to be dead.
Thanks, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
Reed,
You better lock that door.
you're all right, Reed. Just settle down.
You'll be after me.
Oh? Who'll be after you?
You gotta protect me, Marshal.
Now, come on, speak up. Who's after you?
Clayt,
Clayt, your brother?
he's gonna kill me. You gotta stop it, Marshal.
Well, what happened?
He beat me. And he says he's gonna kill me in the morning. He'll do it too, Marshal. Now you gotta stop him.
He was trying to save your neck back in Wichita.
Yeah. He found out
Well, what did he find out?
about that woman.
Oh. You killed her, huh?
Didn't want to tell him, Marshal.
I bet you didn't.
I was drinking. I ain't been able to do nothing but keep on drinking since I got back to Dodge. Every place I go, I see her face, except when I got drunk enough.
And Clayt was making you stay here?
Yeah, Marshal. Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to go anywhere else. That's what happened tonight.
Go on.
I was trying to get him to say I could go away. Just move on. He was being bullheaded the way he's always been. Going on about the family name the way he does. Well, I wanted to shut him up about it.
So you told him?
Yeah, I told him. I thought he'd throw me out, tell me never to come back. That's what I wanted.
Looks like you did a pretty good job of it.
Well, he's not finished, Marshal. He's coming after me. Now, you got to protect me.
Now, that's where you're wrong.
Now, what do you mean?
I don't have to protect you.
Well, you don't understand, Marshal. He's crazy. He'll kill me. Now, the law's got to take care of
The
me.
law tried to take care of you once.
Yeah, but I was acquitted. I'm all square on that, ain't I, Marshal?
Yeah. All you got to worry about now is the family name. Now, you can stay here tonight, but that's all.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester.
I land that Reed Morley back there, sure sleeping like he was dead. He ain't showing no sign of moving at all.
He's sleeping off a bad beating.
Oh, say, did you mean to leave that cell door open that way?
Yeah, I meant it. He isn't a prisoner, Chester.
No, I can't think of it. I guess he ain't at that. Funny thing, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, what's so funny?
Well, the law can't touch a man again after it's tried him, even if he does turn out to be guilty of sin.
Now, the law's stood up for a long time, Chester. I guess it knows what it's doing.
Well, it still don't make no sense to me. Oh, you be needing me for a little bit, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. You can go ahead and eat.
All right, sure. Ain't you coming?
No, not yet.
Well, all right, I won't. Oh, say, you want me to close the door into the back?
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
All right.
Marshal Dillon,
Hello, Morley.
this is not an easy call for me to make.
No, I guess not.
I want you to know, though, Marshal, when a Morley makes a mistake, he admits it. I want to apologize to you and to the law.
That's a little late for that.
I know that, Marshal. I found out last night my brother did kill that woman.
That's too late, too. He can't be tried again.
No, Marshal. It isn't too late. I mean to see justice done, even if the law was unable to do it.
Just how do you intend to do that?
I will take care of my brother, Marshal, for the honor of the family.
All right, you take care of him, just so you keep him away from me.
Oh, he'll be away from everybody, Marshal.
What do you mean?
He'll be dead.
Now, listen here, Morley. I don't blame you for wanting to skin him alive. I don't blame you for beating him the way you did. I got no mind to protect him, but I can't stand still for a killing. You better understand that.
Did you just mention a beating? How did you know about that?
I saw him.
He's here, isn't he? He came to you for help. I should have known.
Yeah, Clay, he's here.
I didn't expect you to hide a killer, Marshal.
Stay out of there, Clay. I'm not hiding it.
Not anymore, you're not.
Plate, no. No.
You're a fool, Morley. You've killed him.
Had to be done, Marshal. It was a matter of honor.
The law will call it murder. I'm locking you up, Morley.
You saying I'll stand trial?
And this time the court will make it stick.
I won't hang, Marshal. There's never been a Morley hung.
Don't be a fool, Morley. Drop your...
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, I heard them shots. I was... my gracious, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
They both dead?
Yeah. It's like he was saying. A Morley is never hung. It's a matter of family honor.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyles. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, would you mind stopping at the Alfraganza here for a minute?
Pretty early in the day, isn't it, Chester?
Oh, I don't want a drink.
No?
No, the barkeep's holding some money for me. I won a little last night, and I didn't want to put it back into the game.
Ah, but you want to get it now so you can put it back tonight, is that it?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid 'tis.
Okay.
Mike?
Come for your money, Chester?
Yep.
Hello there, Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Mike?
Well, here you are, Chester.
3, 4, 5, 6. Thanks, Mike. Here. Buy yourself a drink.
Yeah, I sure will. See you tonight, Chester.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I heard the bartender call you Marshal Dillon.
Well, that's right.
I got something to tell you, Marshal.
Go ahead.
It's important.
Okay.
You're going to die, Marshal.
Who are you, mister?
Wilbur Hawkins. I'm a whiskey drummer. First time I've been to Dodge, though. I worked around St. Louis till they sent me out here. Liked it better in St. Louis. There are lots of important people there.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
You're going to die, Marshal. I heard them saying so.
You heard who saying so?
Well, I don't know their names. It was dark, and they weren't there long. I didn't dare say anything, or they'd have known I was listening. And then, of course, I'd never heard of you till just now, that is.
You're not making much sense, mister.
Oh, it makes sense, all right. You see, I rode the Santa Fe out here from St. Louis, and one night I was all wrapped up trying to sleep, and these two men came by and stood there in the aisle. One gave the other $300. He said it was to kill Marshal Dillon, but he didn't say where. So, of course, I didn't know till just now.
Is that all you know about it, Mr. Hawkins?
Yeah, that's all, Marshal. I've done my duty now. I'll be going. Goodbye.
Well, what do you make of that, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
He acts so crazy like I don't know whether to believe him or not.
No. But I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
The prisoner's sound asleep already, and it's only just got dark out, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he's got nothing else to do till Tom Smith gets here.
Is that who you're holding him for?
Well, I thought I told you, Chester.
Yeah, but Tom Smith's sheriff of Tascosa, ain't he?
Sure. Why?
I thought this fellow was wanted in Abilene.
No, they never heard of him in Abilene. That's why I wired Tom. I'm going out back for a minute, Chester. I think I left my new bridle on the hitching rail out there.
Yes, sir. Well, I better get this place swept up a little, Mr. Dillon.
That's a good idea. Stay there, Chester. Stay there.
Mr. Dillon, you've been shot.
Well, I was trying to play possum, Chester. I wanted to get him to come up where I could see him.
Oh.
But he's gone now. You scared him away. He ran down the alley there.
Oh, he'll be lost in the crowd, but now... Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester.
What?
He probably thinks I'm dead. So I'll just go on playing possum.
How do you mean?
Come on, let's go up to Doc's office. I'll tell you there.
Where'd
What'd you say that whiskey drummer's name is, Matt?
Wilbur Hawkins, Doc, but you never heard of him. This is his first time in Dodge.
Well, you think you'd have sense enough to have followed those two men to find out who they were?
Yeah, he was probably scared to death, Doc.
Yeah, and anyway, he kind of acts like he got hit by lightning somewhere. Even when he's standing still, he gives you the feeling that he's sort of walking sideways like a crab, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't, but I'd sure think twice before asking you to explain, Chester. Well, what is it you have in mind to do now, Matt?
Nothing, Doc.
Nothing?
No, Chester's going to do the work for a while. I'm just going to sit up here in your office and wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Well, when Chester spreads the word around that I'm dead, whoever wants me that way is going to make his play. He'll come right out into the open and do whatever he's got planned. And then I'm going to give him a little surprise.
Oh, Mr. Dillon, that's a wonderful idea. Now, why didn't I think of that?
You better get going, Chester. I'm kind of anxious to meet this man. Him and his gunman.
Yes, sir. But only one thing. Ain't the boys likely to run a little wild when they hear you're not around to keep the lid on things?
Yeah, they might. But we'll have to take the chance.
Okay, sir. I'll get started.
Well, I kind of think Chester's right, Matt. There's a lot of men in Dodge who are just waiting for an excuse like this.
If it gets too bad, I'll just have to come to life again. Tell me something, Doc. What are you going to do to entertain me while I'm waiting up here, huh?
Say, I never thought about that. I suppose I got to feed you, too.
You'd be a mighty poor host if you didn't.
Well, how long do you figure on staying here, anyway?
I don't know, Doc, but I don't think it'll be very long. Huh. You want to play a little cribbage, or would you rather fix supper first?
Well, you're the first dead man I ever saw with an appetite. Well, I'll go get the cribbage board, but I'm making no promises about supper.
Doc, what time's it getting to be?
Let me see. It's nearly midnight, man.
Yeah.
How long are you going to wait up?
Well, till something happens, I guess. Chester will let me know.
Town seems quiet enough so far. Maybe nothing's going to happen.
They didn't try to kill me just for the fun of it, Doc.
No, I guess not, man.
All right, answer it, Doc. After I get to the back room.
Maybe it's a patient.
I'll be holding a gun on him anyway.
I'm coming. Kitty, what are you doing here this time of night?
I might tell you if you ask me in, Doc.
Well, of course. Come in.
Where's the corpse, Doc?
What's that?
The body. I expected to find him all laid out.
Oh, you mean Matt?
You, don't seem too upset about the corpse, Kitty.
Oh, all that talk didn't fool me. Just didn't make sense, Chester running around telling everybody you've been killed.
No, why not?
I know Chester too well. If you were dead, he wouldn't be acting like that.
No, I guess he wouldn't. Where is he, anyway?
I haven't seen him for a couple of hours, but most everybody else believes it, Matt.
Now they do, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I don't know what you're up to, but I figure someone's been trying to kill you. Is that right?
Yeah? Ambush, Kitty.
That's not the way he's telling it, Matt.
Not the way who's telling it.
I never saw him before, but there's a man standing at the bar of the Texas Trail bragging about outdrawing you.
You mean he's admitting he killed me?
I kind of thought you'd like to know.
That's him, Matt. This is what you've been waiting for.
Is there anybody with him, Kitty?
No. He's alone as far as I know. Anyway, you better come to life again, Matt. There's going to be trouble if you don't.
There hasn't been any trouble yet, has there?
No, but they're working themselves up to it.
Yeah. Well, maybe I better not wait any longer. But I'd like to take that gunman's employer along with me, though.
You can find out who it is, Matt. Beat it out of him.
You better come with me, Kitty, so you can point this man out.
Yeah.
And you take cover in case he wants to fight.
Any man who's coward enough to shoot you in the dark isn't going to face you now, Matt.
Yeah, maybe not, Doc, but You never know.
Like I said.
There he is, Matt. Tall fellow in the black hat. He's kind of drunk.
Okay, Kitty.
I was just waiting for
You wait outside while I see how he's going to behave.
Okay, Matt. Good luck.
Thanks. I'm Marshal Dillon, mister.
Oh,
Who are you?
I'm Tom Rogers. I thought you was dead, Marshal.
I changed my mind.
What do you want?
You've been bragging about shooting me.
Just talk, Marshal. I didn't mean nothing by it. I was just talking.
Mm-hmm. Kind of dangerous talk, don't you think?
Everybody said you was dead.
Well, I was waiting for you to come out of your hole, Rogers. You know, I don't like getting ambushed.
Marshal, I never even seen you before. I didn't ambush
All right, turn and face the bar while I take your gun. Go on.
I ain't gonna try nothing. You got the wrong man, Marshal.
Okay, you can turn around.
You can't arrest a man just for talking.
The jail's right across the street, Rogers. You lead the way.
Well, it was just talk, I tell you. You can't prove nothing.
Get going.
Well, I swear I didn't try to kill you, Marshal.
Straight ahead, Rogers. When we get there, you're going to do some more talking. I want to know who hired you.
Nobody hired me. I ain't even got a job.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, I want to Mr. Dillon, what are you doing out here? Who's this fella?
His name's Rogers, Chester. He's been bragging about shooting me.
I was just having a little fun. I ain't no gunman.
It doesn't take much of a gunman to try to ambush a man.
But I didn't do it, Marshal. I heard him talking about it, and I don't know why I started saying I'd done
Mr.
it.
Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, I was on my way up to docks. I was coming to tell you something.
Well?
I've been over at the Alafraganza. I declare I just don't understand it.
Well, say it, Chester.
Yes, sir. Well, there's a fellow over there, and he's been bragging about shooting you, too.
What?
Yes, sir, that's right. He's saying he outdrawed you and killed you. Of course, he's a little drunk.
Yeah, of course he is. So it was Rogers here till I scared him sober.
Sure, I've been drinking, Marshal. I wouldn't have talked like that if I'd been plumb sober.
Here's your gun, Rogers.
You turning me loose?
It's like you say, Rogers. You're just a big talker.
What about the fellow over at the Alafraganza?
I don't even want to see him, Chester. He'll shut up fast enough when he hears I'm still around. And you go on back to the bar, Rogers, unless the men laugh you out of town.
Yes, sir. I'm sure sorry I done it, Marshal.
All right, get going.
Sure, I'm going.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Chester, not figuring this. I might have known there'd be at least a couple of drunks wanting the reputation for having killed me.
Yes, sir. Doggone it. Now we're right back where we started from.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe that whiskey drummer was lying, too.
No, you're forgetting I got shot at, Chester. And there's a man somewhere in Dodge still waiting to kill me.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, hear Ida Lupino and Edmund O'Brien in the stirring screenplay adaptation of The Star on the Lux Radio Theater. It's a hard-hitting drama about a has-been who attempts a comeback in a juvenile role. This will be Lux Radio Theater, drama at its best, Monday night at the Star's address. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
It wears a man down, living from day to day, waiting for a bullet in the back, and not knowing who to expect it from or when. Makes you feel kind of helpless. And before long, in spite of everything you try to do to stop it, you get kind of spooky. And you start shying at the most ordinary noise, especially if it comes from behind you. No way to stay alive, because this is the one time you need to be as calm and clear as you've ever been in your life. Well, I had a week of it, and nothing happened. Until Chester came into the office one day with a telegram from Sheriff Tom Smith at Tascosa.
I thought I'd better get right over here at this, Mr. Dillon. Might be important.
Now, you told me it was from Tom Smith, Chester.
Yes, sir. It is.
Well, if you know that, how come you don't know what the message is?
Oh, well, I didn't read it too close, Mr. Dillon. Here.
Thanks.
He's coming for his prisoner. He'll be here on the stage. Day after tomorrow, the way I figure it.
Now, anything else?
What?
Well, is that all it says here?
Yes, sir, that's all.
Now, there's just one thing you missed, Chester.
What's that?
The date it was sent. It got delayed somewhere along the line. Tom's due in today.
He is?
Yeah, what time is it?
About noon, I guess.
Well, that stage ought to be here right now. Come on, let's go see.
All right, sir. Well, there it is, Mr. Dillon. Must pulled in just a minute ago. I don't see no passengers, though.
Well, that may be because they haven't got out yet, Chester.
Here they come. Ain't that Tom Smith?
Yeah, that's him.
Who's that other fella? He looks kind of familiar.
Now, that's Wilbur Hawkins, Chester, that little whiskey drummer.
Oh, yes. Well, now, I've been wondering where he's been.
Matt Dillon.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, how are you, Matt? Hello, Chester.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Well, I'm sure glad that trip's over. Next time I'll come horseback.
The stage is easier when you're taking a prisoner back, though.
Yeah, I guess you're right at that, Matt. And I hope you still got him. I'd hate to make this trip for nothing.
Oh, he's there. Anytime you want him.
Hey, where's Wilbur Hawkins going? Ain't he even going to say hello?
You know that little fellow?
Oh, yeah, we know him.
He told me he's staying at the Dodge House. Crazy talkingest man I ever run into. I told him, Hawkins, if you tried thinking a little first, you might make a whole lot more sense a whole lot faster.
Well, he means well, Tom.
Maybe. But he tells some mighty strange stories.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, of course it could be true, but he told me he heard a couple of men in a bar talking about me. He didn't know who they meant till I introduced myself on the stage and he recognized my name. Well, what are you looking like that for, man?
No. Go ahead, Tom. What did Hawkins hear?
Well, he said this one fellow was going to give the other fellow $300 to shoot me. Ain't that the darndest thing?
Yeah, that sure is.
I don't know, Matt. There's a lot of men who'd like to kill me, but I don't believe they'd be standing around talking about it that way. I kind of think he made it all up.
No, he didn't make it up, Tom. Not quite.
Huh? You know something about this? You mean someone is out to shoot me?
Yeah.
Who?
I'll tell you about it on the way over to the Dodge House. You wait here, Chester, just in case he gets past us.
All right, sir.
He ain't gonna get past us. But I can't figure, Matt. Why Hawkins would want to kill you and me.
Now, that doesn't make much sense, Tom. Now, here it is.
Who is it?
It's Tom Smith and Matt Dillon, Hawkins.
What are you doing here?
We want to talk to you. Open up, Hawkins. Tom, get out of the way.
Yeah. How'd you know he was going to shoot, Matt?
And I just sensed it, I guess. Look, I can kick that door open with 1 foot, and then you cover me. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'll kill you!
You kill him, Matt?
Well, I tried not to. Hawkins.
You hit me. Now, I'm going to die.
I had to shoot Hawkins. But why did you want to kill us? Smith and me.
A lot of people want to. I hear them saying it.
Nobody said nothing. You made all that up, Hawkins.
You took a shot at me last week, didn't you, Hawkins? Didn't you?
No, Dan. I can't kill anybody now.
Why? Why did you want to, Hawkins? Tell me.
I killed other men. Important men. I told them about it first. And then I killed them.
But why, Hawkins?
I don't know. I had to. I had to do it. Die.
He's dead, Tom.
Matt, what the devil was he talking about?
I don't know. But it doesn't matter much.
I don't understand it. I never saw him before yesterday.
Now, Hawkins was a murderer, Tom. The kind that doesn't need any particular reason. Nobody will ever know why he did what he did. Yeah, he was crazy, if you like.
Sure was crazy. You think he's done a lot of killing, Matt?
Yeah, probably. That's the most dangerous kind of man there is, Tom. A murderer with no reason at all. Innocent-looking little whiskey drummer.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, John Daner, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. You've heard fictional crime cases many times, but there's nothing like the real thing. We're talking about Night Watch. This Monday night, following the Bob Trout news, you'll be on the scene when a burglar is caught in the act. You'll hear him break a glass window in trying to get away. You'll hear the officers handcuff him and take him off to jail. You'll hear this authentic case unfold from beginning to end on Night Watch Monday night. George Walsh speaking. John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you Colorful Mystery Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. When the West was being won, Longines was there. Old records show sales of Longines watches in the silver mining towns of Colorado and Nevada, the gold mining areas of California. A fine gold watch, preferably a Longines, was one of the first luxuries purchased by a lucky prospector. For then, as now, the name Longines identified the world's most honored watch. Longines watches won their first World's Fair grand prize in 1878, won grand prizes in Paris, Brussels, Philadelphia, and at many other places. Right now, Longines watches are winning comparable successes in the accuracy competitions in European national observatories. Today, you needn't make a gold strike to own a Longines. Many beautiful models for ladies and gentlemen are priced as low as $75. Visit your authorized Longines Whitney jeweler. He will be honored to serve you.
There's a man running toward the house.
Get back inside. Close the door.
What is it?
I don't know. Be quiet.
Don't shut me out, please. Please don't shut me out.
Open the door. Let him in, Pat. Open the door.
You let me hide. Will you let me hide? Rock? Oh, don't let him get me.
You hurt, mister. You hurt.
No use trying to hide, Rourke.
Now, don't shoot me. Please, don't.
You shot a dying man.
Yeah, he wasn't dying long.
You shot him in the back.
He was still dead.
You're a right smart boy, ain't you? Where's your daddy?
Tad.
Let the boy talk. Where's your daddy, I said?
He's dead.
Hmm. You two living here all alone?
We ain't scared.
Of course you ain't. Yeah, too bad it had to happen right in your kitchen, ma'am. Rourke has had that coming a long time.
What are you going to do, mister?
Well, just nothing, ma'am. Nothing at all, if you'll let me.
What do you mean?
You just remember this was my affair, mine and Rourke's. And now walk right on out of here. Forget about it. As long as you two forget about it.
Marshal's gonna come after you, sure enough.
Tad.
Yeah, like I said, he's a real smart boy, ain't he, ma'am? I guess you're right, though. I guess he does talk a mite too much.
No, he don't talk.
Don't. I'm mighty glad to hear that. Because it'd be a shame for a bright boy like that to get his throat cut because he didn't know when to keep his mouth shut, now wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
He won't talk. I promise.
That's good. Real good. And both of you just stand quiet till I get away from here. Won't be no trouble.
What about him?
No, plumb forgot my manners. Well, I guess I better get him out of here.
Matt! Oh, Matt! Anybody here? Oh, for heaven. Chester! I'm out back here, Doc. What in the world are you doing?
Well, hello, Doc.
What are you digging there? A set of graves?
Graves? My goodness, Doc, don't talk like that. This here's a garden.
A what?
A garden.
Well, it looks more like a buffalo wallow. Does Matt know that you're doing this right outside of his back door?
Well, no, we don't. I'm kindly surprising him. Besides, I ain't hurting nothing, Doc. Just spading up the dirt, son.
Well, I can see that.
Look, let me show you how my garden's going to be. Now, see, right here is where the beans is going. And here is the carrot. And Yonder's the peas.
I don't see anything.
Well, they ain't planted yet, but I got everything ready. All I need now is the seed.
Now, where did this garden idea come from?
You.
Yeah. What do you... Me?
Well, sure. Don't you remember that time you was talking to Mr. Dillon about how people eat out here on the frontier and how they might get scullery?
Yeah, scullery?
Yeah, from not eating enough greens and sour
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Oh, that's scurvy, Chester, not scullery. No.
Well, whatever it is, I got to thinking on it and decided to do something about it so I don't get that disease,
Oh, well, that's fine, yes. But as I remember it, that talk we had was months ago.
That's right, it was. And I've been worrying about it ever since.
Oh, you're a man of action.
The trouble is, I'm broke. Plumb. I can't buy no seed.
Well, let me... Oh, no, don't look at me.
Well, now, Doc, you'd like a plate of greens every now and then, wouldn't you?
Well, sure I will, but not enough to pay for the seeds.
You might get scullery, Doc.
Scurvy, Chester, and I won't get it.
Wouldn't take very much to buy them seeds from Mr. Jonas. Just a few pennies is all, Doc, and then none of us wouldn't never have to worry again.
Well, now, Chester, suppose you did get those seeds. Now, you think everything that you plant is going to bloom like a sunflower?
Well, my gracious, Doc, this ain't no problem. You just kindly push them little old seed into the ground, and before you know it, you got vegetables.
Oh, yeah, oh, my. You're quite a farmer.
All right, now, Doc, ain't no need to smart off.
All right, Chester. All right, here's some money. There, now. Go and get your seed.
Well, thank you, Doc. And from now on, you're half owner of this garden. You can have part of whatever I grow free.
Oh, well, that's good of you, Chester.
Hey, it's pretty warm, ain't it?
It usually is in the sun.
Must be near noon.
Yeah, let me see. It's just about 12:45.
12:45. My gracious, I'm going to be late.
Late? Where you going?
Or to meet Mr. Dillon at Delmonico.
Lunch or... What about our garden?
I'll get to it, Doc. But after all, if Dodge ain't had no green vegetables for all this time, it ain't gonna hurt us none to wait a little longer. I don't mind a man making money, Mr. Dillon, but by jing, I don't think he should be making it all off of me.
Oh, what do you mean, Chester?
Why, that Zach Holden charging 15 cents for a meal like that. I swear that steak still had a piece of the hide on it.
Prices are going up, Chester. You just gotta face it.
But it's getting so the man don't hardly have nothing left after feeding himself a little, and that's a fact. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. There's a lady going into the office.
Uh-huh.
Reckon what she wants.
And if she's like most women, we won't be long in finding out. You wanted to see me, ma'am?
You're the marshal?
Yes, and that's right, Matt Dillon. This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do? I'm Cora Meadows, Marshal. My boy and I live out west of town a piece.
No? Well, won't you sit down, Miss Meadows?
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
As long as you and Miss Meadows is going to be talking for a spell, I believe I'll just go on back and see Zach Holden about charging that outlandish price for a meal. It's still sticking in my craw.
All right, Chester, you do that.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Now, Miss Meadows.
Marshal, I don't rightly know what to do.
Well, suppose you just tell me what's the matter.
Well, that's just it, Marshal. I'm feared of what'll happen if I tell you, and I'm feared of what'll happen if I don't.
You need help?
Yes, Marshal. I need help, all right.
Uh-huh. Just speak right out.
Well, it's my boy. My boy, Tad. He's missing.
Oh?
I think he's taken out after that man, and he'll kill the boy if he sees him, and he'll kill me if he knows I've been here.
Now, wait a minute. What man are you talking about?
The one that shot that fellow out to my place yesterday. He shot him down just like he was an animal.
Now, you're telling me there was a killing there yesterday and that your son may have gone after the murderer?
Yes, Marshal, I am.
Well, I think you better go back to the beginning and tell me the whole story.
Tell you where the man was drugged from, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, out the kitchen door, Chester. The track should be along here somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Over here, Chester. See there? Looks like heel marks.
Yeah. Leading over to them bushes.
Yeah, they sure do. Come on. I don't think he'd have taken much time with him. Oh. Yeah. There he is.
Seems to me we could have took the trouble to bury him.
Well, when a man shoots you in the back, he's not going to worry about your funeral, Chester.
I've seen him before, Mr. Dillon. He was at the Long Branch a lot, playing cards.
Yeah, it's a gambler by the name of Rourke. Well, I guess the burying's up to us.
Yes, sir.
You, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Well, I came as soon as I got your message, Doc. Is there something wrong?
Yes, Matt, there is. Come to the other room.
Oh?
It's this youngster, Matt. I found him by the road.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
He's been beaten. Cruelly, brutally beaten. Look.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if I could bring him out of it for a while there.
Did he say who he is?
No, and that's a funny thing, Matt. He hasn't talked at all. He's been conscious most of the day, but he won't say a word.
Yeah, I guess you can blame him. Whoever did this was trying to scare him to death, even if it didn't quite kill him. Is it okay if I try to talk to him?
Oh, I guess it won't hurt him, if he'll talk. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, I think so. Hello, Tad. Tad? Tad, I'm Marshal Dillon. Now, you don't have to turn your head away, Tad. I want to help you. I want to help you and help your mother. Now, you want me to catch the man who did this, don't you? I can do it if you'll help me. Look, Tad, I promise you won't get hurt anymore, and I promise that your mother won't get hurt either. Tad, look, the only way to be sure that you're safe is to bring this man in.
He's not going to answer, Matt.
No, I guess not. All right, Doc, let's leave him alone. How long are you going to keep him here, Doc?
Oh, I expect he'll be up by tomorrow if he's quiet. The boy recovers mighty fast.
Mm-hmm. Would he be well enough to stay in town with Kitty for a few days?
Oh, sure, Matt, I guess so, but if you know who he is, why don't you take him home?
Well, I'll tell you later, Doc, but there are a couple of people I want to see first. Hello, Sam.
Oh, Marshal. Get you a drink?
No, thanks, Sam. Is Kitty around?
Yeah, she's upstairs, Marshal. Ought to be down in a minute or two.
Oh, well, I'll go on up. Thanks.
Sure.
Oh, Matt, you looking for me?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to talk to you, Kitty.
I'm coming down.
All right.
Come on over to a table. We can sit down.
No, thanks, Kitty. I haven't got time. I want to ask you to do a favor for me.
Well, sure, Matt. What is it?
I want you to take care of a small boy for me for a couple of days.
A boy? What is he, a runaway?
No, not exactly, but I'd like to have you keep him around the Long Branch for a day or two and give him the run of the place.
doesn't sound exactly like the best surroundings for a young boy, Matt.
You're going to have to trust my judgment, Kitty. Will you do it for me?
Well, sure. I guess so, if you want me to.
I do want you to. I'll explain later.
Yeah.
Thanks, Kitty.
Oh, sure, Matt.
Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. I'd like to talk to you, Miss Meadows.
Come in, Marshal. Tad, is it about Tad?
Yes, it is, ma'am. I'm pretty sure we found him.
Well, where is he? Is he all right?
He's at Doc Adams' office.
Doc?
He's all right now, Miss Meadows, but he's had a bad beating.
Beating?
I think the killer beat him to keep him quiet. And it worked because Tad won't talk to anybody.
I'll go get him, Marshal. I'll fetch him home.
Well, that's what I want to talk to you about, Miss Meadows. I'd like to keep the boy in town for a few days.
No, a sick boy belongs in his own home. I'll go get him right now.
Will you listen to me for a minute, Miss Meadows? You've got to understand that as long as this man is on the loose, neither you or Tad is going to be safe.
Well, we're not going to get mixed up in that no more, Marshal. Me and Tad will stay right out here and never say a word more.
Yeah, but if the killer gets worried about you, it won't matter where you are, especially if he knows that you've been to see me.
I shouldn't have come.
No, you did right to come, Miss Meadows, and if you'll let me keep Tad in town for a few days, maybe we can get this man. Now, I'm pretty sure that he's a gambler, and he'll be back.
You mean you want Tad to help you?
Well, he won't know anything about it, ma'am. He'll be perfectly safe, I promise
Oh,
you that.
no, Marshal, you've got no right
I'm
to
not
take
talking about rights, ma'am. I'm talking about maybe saving your life and your boy's life, too.
I want him here at home.
Now, you just let him recognize that gunman for us, and he'll be home, safe and for good.
He's been hurt bad enough
He won't
already.
be hurt, ma'am. Now, Chester or I will be watching him every minute, and as soon as it's over, I'll bring him right home.
Tad's a good boy. He never had a beating before.
And I want to see that he doesn't ever have another one.
Now, Tad, there's one thing about playing poker that you might as well learn right off. It ain't so much what you've got in your hand as what folks thinks you've got. And you understand that?
I think so, Mr. Proudfoot.
Some folks just has the face for it, and that's a fact. Now, you know, lots of folks calls me poker because nobody don't never know what I got in my hand.
Give me one card, please.
All right. Now, don't you let on what you've got.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's good. That is good. You ain't letting on one bit. Now, I'll take one myself.
What's the matter?
A thing like this wouldn't happen in 6 months of Sundays.
But I thought you weren't supposed to let on.
Yeah, you ain't. But you take a hand like this, a 6 and a 7 and a 9 and a 10, and then you haul off and draw an 8 and...
Mine are all blue.
You getting hungry, Chester?
Yeah, no, I can last it out, Miss Kid, till Mr. Dillon comes back.
Oh, he ought to be here pretty soon. He went out to see your mother, Tad. He wanted her to know that you've been doing just fine these last few days.
Oh, yes, and I hope she's fine, too. I sure like to go home.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, hello, man.
Here, Mr. Dillon, you know what I just did?
How's Ma?
Oh, she's fine, Tad. She said to tell you not to worry about anything, and she sent you some clean clothes.
Did she say when I could come home?
That ought to be soon.
Why don't you take those clothes on up to the room, honey?
Yes, sir.
And when you come down, we'll have Sam bring you some supper.
Oh, thank you, Miss Kitty.
Mr. Dillon, you know what happened just a minute ago?
No, what?
I was drawn to an inside straight, and the...
What? What is it, boy?
There he is! Don't let him hit me, Marshal! Don't let him hit me, no more!
Kitty, that's our man. Take the boy upstairs, will
Sure,
you?
Matt. Come on, honey. Come on, we'll go.
What's all the commotion, Marshal? Can a man walk in here for a drink?
We, been waiting for you, mister.
The boy and I. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I never saw that boy before in my life.
You never expected to see him again, either. At least not alive. After that beating you gave him.
Beating? Now, you listen, Marshal.
You listen to me. That boy knows you. And so does his mother.
Well, she ain't here.
She'll be here in good time.
Marshal, you ain't taking me.
You better look out, mister. Because I'm not turning my back on you like Rourke did.
Oh, you...
You got him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, anybody can shoot a man, Chester. It's that boy's mother, what she did, that took real courage. Well, come on, let's take Tad home. I think his mother's waited long enough.
The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Who is it helps now with your cleaning? I need somebody.
Thought you did your own work.
I always have, but lately I've had a nagging backache with sleepless nights and feel tired out.
I know what discomfort backache can be. Better do something about it.
But what?
Try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Now, I sure can't find your order, Miss Kitty.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Jonas.
I saw Edna getting the things together, but what she did with them...
Mr. Jonas, I don't mind waiting.
Well, it bothers me. Now, she should stay here till 5 o'clock, but no, every afternoon, come 4:30, she has to run off to the boarding house, change her clothes, comb her hair, and freshen up, as she keeps saying.
Well, if she's not a good worker, why do you keep her on?
No, I didn't say that. She's a fine worker. As a matter of fact, I'd hate to lose her.
Lose her?
Well, she keeps talking about San Francisco and how she'd like to live there.
Well, maybe it's only talk.
No, I don't think so. I get the notion that Dodge is just the place she ran out of money, and as soon as she saves up enough, she'll be on her way.
Did she ever tell you where she's from?
A farm, someplace in Ohio, I think. You know, one day we got to talking about hogs and milk cows, and she let it slip. Almost bit her tongue off after she said it.
You think she's ashamed of being raised on a farm?
No, it ain't that. A funny thing, it's more like she was scared, like she had to keep it a secret.
I'm back, Mr. Jonas. I'll just tidy up the counter. Oh, Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Edna. My, you look pretty.
Well, thank you.
Miss Kitty is waiting for her order, Edna.
Oh, I've got it all wrapped and setting on the counter here.
That was very thoughtful.
Well, I knew you'd be in, so I told Mr. Jonas rather than have you wait, I'd get it ready and he could give it to you.
Here you are. Thank you.
Edna, it's almost 5 o'clock. Are you ready to... afternoon, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
I'm all ready, Mr. Proudfoot. You have to forgive the way I look, but I have been working all day, and a person does get a little wilted.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, shall we go? See you in the morning, Mr. Jonas.
All right, Edna.
Nice seeing you, Miss Kitty.
Well, nice seeing you. And you, too, Chester.
Yes, it was. Very nice.
Mr. Jonas, I think you're wrong.
Oh? About what?
San Francisco. I think Dodge City is as far west as Edna plans to get.
Oh, I just think trains are the most exciting thing, Mr. Proudfoot. Don't you? All that black smoke and huffing and puffing, and the way the whistle screams. It's like a big wild animal or a dragon.
Well, no, I never quite thought of it that way, but with all the suit
Mr.
and all...
Proudfoot, would you mind if I just held on to your arm till it leaves?
No, ma'am. Not if you're really scared.
Oh, my, but you're strong.
Well,
Oh, and you must be very brave, too, working with Marshal Dillon the way you do. Fighting Indians.
Well, we don't fight so many Indians anymore. Mostly we just
capturing
kind of...
rustlers and horse thieves and train robbers.
Well, every once in a while we...
I'll bet you've saved his life lots of times.
Oh, Mr. Dillon has a way of looking after himself. Oh, there she goes. Hey, my Jim, you know, it is pretty exciting at that.
Oh, it certainly is.
Here's the marshal's mail, Chester.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. I was just coming in to get it.
You think you and your pretty little helper here can carry all that by yourselves?
Oh, sure, Charlie. This little bit ain't so much to get. Oh. Old Charlie sure is a jocker.
I'll bet they're real important things in those letters.
Oh, once in a while he is. Don't seem to be much today, though. Just 3 wanted circulars. And...
Could I see one of them?
Well, I guess there ain't no harm. They're going to be posted anyway. Here you are.
Texas Sam. Oh, what a mean, terrible-looking person.
Well, that ain't a very good likeness of him. He's really
Oh,
a
don't
pretty
show me
good-looking-
the others. I don't want to know about such people.
Well, all right. But you
But
asked...
I would like to see those envelopes.
Well, now, Miss Edna, the U.S. mail is sort of sacred-like.
Oh, Chester, just let me look. My, the Department of the Interior in Washington, D.C., and the U.S. Marshal's office in St. Louis. Oh, my, all that important mail. It is a responsibility, isn't it?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is. And I think I better walk you on home now so as I can take the mail over at the office.
Oh, all right.
Mr. Dillon likes to look at it before he goes out to supper.
Chester,
Yes, ma'am.
this boardwalk's terribly rough. Would you mind if I took your arm?
Yeah, well, now, you're sure that's the move you want to make?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that makes 3 games in a row, and I suppose I should feel flush with victory, but I find absolutely no satisfaction in beating a half-hearted opponent.
What are you talking about?
Come on, Matt, out with it.
Well, you'll know sooner or later anyway. It's Chester.
Chester?
Has he been up to see you?
No, why? Is he sick?
Well, something's wrong with him.
Well, what are his symptoms? What does he do?
Nothing.
Well, then what makes you think that...
Well, those are his symptoms, Doc. He doesn't do anything. When he's here, he walks around with a blank expression. He doesn't hear anything I say. This place hasn't been swept up in a week. I've had to make coffee for the last 2 mornings, and the day before yesterday, that drifter we had in the cell didn't get any supper.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound like Chester.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, do you have any idea what might be bothering him?
As a matter of fact, I do. And the only thing that amazes me is that it hasn't happened long before this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Chester is a victim of your ingratitude.
What? Oh, now, Doc.
I know, it may sound silly, but it's a fact.
Look, Doc.
Now, wait. You asked my opinion, and I'm going to give it to you. I've seen cases like this before. A man goes on year after year doing his job, and then suddenly one day he asks himself, why? Oh, sure, he gets paid for it, but he has to feel that what he's doing is important, that the person he works for appreciates his efforts. If he is not appreciated, all the spunk goes out of him, and he begins to think maybe he should find something else to do.
You mean Chester's thinking about quitting?
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. So tell me, Matt, when was the last time you said something nice to me?
Something nice? Look, I can't run this office like a Sunday school, Doc, if I have to pat Chester on the head every time he does.
All right. You asked me and I told you. But you just go on like you have been. No word of thanks or no praise. Barking orders. Expecting things to be done day after day.
Well, maybe.
You certainly wouldn't want to lose a man like Chester. Because of your own stubbornness.
Well, No, I wouldn't, Doc. Okay, I'll do something about it.
She goes.
Yes, sirree. There goes that old dragon.
Oh, it sure is exciting.
It sure is. Well, let's go pick up the mail. Old Charlie must have it sorted out by now.
Oh, but you'll have time to walk home with me, won't you?
Oh, well, of course I will. Yeah, I see you got your pretty little helper with you again, Chester. I sure have. Mail sorted yet, Charlie? Yep. Here you are. Thank you. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Both of you.
You know, Chester, you're the nicest person I ever met.
I am? Well, that's
Oh, it's true. And I'll tell you something else.
What?
This is a secret. Lean over so I can whisper it in your ear.
Well, you can just say it right out. Nobody can hear.
Lean over. That's what I think of you, Chester.
Well, now, Miss Edna, that's very... I don't think Front Street's the place to...
Oh, it's all right, Chester. I don't care who knows.
Well, I think I'd better take you home. Yeah, on account of Mr. Dillon be mad if he don't get his mail by supper time.
Oh, it must be very important mail tonight. Let me see.
Here. Oh, now, you shouldn't do that, Miss Edna.
Let's see. One from the Department of Defense. A circular.
Please give it back to me, Miss Edna.
A catalog of firearms and ammunition. Another circular. A letter from Ohio. Oh, I dropped that silly old catalog.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It ain't hurt now.
Oh.
It's just the new Granger catalog I sent for.
Well, here are the letters.
Thank you. Miss Edna?
What's the matter?
There was another letter here.
There was?
Yes, ma'am, you know there was. You had it right in your hand when... There it is.
Where, Chester?
You stuck it in your shirtwaist there.
Well, what makes you so sure that's your letter?
Well, it has to be.
Mr. Proudfoot, are you accusing me of stealing a silly old letter?
Well,
No, ma'am. I suppose it could have got there by accident.
If you're so sure, why don't you just take it away from me?
Well,
But if you try, I'd scream like anything, and everybody in Dodge would think that Chester Proudfoot was a big, nasty old brute.
Miss Edna? Miss Edna, I've... Oh, dear.
Well, good morning, Chester.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon. Sorry I didn't get your breakfast this morning.
Well, every man has a right to sleep late now and then, hasn't he? I think it's kind of good to eat breakfast out once in a while, anyway.
That's right. I just didn't close my eyes till after sunup, Mr. Dillon. I just tossed and turned, tossed.
You know, Chester, I think you've been working too hard. I think you should take a couple of days, pack your saddlebag, and take your fishing pole and ride out and just loaf a little. You remember that little stream that cuts off the Arkansas?
Well, yes, sir, I remember it, but I just couldn't do that.
Well, I can manage without you here for a couple of days.
Mr. Dillon, if you want me to go away, you don't have to be nice about it. I understand.
Chester, I didn't say I want you to go away.
You said you could manage without me.
For 2 days, Chester, I figured that you needed a rest, a change. Now, look, you've got a tough job. Well, I got a tough job, too. Any marshal has. But if he doesn't have help that he can count on, his job is twice as tough. Now, you're a good assistant, you're loyal, and you're dependable.
Mr. Dillon?
Shut up. I'm not finished yet. Now, when I'm out on the prairie 4 or 5 days, a week at a time, I got to have a companion I can stand to live with. Well, most of the time, I can stand you. Now, does that sound like I'm trying to get rid of you? Huh? Does it?
No, sir.
All right.
And thank you very much. You just helped me make up my mind about something very important.
All right, then. Now, make up your mind to clean up this rat's nest from top to bottom before I get back. I'm going over to the Long Branch.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know, Kitty. I guess I was pretty hard on him, but maybe it helped. Anyway, sweet-talking him seemed to make him feel worse.
And that was Doc's idea, huh?
Yeah. He figured Chester needed some encouragement.
And what did you figure?
Well, nothing. I just got tired of him mooning around like a lovesick calf, neglecting his work.
You said it, I didn't.
Huh? Said what?
Mooning like a lovesick calf.
What? Oh, now, Kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who?
Edna Wallstrom.
You mean the little girl that Jonas hired to work in the store?
Oh, she's not exactly a little girl. She's 22 if she's a day. And she set her cap for Chester.
What, Kitty? Chester isn't the kind to go chasing after girls.
I said she set her cap for him.
Well, what do you know?
Uh-oh. Speak of the devil.
Mr. Dillon?
Well, Chester. Miss Wallstrom?
Marshal?
I think you know Miss Kitty Russell, don't you?
Oh, yes, I do. Good evening, Miss Kitty.
Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Miss Wallstrom's got something to tell you.
All right.
I'm under arrest, Marshal.
What?
Chester arrested me for tampering with the U.S. mail.
Now, you didn't open the letter, Miss Edna, so that just makes it interfering instead of tampering.
Well, that's still a pretty serious charge, Miss Wallstrom.
Well, I know, Marshal. Chester said he liked me very much, but if he didn't arrest me, he'd be even guiltier than I am, because it wouldn't be loyal to you. And that a marshal has to be able to trust his assistant in everything.
Well, who was this letter addressed to?
To you, Marshal. Here it is. It's from Mr. Gruber, back on a farm near Akron, Ohio. And it's all a lie.
Well, if you haven't opened it, how do you know it's a lie?
See, Mr. Dillon, this Mr. Gruber wrote to Miss Edna about a week ago and told her what he was going to do if she didn't take the next train back to Ohio.
Well, let's find out.
If only you would have told me about this, Miss Edna, instead of just trying to steal the letter.
But I just didn't know what to do, Chester. I thought if the marshal didn't know about it, old Mr. Gruber would leave me alone.
I know, but now...
Miss Wallstrom, Did you steal $200 from this Mr. Gruber?
No, sir, Marshal, I didn't. He gave it to me. It was a loan.
But he says here that you signed a confession.
He told me I was signing a note.
You're telling me the truth now.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, we'll find out who's lying tomorrow.
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
Gruber's getting into Dodge at 10 tomorrow morning.
When somebody breaks the law, they should be in jail.
That may be true, Mr. Gruber, but this jail wasn't built for women. And I'm still not sure that the law was broken.
You got my letter? I sent you her confession.
I know. And if you'd filed a complaint back in Ohio, I can hold her here in Dodge until they can send somebody to take her back.
But I am already here. I will take her back.
Mr. Gruber, the law just doesn't work that way.
Here's the telegraph, Mr. Dillon, from the Akron police.
You read it, Chester?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, you read it, Marshal.
Complaint against Edna Wallstrom, filed here by Hans Gruber, January 10, charge theft. Presently in your city, please apprehend and hold for extradition.
So now I want her arrested.
She's not no criminal, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you think not?
No, I don't. She's a fine person. And if she done something wrong, she must have had real good reason.
Chester.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon, but I'm real upset.
Now look here, young fellow. No,
look here. I think Miss Edna is all right, fine lady, and I just won't believe she could do anything really bad like stealing your money. She works awful hard, and she's awful nice, and she's awful pretty, and she wouldn't do a thing like that.
You have got a lot to learn, young fellow.
That may be, but there's one thing I do know. I know if you say one mean thing to her when she gets here, if you try to scare her one little bit, it's going to make me madder than I am.
Are you threatening me?
Yes.
Chester, nobody's going to intimidate her. I'll see to that. Now, you just calm down, and I promise you we'll get to the bottom of this just as soon as we can.
Here she is, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in, Miss Wallstrom. Miss Wallstrom, do you know this man?
That's Mr. Gruber.
Hello, Edna. Why did you do it, Edna?
Mr. Gruber, you told me when I signed that paper that now everything was all right. You know I was going to pay it back.
I don't mean about the money, but why did you run away? Everybody laughs at me.
I can't help that, Mr. Gruber. I had to do it.
But why?
I'll tell you why.
Kitty.
No, Matt, this is important. Mr. Gruber, you're a widower, aren't you?
That's right. 4 years now.
And Edna here was your housekeeper, your hired girl, huh?
Yeah.
How much did you pay her?
Well, not so much maybe money, but there's room and board. I bought goods so she could make clothes.
And on fair day, one Friday a month, you took her to town with you, along with the chickens and eggs and pigs, and you gave her $2 whole to spend. Is that right?
Yeah.
And for that, she kept the house, did the baking, the cooking, the washing and ironing, fed the pigs and fed the chickens and gathered the eggs. And when she wanted to leave, you wouldn't lend her enough money to live for 2 weeks while she went looking for another job.
Yeah, that is so, but I didn't want her to go away. She was always talking about San Francisco, and I was afraid that if she had money, she would go there.
But you made it easy for her to steal the $200. And then you made her sign that silly confession so that you could use it to frighten her into staying on the farm.
Is that the story, Gruber?
Yeah, that's the story.
You must be very proud of yourself.
No, I am not. That's why I had to find you, Edna.
I don't even want to talk to you, Mr. Gruber.
Please, listen. I had to find you because I want you to be Mrs. Gruber.
What?
That's all right. You laugh. But you listen, too. I've hired a couple, Jacob Glasnap and his missus, to run the farm. And you know the little house with the green shutters, the Schaefer place we used to pass going to town, the one you always liked so much?
What about it?
I bought it.
Well, that's very nice, Mr. Gruber, but...
Wait, I'm not finished. Look here, in this envelope.
Go ahead. Look.
2 tickets to San Francisco. Why, Miss...
And I wrote to the Palace Hotel. They will get us married, and we will stay there. And we'll buy some fancy clothes, and we'll go to the show houses.
Mr. Gruber.
I want you should call me Hans, Edna.
Hans. Hans, you're the nicest person I ever met.
There is a stage at 5:15. If you can get back...
I can, Hans, I can. But we'll have to hurry. You come with me, and we'll get everything together.
Oh, what about this warrant?
Oh, I will write to them from San Francisco. Just forget all about it, please.
Oh, that's about that.
Well, I'm just so excited I almost went off without saying goodbye. Miss Kitty, thank you so much for helping me. And Marshal, I'm sorry I took the letter. Really, I am. And Chester,
Yes, ma'am.
please, lean over.
Well,
Please. Oh, Chester, I think you're the second nicest person I ever met. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Edna.
I'm sorry, Chester.
Oh, that's all right, Miss Kitty. It's just... Mr. Dillon, some people sure is hard to figure out.
Chester, if by some people you mean women, they certainly are.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Vic Perrin, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Joseph Kearns, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on guns. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hold tight now, Matt. That's it. I've got it. Almost. Ah, there it is, yes. Well, a little piece of lead, just as we thought. You see?
Now, that took you long enough, Doc.
Now, don't you blame me. You should have come here before. People never do go to a doctor until the last minute.
I've carried that lead in my leg for over a year, Doc, and never did bother me any. The only reason I came up here today is because you weren't busy and I didn't have anything else to do myself. Aren't you through yet?
No, I'm not through yet. I'm looking for my needle. I've got to take a couple of stitches in it first. Oh, yes. And if you're talking like that just to get my fee down, you're wasting your time. You know, it's when I'm not busy that I'm poor, and I have to charge more. There, now, that ought to hold you fine.
Not much of a wound. The lead worked right up next to the skin. I could have cut it out myself.
Yeah, but you didn't. And it's going to cost you $5.
$5?
Well, you're the only patient I've had today. I got to make out somehow.
Oh, hand me my pants, Doc.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll live, Chester. Worse luck.
Say, there's a fellow in the office downstairs wants to see you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, who is it, Chester?
He didn't say.
All right. I'm ready. We'll finish our discussion at supper if you like, Doc.
Well, there's nothing to discuss, but I'll eat with you anyhow.
Thanks. See you later.
Are you Marshal Dillon?
I am.
My name's Parker. I'm a special deputy representing the New Mexico Stock Raisers
New
Association.
Mexico?
Of course. Haven't you heard of the association?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I was just thinking you're a long way from home, aren't you?
Perhaps. Marshal, I have a warrant here for the arrest of Dane Shaw.
Dane Shaw. I never heard of that name around here.
We'll let the marshal handle this if you don't mind.
Oh, we will, huh? Well, now, you're pretty high and mighty for just a
Easy,
doggone...
Chester, easy.
Here's the warrant, Marshal.
Who issued this, Mr. Parker?
We had Judge Blent of Santa Fe issue it.
You had him issue it?
Well, no. What I mean is we, read it. Read it.
Yeah. It's got the judge's name on it and its seal. That looks okay to me. What makes you think this Dane Shaw's in Dodge?
I didn't say I thought he was in Dodge.
You're the one looking for help, mister, not me.
It's a warrant, and you're a marshal. And we think Dane Shaw may be in or near Tascosa.
Tascosa?
That's a long ride from here, Mr. Parker. Isn't there someone closer than I am?
No, I was told to deliver the warrant here.
I see. Oh, what's this Shaw wanted for, anyway?
Rustling, murder, banditry.
All of that?
He once rode with Billy the Kid. Does that explain it?
Not quite, Mr. Parker.
We hold those men equally responsible. Every one of them.
We?
The Stock Raisers Association. And others.
Ah, I see. Now, you say Shaw once rode with a kid. You mean he isn't still with him?
Shaw left the gang just 2 years ago.
Who told you he did?
Pat Garrett.
Pat Garrett? Well, if he said so, it's probably true.
We've got to put a stop to that gang, Marshal. New Mexico is like an armed camp till we do.
But Shaw isn't with the kid anymore.
He's of the same breed, and he'll be back, maybe with his own gang.
Yeah, that's possible.
In any case, the man's wanted, and you have the warrant.
Why don't you come down to Tascosa with us, Mr. Parker?
No, that's not my job. I'll wait right here in Dodge.
Yeah, I thought so. Any idea what Dane Shaw looks like?
6 feet, black hair, about 180 pounds.
That's not much help. Anything else?
They say he has a knife scar across his ribs on the left side.
Well, that's something. Where's he from?
Who knows where any of those men come from? They all lie, anyway. Why, they say Billy the Kid claims to have been born in New York.
Well, maybe he was.
Oh, nonsense.
How do you know?
Well, I was born in New York, for one thing.
And you couldn't both have come from the same town.
I'd hate to think so, Marshal.
All right, Mr. Parker, you keep nice and cozy here in Dodge, and we'll ride down to Tascosa for you.
Now, Marshal, I don't think that's quite called for.
Chester, go get our horses.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Tascosa lay on the Canadian River, a couple of hard days' ride south. Until recently, it had been a Comanchero trading point. Now it was mostly a center for cattle thieves looking for a place to spend their money. I hadn't been there for several years, and when we rode in, I was surprised to see how much the town had grown.
Now, at least they got some trees down here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, and a couple of new buildings under them, Chester. It looks like there's another one being started.
It's going to be a big one, too. Doesn't look like a house, though. I wonder what it is.
Now we can ask in the saloon over there.
The Red Deer. That's a pretty fancy name.
Maybe we can find out if there are any respectable citizens in this town.
There don't seem to be anybody here at all, sir, respectable or otherwise.
How about that?
Oh. I sure could use a drink, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I figure we've earned one.
Gentlemen,
would be?
Beer.
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
One beer, one whiskey.
Right. There now. That's the best looking thing I've seen yet in this town. Here's how.
Tascosa's changed some.
You been there before?
Yeah, some time ago. What's the new building they're putting up?
Oh, that's going to be a schoolhouse. A schoolhouse? In Tascosa? Yes, a few men have moved into town with their families. Kids need a school, so it was Nat, of course, got it organized.
Nat?
Nat Temple. He owns the Red Deer here.
Oh, I see. He must be sort of the leading citizen here, then, huh?
In most ways, I suppose he is.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to talk to him. Where is he?
Out back, building a fence. Door's right there.
Oh, thanks. There's your money. See you later.
Sure.
Hello.
Mr. Temple?
Nat Temple.
I'm Matt Dillon, and this is Chester Proudfoot.
I'm glad to know you.
Barkeep told us that we'd find you out here.
That's Mike Postle. He's a good boy.
I gathered from him that you were the right fellow to come to, Mr. Temple.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for a man.
You are? Why?
I'm a U.S. Marshal, Dodge City.
We don't get the law down here often, Marshal.
No. Man I'm looking for is Dane Shaw. Do you know him?
Nobody by that name around here?
I expect he's changed his name.
And how are you going to tell him from anybody else?
He's 6 foot tall, black hair, weighs 180 pounds.
Could be most anybody that built.
He's got a scar across his ribs.
It isn't often you see a man without a shirt, Marshal. What you want it for?
He used to ride with Billy the Kid. He quit, but they think he might be planning to return to New Mexico with a different bunch, one of his own, maybe.
Then it'd be better to stop him now, if that's true.
I agree. That's why I'm here.
Well, wish I could help you, Marshal. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Stay around for a day or so, I guess. Maybe I'll hear something.
Fine. You know, it'd be too bad since that fella quit the Kid if he went back to the same old outlaw life.
Sure. But he probably will. Men don't often change.
Some do if they get the chance. Take Mike Postle in there, the barkeep.
Oh? What about him?
Mike used to carry a gun for Harry Gunter. Gunter calls himself a rancher down here, but he spreads a mighty big loop.
You mean he's really a cattle rustler?
Everybody knows it, but nobody's proved it yet, and one reason was because of Mike. He sort of kept everybody off Gunter.
How?
Mike Postle's pretty fast with a gun.
I see. How come he's tending bar for you, Temple?
Well, I'll tell you. He have decided himself to stop working for Gunter, and one night he was telling me about it, and I helped him decide the rest of the way.
Ah. And then you gave him a job, huh?
That's right, Marshal. He'll make out fine if Gunter lets him alone.
Well, that was decent of you, Temple. I hope it works.
But being a lawman, I suppose you don't think it will.
Well, a lawman isn't all bone, Mr. Temple.
Lawman could arrest Mike Postle right now for what he's done.
You can't arrest everybody. But anyway, if I were handling it, I'd go after the head man, Gunter.
They don't seem to think you're way over in New Mexico.
Well, I hear Pat Garrett's after Billy right now, and he'll get him with any luck at all. Pat's a good manhunter.
Maybe. But they also want this fella Dane Shaw.
Yeah, there's a warrant for him signed in Santa Fe.
Yeah.
If Pat does stop Billy, there's no point in letting Shaw come back with a new gang.
If that's what he aims to do.
Well, he might have it in mind.
Well, Marshal, that's your problem. Right now, come on inside and have a drink on the house.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Temple. It'll be a pleasure.
And then I'll tell you where you can get something to eat that won't poison you.
Say now, I think I'm going to like Tascosa after all.
Sure you are.
That was pretty good turkey, Mr. Dillon. You should have tried it.
And they must have a Chinese cook in that place. It's better than the usual feed trough in a town like this. Yeah, let's sit here a while, Chester.
Just think, Mr. Dillon, someday Tascosa may be as big as St. Louis.
I doubt that, Chester.
Well, as big as Dodge, then.
That's a little more likely. Well, here come some citizens now.
They sure are. Looking for trouble, and it ain't even dark yet.
Yeah, maybe they just want to cut the dust in their throats, Chester.
Mean-looking bunch, if you ask me.
I'll do the talking, man.
Okay, Gunner, we're behind you.
If he ain't in here, we'll find him.
Did he say Gunter?
Yeah, I did, Chester. Come on, let's watch it.
I didn't expect...
Over here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You come here for a drink, gentlemen? No, Postle, we didn't come here for no drink.
And state your business, Gunter.
You're the first man ever walked out on me, Postle. I don't like it, and I don't aim to tolerate it.
That all?
There's two reasons you're coming back.
I'm not interested in your reasons, Gunter.
One is I need your gun.
I'm through selling my gun.
And the other is you know too much about my business.
Your business is your affair, Gunter. You know I don't talk.
Maybe. But you're still coming back.
That's so? Which one of you's gonna bring me back?
You're pretty handy with that six-shooter of yours, Postle. Ain't any one of us fool enough to go against you.
That's about what I figured.
But you can't shoot the whole bunch of us.
I'll sure try hard.
And you'll die trying. I'm telling you, Postle, be back in camp a day after tomorrow. We ride in after you.
Wait a minute, Gunner.
What do you want, Timber? You've caused enough trouble already.
I ain't through yet. Gunner, if you come back here, you'll have to face me. as
No,
well as
Timble,
Mike.
no.
Shut up, Mike. Now just remember that, Gunner. I'll be here, too.
And you'll both die. Come on, men.
Who are those two?
I never seen it before.
Just a couple of grub line riders, I guess.
Let's go up to the bar, Chester.
Now you've seen him, Marshal. That's Harry Gunter.
Well, Gunter's not my business, but I wish you luck with him.
Mike and me will face him down.
I'll face him, Temple, not you.
No, I helped get you in this. By heaven, I'll see you through it.
It's not your fight, I tell you.
It's my fight. I believe any man who wants to make a change deserves all the backing anyone can give him. I'll see you get it.
You'll just be killed for nothing. Besides, you're a married man.
Being married has nothing to do with it. Maybe we'll both be killed, but that's better than giving in to a man like Gunter. Mike, I never told you going straight was easy.
You should have been a preacher, Temple. I'm going to get my supper now. I'll be back in a minute.
I'd make a fine preacher, I would. But if business don't pick up some here, maybe I'll have to give it a try.
Well, the town's growing, Temple. Business ought to be good.
Well, it's growing, Marshal, a little at a time. When I first came here, there wasn't more than a couple of adobe huts, the whole place.
When was that, Temple? Oh, when you first came here.
1 year and 9 months exactly, Marshal. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got work to do.
Let's get some air, Chester.
All right. He's a mighty nice fellow, that Matt Timble, isn't he? I mean, willing to back up Mike Postle that way. He's a man of his word. And building a new school and all that. Married, too. Funny thing, Mr. Dillon, I can't quite figure out if you like Timble.
I like him fine, Chester. Only his name isn't Timble.
What?
It's Dane Shaw. He's the man we're looking for.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night on most of these same stations, CBS Radio presents Dick Powell in the role of Richard Diamond, private detective. Remember, Richard Diamond, private detective, calls on you via CBS Radio tomorrow night. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The idea of taking a man like Nat Timble in and sending him back to New Mexico to face a jury of scared and vengeful cattlemen didn't sit too well with me. Anyway, I decided I had to wait it out at least until Harry Gunter made his play. 2 days, Gunter had said. And the night before the final day, Timble asked Chester and me to a little dance they were having to celebrate the start of the new schoolhouse. And there we met Ms. Trimble. A fine-looking woman with a strong face and steady blue eyes.
If you'd like some punch, gentlemen, my husband's serving it right over there.
Yes, I might enjoy sampling a little, ma'am. I'll be right back.
Chester.
Yes, sir? Huh? Oh, my goodness. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I'd also enjoy fetching you a cup of that punch.
Oh, thank you, Chester, but I'll have some later.
Well, sure, ma'am. Anytime. I'll be right back.
I'd be foolish not to take advantage of your husband's being busy, Miss Timble. Would you do me the honor?
No offense, Marshal, but I'd rather get a breath of air outside.
Why, certainly, ma'am.
Would you accompany me?
Why, of course. Nice evening.
You think it'll hold, Marshal?
Oh, it won't rain. Not for the next couple of days, anyway.
That's not exactly what I meant. I was wondering how nice tomorrow evening will be.
Afraid I don't quite follow, ma'am.
After Harry Gunter and his gang ride in.
Oh. Well, now, I wouldn't worry about that, Miss Timble.
My husband's involved, Marshal. I'm bound to worry.
Of course.
It's not that I don't want him to back Mike Postle and fight alongside him. He's got to do that. But I don't want him killed. He's the finest man that ever lived, Marshal.
Yeah, sure, Miss Timble.
He believes that a man's got a right to change, and he's willing to die for that.
I know.
Tell me, do you think he's right, Marshal Dillon? In spite of what the law might say, do you think he's right?
I think he's right, ma'am.
I had a feeling you would.
But maybe things will work out all right tomorrow. Maybe everything will be fine.
I hope so, Marshal. Anyway, I'll bring our son up to know his father for the rare kind of man he is.
Oh? Well, I didn't know you had a son.
We haven't yet.
What?
I haven't even told Nat. But we're going to have one, Marshal.
Oh, I see.
Shall we go in now? And I'll be your partner for the next dance, if you like.
What? I'd be proud, Miss Timble. Real proud. Next morning early, Chester and I saddled up and rode out past the edge of town to the south. There we pulled off the trail into a clump of scrub cedar and waited. Beyond us lay the Canadian River, and across it broad Vegas of spring-fed meadow grass. As we watched, a buffalo, cow, and calf came to the river and drank. And then they suddenly moved off upstream and disappeared in the mesquite. And a moment later, 6 horsemen came out of the distance, riding hard for the river and for Tascosa.
I reckon that's them, Mr. Dillon.
You, don't have to do this, Chester.
I know it. Any objections to me using a rifle?
There are no rules in this game.
I'll feel a mite cozier behind the Winchester.
Eyes open, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Come on. All right, hold it, Gunter.
Oh! Who are you?
I'm a U.S. Marshal. My name's Matt Dillon.
Them's the fellows we thought was bums, Gunner, the other day at the Red Deer.
Yeah. Get off the trail, Marshal. You got no business with us.
Cut around and right back where you came from, Gutter. Mike Postel's staying in Tascosa.
Postel, eh? So you're in on this, too?
I've dealt myself in, Gutter. Now do as I say. And keep away from Tascosa from now on, or I'll get a posse and come after the bunch of you.
We don't need any lawmen down here, Marshal. Who's that?
It's Timble and Mike, Mr. Dillon.
How did they know we were out here?
Looks like we won't have to go into Tascosa, Marshal. We can settle this right here.
You were missing this morning, Marshal. I kind of figured we'd find you hereabouts.
You and Timble both ought to stay out of this. This is my trouble.
It's a little late for that now, Postel. Well, the odds are down, Gutter.
They sure are. I ain't facing all them. Come on, Gunter. We'll catch Postel later when there ain't such a crowd.
Here we are.
Not me. I'm going.
Shut up. Timble, you're responsible for this.
I'm proud of it, Gunter.
Get him and Postel, men. Get
Stop
them.
it, Gunter!
Should we go after them three?
No, let them go, Chester. They won't be back. Temple's been hit.
How is he, Marshal?
He got hit bad. Chester, go see if Gunter and those other two are really dead.
Yes, sir.
I told him not to come along. He wouldn't listen to me. Here, let me pick him up and get him back to town.
No, it's no use. He's done for, Postel.
Are you sure?
He was dead before he hit the ground.
We finished him, sir.
All three of them. It'd take more than three of them to be worth that Timble.
I'm sorry, Postel.
Done enough for me already. Why'd he have to come here? This was my fight, not his.
No, Postel, not the way he looked at it. You see, Timble himself went straight a couple of years back.
He did?
Yeah. I came down here carrying a warrant for his arrest.
You ain't gonna be able to take him in now, are you, Marshal?
No, I'm not.
You know, I'm kind of mixed up about you. Coming down here to arrest him and then meeting Gunter and them out here today.
I'm not important, Postel. Just you remember what kind of man Timble was.
I ain't likely to forget. I'll swear to that, Marshal.
Good. Look, you and Chester stay here. I'll send a wagon out from town. I'm going in to see Ms. Tyndall.
You'll be going back to Dodge now, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
I want to thank you for trying to stop it.
It's my job.
No, not quite. Well, I guess Mike'll have to run things now.
He's a good man. He'll make out fine.
Sure. Tell me one thing, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am.
I know you came here to arrest my husband.
I figured you did.
If this hadn't happened today, would you really have taken him back?
Miss Timble, I don't know. But I tell you one thing. If I had, it'd have been my last act as a lawman.
You mean you'd have quit after?
I'd have quit.
If you're around Tascosa again, Marshal, come and see us. Me and the baby.
I'd be proud to, ma'am. Real proud.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Tom Tully, with Harry Bartell, Paul Dubov, Helen Klebe, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tennessee and Virginia are the home states for CBS Radio's Saturday Night Country Style just a bit later tonight. That's where the rural rhythm's coming from, but it's going out all over the country on most of these same stations. This is George Walsh speaking, and remember, you'll find Western adventure and music with Gene Autry Sunday evenings on the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Crime, delinquency, threats of war. These are the subjects that dominate our news headlines these days. Not very pleasant subjects, are they? You may say that somebody ought to do something about cutting down on crime and delinquency and in promoting peace among nations, but that there's nothing you personally can do about it. That's where you're wrong. You can wage your own fight against crime and delinquency in your own family by taking the family to the church or synagogue of your faith this week. The spiritual contact will strengthen moral background and faith. Regular attendance at religious services will help your family to work out its own problems and give them comfort in facing the tensions of our present-day life. Worshipping together brings your family closer together, too. And supporting your own religious institution provides funds to help those individuals and families who, unlike you, are unable to help themselves. Find the strength for your life. Worship together this week.
Lower it easy, boys. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure uncertain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life. Amen.
I'll see if I can't help with the spading, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. I'm going to speak to Miss Henshaw. Miss Henshaw?
Marshal Dillon?
I just wanted to say, ma'am, if there's anything I can do,
You've done your duty, Marshal. You arrested the killer.
Yes, ma'am, I did. I was thinking more if you might be needing something.
I shall be all right.
I'm sure you will, Miss Henshaw, but if I can help you out any time.
You can't bring back my son.
No, ma'am, I can't bring back your son.
And you can't bring me any help. Don't worry about me, Marshal Dillon. I come from strong people.
You do them credit, ma'am.
We can bear things. In our way.
Lorenda, I want to talk to you.
I bid you good day, Marshal Dillon.
Lorenda, please, wait a minute. Lorenda,
Miss Meisner, I think I'd let her go.
I just wanted to tell her I'm sorry it was my son Jake that done it.
Well, there'll be a better time.
After you've hung my boy. You mean then?
You better let me see you home, Miss Meisner.
You think I ain't good enough to talk to Lorenda Henshaw because you took in my boy?
Shall we go?
I ain't going no place with the likes of you. Lorenda Henshaw ain't got no use for talking to me, and I ain't got no use for talking to you. You ain't forcing me neither.
No, ma'am, and I'm not about to try.
Folks and just sat on a chair straight. They wouldn't be forever twisting a leg off like this. As soon as I get it fixed, Doc will come in and lean back and rock and... Oh, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
I didn't figure you'd be back so soon.
Now, that doesn't take very long to turn a prisoner over to a sheriff.
Well, no, sir, I guess not.
Anything been going on here since I left?
Well, no, sir, nothing I couldn't handle. There was a little ruckus last night.
What was that?
That old man Merton got thinking it was the 4th of July. He started out to give a few speeches.
Well, a man can still speak his mind, Chester.
Yes, sir. It wasn't the speeches, Mr. Dillon. They were stirring and patriotic enough. But he got to snorting at this whiskey bottle between talks, and next thing you know, he seen the British coming right down Front Street.
Well, how about it, Chester? Was it the British?
No, sir. It was the Calhoun brothers and me.
Marshal Dillon?
Oh, come in, Miss Meisner.
I want to see you alone.
Well, now, I was just... Well, I mean, I expect I could go and see if there's any mail again.
Why don't you do that, Chester?
Well, I ain't wanted no more.
Fine, Chester. Why don't you sit down, Miss Meisner?
I can say what I come to say on my feet.
All right, ma'am.
You took my boy away yesterday.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You took him away to be hanged.
The law isn't easy, Miss Meisner.
Mr. Meisner and I lived here a long time before he died. We were law-abiding people.
I know that.
My Jake has always been a good boy. You know that yourself, Marshal Dillon, a good, God-fearing boy. He worked hard on that place we got, grubbing and digging to try to make things grow after his pa died. You've been out there a time or two. You've seen the boy working.
I've seen him. Jake was my friend, yes, ma'am.
And then he come to town, and in one crazy night, it's all different. They want to hang him.
Miss Meisner, your son killed a man.
It weren't Jake that done it, Marshal. It was the drink, the evil, tempting drink. And they was brawling. Everybody says they was brawling.
They were brawling, but Jake used his gun, ma'am, and he shot an unarmed man. Now, you know that, Miss Meisner, and you know the law, too.
The law ain't merciful, Marshal, and you wasn't merciful neither.
I did what I had to do. It wasn't easy, but I had to face it. You'd be better off if you'd face it, too, ma'am.
I'm here to face it.
I think you'd feel better if you went home. Maybe Doc can give you something to help.
There's only one thing that'll help.
What's that?
The life of my boy.
I can't give you that, Miss Meisner.
Then I'll take yours.
You don't mean that.
Yes, I do, Marshal Dillon. I ain't given to saying things I don't mean.
Then you better do some more thinking, ma'am. Killing me or trying to is not going to solve anything for you.
I've done my thinking. I know it won't help Jake. It won't even help me. But I got to do something. And if you let him hang next Thursday, I'll kill you. That's all I know.
You need help, Miss Meisner, but this isn't...
I ain't looking for help. I'm looking for an end to this. So you be thinking about it, Marshal. You be thinking good.
I'm thinking more about you, ma'am.
Don't worry none about that. I ain't been partial to firearms, but I've had to kill in my day. I can shoot, Marshal.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure you can shoot.
And you be remembering, if I lose my boy next Thursday, I'll be back to end it.
I'll be here, Miss Meisner, because I want to end it, too.
Well, the conventions have come and gone. Is it all over but the voting? Hardly. In the next month till November, we're in for some hard campaigning. Details, of course, from CBS News. And your candidate, whoever he may be, is in for tough sledding before he gets into office, if at all. Your responsibility to your candidate is, of course, to give him your vote. Your voice will help, too. And there's something else that helps put across a campaign. It's money. The best candidate in the world can't get into office without incurring expenses. If you believe in your man enough to vote for him, believe in him enough to get out and work for him, then put some money on the line, too. There's the real test of your interest. We haven't covered the subject of whom to vote for, whom to support, whom to help with a contribution. That's strictly your own business. But if the people who like the other man dig in for him and you don't do likewise for your man, well, that could be the difference right there. So think it over and make sure you vote.
It just doesn't make sense, Matt.
It's not supposed to.
But Hattie Meisner, of all people, well, she's one of the steadiest, kindest women who ever lived around here.
Yeah, I know it, Kitty, but this thing has thrown her completely off balance.
It must have. Hattie's always been the first one to come when anybody needed help. First one to take in the visiting pastors. The first one to... Well, I just can't believe it.
I wish you didn't have to.
What are you going to do, Matt?
There's not much you can do.
I don't suppose there's any hope for the boy.
No, it's an open and shut case, Kitty. His mother doesn't know it, and I'm not going to tell her, but he lost his wild temper in brawls a couple of times before. There wasn't anything else the judge could do.
Seems awful hard.
Yeah. It was hard on the hen show boy, too.
Of course it was. Do you really expect Hattie to come after you with a gun?
And I expect she's a woman of her word.
And you'll have to handle it.
Yeah. You got any suggestions?
Well,
I could shoot her down like an outlaw when I see her coming.
Now, Matt.
Or I could let her shoot me.
You got to think of something.
Or I could leave town.
Oh, you got to get serious, Matt.
I am serious, Kitty. I don't know what to do. She's a good woman, but right now she's dangerous, and I got to protect her. I just as soon protect myself at the same time.
Matt.
Yeah?
Have you talked to Doc?
About this? No.
It might help. He knows Hattie real well. He might be able to talk to her.
I've heard she's not in a talking mood.
It can't hurt to try.
No, I guess not. Can't hurt to try.
Come on, get up. Get up there. Get away, dog. Hurry up. Come on. Hurry up.
Hey, Doc, hold up.
Oh, there. What's the matter, Matt? You arresting me for something?
I probably should. At the rate you were driving that buggy through town, you're a menace to life and property.
You're getting old, Matt.
Maybe. Are you heading for the stable?
Until you stopped me, I was.
I'll ride along with you. I want to talk to you.
So climb in.
Yeah.
Get up. What's on your mind, Matt?
Hattie Meisner.
That's a sad thing, all right, but I wouldn't worry too much, Matt. She'll come through it all right. She's a strong woman.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's too strong.
What do you mean?
She says if Jake hangs, he's going to kill me.
Oh, come now, man.
No, it's the truth, Doc. She knows he's guilty. She knows she's wrong, but she has to get it out of her system.
That sounds like hysteria, but Hattie isn't a hysterical type of woman. I've treated her through all kinds of sickness and trouble.
Yeah. Well, I thought maybe you'd go out and talk to her.
Oh, she's got you buffaloed, has she?
Yeah, she's got me buffaloed, Doc. Now, do you want me to shoot her and knock her down and get the gun or lock her up? Which?
No, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Matt. I shouldn't have taken it lightly. Yeah, well, I'll talk to her. I'm not sure it'll do any good, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks, Doc. You want me to come along?
No, Matt. I think I'd better try this alone.
Chester, kind of early for you, isn't it?
Where's Miss Kitty? I got to see Miss Kitty.
She was here a minute ago. There she is, Chester, looking at that pair of chairs that broke up last night.
Thank you kindly. Miss Kitty? Miss Kitty.
Well, hello, Chester. What brings you?
Miss Kitty, you've got to do something.
Oh, all right, Chester. What do you have in mind?
It's about that woman and Mr. Dillon.
Well, no, I don't know about doing anything about Matt and the woman, Chester.
Miss Kitty, I ain't funning. It's that Miss Meisner I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, Chester, go ahead. Tell me about her.
Well, Doc went to see her to see if he couldn't talk some sense into her and all, and he just didn't get nowhere.
She's still determined, is she?
Yes, Miss Kitty, she is. She says she's going to walk right up and shoot Mr. Dillon after her boy is hung.
Oh, it's a shame.
It's more than a shame. Mr. Dillon's just going to sit there and let her walk in and do it, too. He ain't so much as cleaned his gun about it.
Well, it isn't that simple, Chester. She's a good woman.
Well, my goodness, I know it ain't simple. But there must be something somebody can do. We can't all sit around and let her kill him just 'cause she's a good woman.
No, we can't.
You got to think of something, Miss Kitty.
Now, Chester, you know I want to help.
Wanting just ain't enough no more. If somebody don't do something, we're going to be in an awful fix.
Now, Chester, calm down.
I ain't going to calm down, Miss Kitty, till somebody does something about this.
All right, Chester, all right. I'll think of something. Though I swear I don't know what it'll be. Mrs. Henshaw? Mrs. Henshaw?
You wish to see me?
Yes, Mrs. Henshaw, I did.
Do I know you?
I'm Kitty Russell.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to come in for a minute.
Very well, then. Come in.
Thank you.
In here. Sit down, Miss Russell, on the sofa.
Thank you.
Now, what did you wish to see me about?
Mrs. Henshaw, I'm a great one for minding my own business.
Commendable attitude.
Well, something terrible may be going to happen, Mrs. Henshaw. I think there's a chance you can stop it.
Me? In what way?
It's about Mrs. Meisner.
Miss Russell, that name is not heard kindly in this house.
I can understand that, Mrs. Henshaw, but
I'm really not interested in anything you might have to say on the subject.
I know the loss of your boy was a bitter thing, Mrs. Henshaw, but there's no need to add more trouble to it.
It was none of my doing, Miss Russell.
Of course it wasn't, but now you can help. Mrs. Meisner says she's going to shoot Matt Dillon.
I assume the marshal can take care of himself.
Well, of course Matt can take care of himself, but he doesn't want to have to hurt Mrs. Meisner. And if you would just talk to her, maybe you could make us
I
see...
have nothing to say to Hattie Meisner. Now or ever.
Mrs. Henshaw, what's done is done. She's going to lose her boy, too. There's no need for more suffering.
Miss Russell, I can understand your concern for the marshal. I understand he's a particular friend of yours.
Matt is a good friend.
But it is no concern of mine. He has a job to do. I see no reason to interfere with it.
Mrs. Henshaw...
I'll show you to the door.
I can find it.
I will show you to the door.
Yes, of course. Do it properly, Mrs. Henshaw. Do it all properly. But don't show a little kindness to another woman in trouble.
Good day, Miss Russell.
I'm not so sure, Mrs. Henshaw.
Hi, this is Dennis James. Say, remember way back when this melody was popular? There's something very special about a long-time favorite, isn't there? Well, folks feel the same way about one of Kellogg's favorites, Kellogg's All Brand. Going on 41 years now, it's been America's most popular good food way to fight irregularity from lack of bulk. Because it's whole brand, Kellogg's All Brand gentles away irregularity safely and reliably. And because it's deep toasted for extra crispness, it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. That's ALL-BRAN. Kellogg's All Brand.
All I can say is we're all wasting our money tonight.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I should have said everybody but you, Chester. You're the only one who's eaten with any enjoyment.
Chester can always eat, Doc.
Well, that's what a body's supposed to do. You should know that, Doc.
He knows it, Chester. He just can't put the idea across, even to himself.
Well, I'm frank to admit I'll have more appetite tomorrow night. If everything comes out all right.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, you're positive nothing can interfere with the hanging.
Nothing. Nothing but a miracle.
And you expect that Miss Meisner to come walking in, toting a gun?
That's what she says.
I never heard of two women that were so stubborn about being talked to.
Yeah, they're both a little crazed by the grief of losing their sons, and they're reacting in different ways.
Well, I could see that, but you'd think somebody could get through to at least one of them.
It's a difficult case.
Yeah, well, tell you what, why don't we leave it alone till tomorrow, huh?
Till tomorrow? But, Mr. Dillon, tomorrow will be too late.
Yes, Matt. If you're going to think of anything, you better think of it tonight.
Well, what do you want me to do, Doc? Leave town?
That might not be a bad idea.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Kitty, I'd have to come back someday, wouldn't
Well, by that time, Hattie might have cooled off. Isn't that right, Doc?
No, I don't think so. This thing is likely to stay with her until it gets out of her system some way. It'll take some kind of a trigger to let loose of her emotions.
I hope it isn't a real trigger.
Well, it's just a terrible, terrible thing. That's what it is.
All right, let's talk about something else.
Well, but maybe if we keep on studying and figuring...
Yeah. Let's everybody think.
I said let's talk about something else. Huh?
But, Matt, maybe if we get an idea...
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now, do you get that idea?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I declare. It's her, Mr. Dillon. Miss Meisner's driving up in her buggy.
Huh? Oh, all right, Chester. You go on out back like I told you.
Now, are you sure, Mr. Dillon, that you don't want me to stay?
I'm sure. Go on now. I don't want her walking in here feeling she's surrounded. Now, go on. Get out.
Oh. All right.
Marshal?
Come in, Miss Meisner.
I come. Like I said.
Oh. I think we could talk a little better if you'd put the gun
Ain't
down.
no need for talking. They hung my boy this morning.
Yes, ma'am. You can let him lie in peace.
There ain't no peace for me, Marshal Dillon.
I'd help you if I could, ma'am. I'd help Jake if I could.
There ain't no helping. For me or for you.
You're a good woman, Miss Meisner. You don't want a shooting on your conscience.
My conscience tells me to kill the man that took my boy.
I'm not going to let you kill me, ma'am.
You ain't stopping me.
I don't want to hurt you, but you put the gun down, Miss Meisner.
Stay where you are, Marshal Dillon.
I said put the gun down.
I swear I'll...
Hattie!
Hattie, let it go. Let the gun go. It's no answer. Let me take it.
All right, let me have it. I got it, Miss Henshaw.
You got no right, Loretta Henshaw. You got no right. I wasn't even good enough for you to talk to at the burying.
I was wrong, Hattie. I'm sorry.
Being sorry ain't bringing my boy back.
No. Not bringing my boy back either. But neither is being bitter, Hattie. Neither is being bitter.
You ain't no one to talk.
Maybe not. But I spent the night long on my knees about it. It's going to be hard, Hattie, without our boys. I've had hate in my heart, too.
Miranda.
But I learned in the praying that the only way to feel close to my dead son is to feel love. Love for him and love for the world. Without it, he fades away.
My Jake fades away, too. That's what I can't rightly bear. He fades away.
Then give him a chance to stay near Hattie. Let the hate out of your heart. Let him in.
I ain't been one to hate. I just didn't know nothing else to do.
That's right, Hattie. Cry.
I ain't letting myself shed no tears.
Let him come. Let him cool your grief.
Marshal, I'm sorry, Marshal. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Miss Meisner.
I'll take her home with me, Marshal Dillon.
Thank you, Miss Henshaw.
She'll be all right now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure she will.
And I'll be all right, too.
There's a man with a beard named Mitch Miller. No, not the beard, the man. There's also a man with a show named Mitch Miller. Yes, the show and the man, the same man with the beard. The same man knows all those fabulous gals and guys from the sparkling world of show business. Mitch holds open house for them and you Sunday nights on CBS Radio. That's the Mitch Miller Show, beard and all. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates and Virginia Christine. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is Bill Conrad. All of the Gunsmoke cast want to extend their congratulations to KNX Radio in Los Angeles for the observance of its 40th anniversary this week. Founded in 1920, KNX has been an important part of the CBS radio network since 1937. And important to us on Gunsmoke, too. For we broadcast our program from the CBS KNX studios in Hollywood. Again, congratulations from all of us.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. WBT Charlotte.
Out in your car, CBS Radio rolls along with you. There's more to hear. Only CBS brings you these stars.
Gary Moore and Art Linkletter, Godfrey and Bing.
Lolo Thomas, and we promise Rosie Clooney'll sing. Out in your car, roll along with the stars you can only get on CBS. CBS Radio, CBS Radio, CBS Radio, CBS Radio.
You'll hear all those stars plus many more on CBS and WBT Radio tomorrow morning. Tonight, stay tuned next for the CBS News, followed by the Kingston Trio. At 7:10, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, makes a hurried trip to Philadelphia in a desperate effort to save a longtime friend from being accused of arson. Suspense brings you another thrilling and spine-chilling story at 7:35, and Mitch Miller introduces you to some fascinating guests at 8:05.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The first time I saw Lena wave, I should have resigned my job and gone to Texas on the fastest horse I could find. Handling a man is one thing, but trying to handle a woman is another. Especially when she weighs some 200 pounds and is muscled like a mule and twice as ornery. Lena came to Dodge on a great draft horse with dark circles around its eyes. And she was leading an old jack mule that carried her boyfriend, Emmett Fitzgerald. And Emmett was a tired, pigeon-breasted little fellow with a green look in his face. They weren't a very handsome pair, but we were mightily impressed by them the day they rode up Front Street.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, that woman must wear leather underwear.
I don't know why she's leading his mule. The man doesn't look stout enough to run away if he wanted to.
My, I'd sure hate to have her on my tail. Well, she's wearing a 6-gun and built like a buffalo.
Well, she sure isn't the gentlest looking woman I ever saw.
Oh, that poor little man, Mr. Dillon. He somehow gives me the feeling he's being carried around in a bird cage.
Now, quiet, Chester. They'll hear you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I never thought we'd make it, Lena.
You mean you never thought you'd make it? Get off that mule.
Sure, Lena. Here. I'll help you tie him up, Lena.
Ow! You stepped on my foot.
I'm sorry. Lena.
That'll learn you to be a gentleman. You up there. Stop that. Who you laughing at?
Why,
Nobody, ma'am.
That's good. 'Cause if I got the notion you was laughing at me or my man, I'd open you up.
Oh, no. Oh, mine, no. No, it was just something funny I heard the other day from a fella.
What?
What?
What'd you hear that was so funny?
Well, I was sitting there and he come around the end
Think hard, mister.
You remember, Mr. Dillon, you tell her, please.
Dillon? Why, you must be the marshal here.
Oh, that's right, ma'am.
Well, now, Marshal, I'm proud to know you. My name's Lena Wave. Shake!
Well, how do you do?
Over here, Emmett.
Sure, Lena.
Marshal, it's yours, Emmett Fitzgerald.
Emmett?
Glad to know you, Marshal.
Emmett's a gambling man.
Oh, is that so?
I want you to know he's honest, Marshal. Ain't you, Emmett?
Sure, Lena.
Say it.
I'm honest.
I only caught him cheating once, Marshal. Ain't that right, Emmett?
I was in bed 2 weeks. She liked to kill me.
Well, I'm glad to know that. About your being honest, I mean.
Emmett'll be running a game tonight. Right over there's as good a place as any. The Texas Trail.
Sure.
Glad to have you sit in, Marshal. And you can come, too, if you watch your manners.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Emmett, I'd better feed you so you can get enough strength back to nail them cards. Come on.
Sure, Lena.
Chester's been in that game over there for 2 hours, Matt. He must be losing.
Well, he usually does, Kitty.
How anybody could concentrate with Lena hulking around, I don't know.
She does keep an eye on things, doesn't she?
You know, Matt, I feel kind of sorry for her.
Oh, she can take care of herself.
Oh, it isn't that. It's being so big and not very pretty. After all, she is a woman.
That's not too easy to tell, Kitty.
You think she's in love with Emmett?
Well, now, Kitty, I tell you, I haven't worked that out yet. I'm sure been studying on it, though.
Matt. Every woman needs a man of some kind.
She's got one.
Yeah. I feel sorry for him, too.
Oh, Lena will take care of him.
I know. But I'll bet he'd like to take care of Lena just once. After all, he's human.
I tell you, that is not my hand. I had 3 aces. You accuse Emmett of cheating, and I'll shoot you dead.
Excuse me, Kitty. I better go fish Chester out of that.
That Emmett was dealing, wasn't he?
I'll blow a hole in you, mister. Right now.
All right, hold it, Lena.
She's about to shoot me, Mr. Dillon.
You bet I am.
Lena, I don't know what it's like where you came from, but you shoot anybody around here and you're going to go to jail.
You'd put a woman in jail?
For shooting, I would.
For fighting?
What?
This is what?
When I hear he can put me in jail for that, too, now. Now, here.
The game's closed, gentlemen, for half an hour. I need some beer, Emmett. Come on.
Sure, Lena.
I don't care what this thing. Getting like that, it ain't fair.
Here, Chester. Let me help you out. Come on. There. Well, are you all right?
Why didn't you stop her, Mr. Dillon? She might have killed me.
Well, I don't know, Chester. I never fought with a woman.
Well, I have, and I don't want no more of it.
You can't hit her. What can you do with her?
Leave her alone. That's what I'm going to do.
You know, Chester, Lena could get to be quite a problem.
Well, she ain't going to be my problem. I'm getting out of here.
Good morning, Matt.
Oh, hello, Doc. Hey, you gonna have some breakfast?
Oh, yeah.
No, I've already eaten. We'll have some coffee, though.
Oh, good.
They had me up real early this morning.
No? Who did?
A couple of men Lena Wave got mad at.
Huh?
She used a bottle on them.
Oh, were they hurt bad?
Oh, she bloodied them up some. It wasn't real serious, though. All they did was try to protect themselves. After all, what man's going to fight a woman?
Yeah, that's true. But one of these days, some drunk's not going to realize she is a woman, and he'll shoot her.
The one that hasn't happened already. Oh, say, I hear Chester caught it all right when he accused Emmett of trying to cheat him.
Well, he found out later that wasn't true, Doc. The other boys were just playing a joke on him. They switched his cards while he was under the table looking for some chips that he'd dropped.
If you ask me, a man that'll leave his hand while he crawls around on the floor deserves anything that happens to him.
Well, just about everything did.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, here he is. He'll tell you.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, say, you better come too, Doc. Huh?
What's the trouble, Chester?
Lena Wave, she just shot a man over at the Dodge House.
What?
Oh, say, we better get... Is the man dead, Chester? He sure is, Doc.
Where's Lena?
She's still there. Claims it was self-defense.
Did you see it?
Yes, sir. I was right there. Lena was getting her room key at the desk, and this buffalo hunter come in and grabbed her. Well, he was pretty drunk. Drunk? At this hour of the morning he was drunk? Well, I guess he'd been up all night, Doc. Anyhow, he tried to kiss her.
He must have been drunk.
He got her gun hand behind her back, and then he pushed her up against the desk. Oh, she was swearing at him something terrible.
Well, how did she shoot him, Chester?
Well, sir, she just ooched around and squirmed herself along the desk till she'd rubbed her 6-gun around on the other side. Then she just pulled it out with her free hand and shot him in the belly. She did? Oh, my, she's quite a woman, ain't she? She sure is. She's waiting with Emmett right inside here, Mr. Dillon. Everybody else took cover. They're scared to death of her.
What are you here for, Doc?
Eh?
You can't do him no good.
Well, I just come to take a look at him. Let's see. Oh, yes, he looks dead, all right.
He's dead.
Why did you kill him, Lena?
Well, I had to protect myself, Marshal. Nobody else would, including Emmett here.
I figured you'd take care of him yourself, Lena. You always do.
Sure. But if you was a man, you'd do it for me.
Now, Lena, look how big he is.
He ain't very big anymore. All it takes is a gun, Emmett.
Sure, Lena.
There are too many people carrying guns around here already. I'm going to take yours, Lena.
What for? I killed him in self-defense.
He wasn't even armed, except for that Bowie knife.
You're forgetting something, Marshal.
What?
I'm a woman.
So?
So? You mean to tell me a woman ain't got the right to protect her virtue in this town? What do you men come to, anyway?
Well, yes, she's got a point there.
Ain't no judge in the world that wouldn't call it self-defense.
No, you're right, Lena. I keep forgetting.
You know I'm right. Emmett, we ain't had breakfast yet, and I'm hungry. Come on.
Sure, Lena.
You know, I've been thinking, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what about, Chester?
Well, old Lena could have let that fella kiss her this morning. Just a little peck, anyway. Then she wouldn't have had to shoot him.
Yeah, she could have. But she didn't.
I declare. She's enough to curdle cream.
Well, I hope everybody leaves her alone from now on.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
I'm Nate Bannister.
Well, I'm glad to know you.
You won't be, if what I hear is true.
Oh?
Jim Henry was my friend, Marshal.
Is that so?
Nobody's going to shoot a friend of mine and get by with it. Not even a woman.
He was drunk, Nate, and he was treating her bad.
And it's no call to kill him.
In this country, a woman's free to protect herself any way she can.
Yeah. That's what everybody I've talked to say.
Well?
Don't sit with me. You gonna arrest her?
No.
Okay, then.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Where you going?
I'm Marshal. I'm going to kill me a woman.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night on CBS Radio's Suspense, hear Jeff Chandler in Death at Skrikerud Pond. It's an exciting trial in which a young man faces death because of his decisions made as a member of a World War II underground. It's a fascinating study in suspense, and it's yours to hear this Monday night over most of these same stations at the Star's address. Monday, Suspense. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
Nate Bannister was obviously a buffalo hunter, same as his friend who had been shot that morning. He was a huge man with a heavy black beard and eyebrows so thick it was hard to tell if he was looking at you or not. I watched him as he stood in the doorway, having just said that he was going to kill Lena Wave. And I realized that a man that primitive was capable of doing anything, even shooting a woman. And I wasn't sure how to stop it, unless I shot him first.
The way I was brought up, Marshal, that's what friends is for. If somebody kill you, then they gotta kill them.
You do any killing around here, Nate, and you'll be tried for it.
Maybe. If you catch me.
I'll catch you.
Why you gotta protect women, Marshal? Just 'cause they're so weak and puny?
Is that Nate Bannister?
Huh?
You heard me.
Why, yes, ma'am. I'm Nate Bannister.
Well, they didn't tell me you was so big.
Who didn't tell you? How'd you know my name?
You've been spreading it around that if the marshal don't arrest me, you'll shoot me. That true?
Are you Lena Wade?
I am. And if there's gonna be any shooting, I want in on it.
Now, wait a minute, Lena.
I ain't gonna get bushwhacked by no dirty buffalo hunter, Marshal.
Bushwhack? I wouldn't do that to nobody. Especially a lady.
Lady?
Yes, ma'am.
He called me a lady, Marshal.
Well, you are, ain't you?
Of course I am.
Yeah, what's the matter with calling you one?
Nothing. I kinda like it.
Just 'cause you ain't pale and skinny like an ordinary woman.
No. Of course I ain't.
Why, I never seen a woman like you nowhere. You're kinda admirable.
Listen to him, Marshal. Ain't he a one?
Oh, I mean it. I sure do.
Oh.
I sure do.
No, you don't. I'm too big.
Too big? Why, you want to be like all them little scrawny women? They can't do nothing. They're no good.
They ain't?
Oh, no. A real man needs someone, better than that.
He does?
Of course he does.
Like me?
Yeah. Like you.
What?
What?
You was gonna shoot me a minute ago.
Oh, no. I didn't mean nothing by that. Hey, come on. I'll buy you beer. We'll talk about it.
Well, okay. So long, Marshal.
Yeah. Don't you worry about nothing, Marshal.
Chester!
Yes, sir.
That jug of corn whiskey's still out back.
Yes, sir. It was last time I looked.
Go and get it.
Those two make quite a couple, Matt. Look at them. They've been sitting there most all day.
Yeah, a pretty shaggy pair of lovebirds, if you ask me. How's Emmett taking all this?
Well, he didn't find him till a couple of hours ago.
No, what happened? Oh, where is he?
Nate ran him off. He probably had done more, but Lena wouldn't let him. You know, Matt, I think underneath she's real fond of that little Emmett.
Yeah? And she got a strange way of showing it.
Women do sometimes.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as she keeps out of trouble.
She leads quite a life, doesn't she? Shoots a man in the morning and falls for his best friend in the afternoon.
She might have shot both of them if Nate hadn't started sweet-talking her.
Well, he made her feel like a woman, that's what.
Oh, sure.
Nothing wrong with that, is there?
It probably saved his life.
All right, mister. You get away from
Look,
her.
Matt, it's Emmett.
Yeah.
You heard me.
I thought you'd gone home.
I ain't going home. Not without Lena, I ain't.
Yes, you are. Lena and me is going to get married.
I didn't say that.
I ain't had time to tell you.
I'm warning you, mister.
Excuse me, Kitty, I better stop this.
Look, fella, I'm going to kiss her. Watch.
No.
Hold it, Emmett! Oh! All right, Emmett. Give me that derringer.
Sure, Marshal.
Chester,
Yes, sir. Here I am, Mr. Dillon.
get Nate's gun before he comes to.
All right, sir. I'll get it.
All right, then take him over to Doc's, huh? He doesn't look too bad hurt.
No, sir. He ain't. I'll take care of him.
Emmett, you shot him.
I know.
You shot him. Over me.
Well, he was stealing you, Lena.
And you went and shot him.
I was kind of ashamed this morning when that other fella tried to kiss you.
You're a man after all, Emmett.
I couldn't stand losing you, Lena.
Oh, I didn't care nothing about him.
You didn't?
No. I was just tired of not being treated like a woman. He called me a lady and kind of lost my head. That's all.
Well, Emmett kind of lost his head, too, Lena. All right, Emmett, come on. You're going to jail.
No, Marshal, please.
Come on, get going, Emmett.
All right. My husband goes to jail. So do I.
Your husband?
Of course. We've been married 10 years, Marshal.
I always knew it wasn't a mistake.
Well, he's still going to jail.
Please, Marshal, don't take him.
Of course I'll take him. He just shot a man, didn't he?
He was only protecting his lawful wedded wife. You gotta let me go with him. Well, I can't leave him now. I've been waiting 10 years for him to treat me like a woman. Oh, please, Marshal.
Look, Lena, there's been nothing but trouble since you hit Dodge.
Please, Marshal.
When Nate gets patched up, he'll be gunning for Emmett here.
Emmett'll kill him next time.
All right, Lena. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. Get out of Dodge, both of you. Right now.
You mean it?
If you hurry.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Let's go, Emmett.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Take my arm.
All right.
Now, Lena. Come on.
Sure, Emmett. Sure.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg with Vic Perrin and John Daner. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Mr. and Mrs. North of CBS Radio get into an arty crowd, an artful crowd, too, when mixed paints and mixed emotions make murder. Here a collector's item, Ham and Jerry's latest thriller, leading them a merry chase mid works of art before they nab their killer. It's on most of these same stations Tuesday night. On the same evening, you have a date for thrills with John Lund as yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Don't forget. George Walsh speaking. Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks teaches you how to laugh, Sundays on the CBS Radio Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Conrad.
Good evening. Tonight is a special night for us here in the studio, for it's with this show that we start our 8th year of the Gunsmoke series. This means that for nearly 400 weeks, Matt, Chester, Doc, Kitty, and all the other citizens of Dodge have been occasional visitors in your homes. All of us connected with Gunsmoke want you to know how much we appreciate your interest, your loyalty, and we sincerely hope that you'll continue to be with us each week in the future. And now, Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
This is Frank Knight speaking for the world's most honored watch, Longines. When the West was being won, Longines was there. Old records show sales of Longines watches in the silver mining towns of Colorado and Nevada, the gold mining areas of California. A fine gold watch, preferably a Longines, was one of the first luxuries purchased by a lucky prospector, for then as now, the name Longines identified the world's most honored watch. Longines watches won their first World's Fair Grand Prize in 1878, won grand prizes in Paris, Brussels, Philadelphia, and at many other places. Right now, Longines watches are winning comparable successes in the accuracy competitions in European national observatories. Today, you needn't make a gold strike to own a Longines. Many beautiful models for ladies and gentlemen are priced as low as $75. Here's a suggestion. For Mother on Mother's Day, why not the Longines watch? Your authorized Longines Whitney jeweler will be honored to serve you.
Maisie! Maisie!
I'm coming.
I told you to wake me at sunup.
I know, but you were sleeping so sound.
I got me a long ride. Now get me some food.
It's all ready. Potatoes and side meat. Coffee's on the stove. Vince.
I'll want some grub to take with me.
It's ready, but...
And some water. You fill up them canteens.
Vince, you listen to me.
I ain't got time for talking. Pour the coffee.
It ain't no good, Vince, you riding off like this. There.
I'm going to get that marshal.
It won't do no good. You can't bring Billy back. He's dead, Vince. Let him rest.
He's dead, all right. Hung by the neck until dead. Turned in by that marshal in Dodge.
It ain't ever gonna set easy, your brother dying that way, but you can't change it. More shooting ain't gonna change it.
I promised him. I promised him the night before. All the way riding back yesterday, I could hear him. Get me that marshal, Vince. Get him for me. I'm going to do it.
You ain't gonna win by no gun battle.
I've got me a plan. I'm going to fix it.
There ain't no way to fix things with guns. You shoot him, you'll hang.
He's going to make me kill him.
You ain't talking sense.
Oh, yes, I am. He's going to make me kill him. He's going to draw first. He's going to arrange it all himself. When he does, I'll get him.
Oh, Vince.
And that's the way it's going to be, Maisie, pure and simple. Don't you fret none. I'll get him, and I'll ride out scot-free. Come on now. Pack me that grub. It's a long ride to Dodge. You the marshal?
Yeah, that's right, Matt Dillon. What can I do for you?
Well, now, Marshal, I was kind of figuring that maybe I could do something for you.
Oh, is that so? Now, what's your name?
Vince Wiley.
I'm glad to know you, Wiley. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about settling near here. Buying me a ranch, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. How do I come into it?
Well, I'll tell you right out. I was thinking that maybe you could use my help.
Oh? How's that?
Well, now, Dodge is a hard-living town, ain't it?
Yeah, it can be.
Must run a lawman ragged, keeping the peace.
I manage.
Sure you do, Marshal. Of course you do, but it seems to me there ain't no man living can't use some help.
I got help.
Yes, I know. I've heard about Chester. But I figured you could use somebody who could really handle the job. I'm mighty good with a gun, Marshal.
You're anxious to use it, is that it?
No, it ain't nothing like that. It's just that I got a real deep interest in the marshals.
Well, I'll tell you something, Mr. Wiley. I'll remember what you've said. And if the time ever does come when I need your help, I'll ask you for it, huh?
That's just fine, Marshal Dillon. In the meantime, though, you just remember I'll be ready to help keep the peace any time.
Well, don't you go to any extra trouble.
Well, it wouldn't be no trouble. I'll just be around, ready to step in any time there's any ruckus. You remember that, huh?
Uh-huh. All right. Mr. Wiley, I got something I want you to remember, too.
Oh? What's that, Marshal?
Keeping the peace is my job, not yours.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair.
Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately?
I ain't gonna wait much longer, Tooey. Just hand over my money.
You're talking too big, Rod. I ain't so sure it is your money.
You saw the cards.
And I seen the way they come off the deck.
You ain't calling it a crooked deal now, are you?
And I ain't handing over no money, neither.
You'll hand it over right now.
I got a gun, Rudd. It says you better put that knife down.
I got a gun that says you both better stand steady.
Mind your own business, mister.
Keeping order is my business. Drop that knife.
You ain't...
Drop it. Now, put the gun on the table.
I don't know who you are, mister, but I don't give my gun to no stranger.
Put it down. It's better. I'm going to turn these things in at the marshal's office. You can pick them up when you're ready to leave.
All right, what's the trouble here?
Oh, Marshal, I was just coming up to your office. I got a gun and a knife for you.
What happened?
Marshal, there was going to be bloodshed, sure. One man there drew a knife, the other one drew a gun.
So you stepped in and disarmed him, huh?
Why, sure. You wouldn't have wanted me to just stand there looking on, would you?
Marshal, how about getting my knife back?
I guess I better keep it, Rudd, until you're ready to leave. I'll keep your gun, too, Tooey.
All right, Marshal.
I'm glad you see it my way, Marshal.
Yeah. All right, you two men, get out of here and cool off. Go on.
Sit down, Matt.
Thanks, Kitty.
Well, you got here too late for the excitement.
Yeah, so I see.
That Vince Wiley sure handled the situation in a hurry. Stopped the fight before it got started.
Uh-huh.
Saved a lot of wear and tear on the furnishings. You know, it's nice to have somebody do something. No broken bottles, no smashed chairs. He stopped it without even busting any heads.
Are you telling me that things do get busted when I stop a fight, Kitty?
Well, no, Matt. It isn't that. I guess it's just that, well, you can't spend all your time here waiting for trouble.
No, I sure can't.
Well, wouldn't it be kind of nice to have a fellow like Wiley around just in case?
Yeah, maybe so, Kitty. Maybe so.
Well, I don't know what you're so ouchy about. I should think you'd be grateful to him.
Seems to me that you're grateful enough for both of them. Oh, here he comes. Why don't you tell him about it?
I will. Mr. Wiley?
Ma'am?
The house would be glad to buy you a drink. You saved us a lot of damage stepping in the way you did.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Sit down, Mr. Wiley.
Thank you.
I was just telling the marshal
Well, excuse me.
Oh, Matt? Don't you want a drink?
No, thank you, Kitty. I gotta get back to the office. I'll see you later.
All right.
I'm sorry you won't stay, Marshal.
You'll manage.
You know, Miss Kitty, I think the Marshal's kind of put out with me.
Oh, well, he's got a lot on his mind.
No, ma'am. No, I think it's just that he don't appreciate me. But he will. I aim to see that he does.
Hello, Matt.
Huh? Hello, Doc. Yeah, I guess I just closed my eyes for a minute there. Well, why don't you sit down?
Yeah, well, I don't mind if I do. You know, Matt, it's too bad you aren't a patient of mine.
Well, not for me, it isn't.
I prescribe rest and sunshine for a lot of my patients, but I never saw anybody who takes to it as easily as you do.
Oh, that's a pretty old joke, Doc. Aren't you getting a little tired of dragging it out all the time?
Well, now, Matt, your sitting here in the sun isn't exactly new either. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to find you doing it these days, though.
Oh? Just what does that mean?
Why, the way that young fella's keeping himself busy doing your job, I wouldn't think that you'd want to get caught just sitting around.
Wiley, you mean?
Of course, Wiley. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Matt, well, you're the only one in town who doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's been mighty busy. He stopped a street fight this morning. He sent a couple of drunks packing yesterday, and... Matt.
Yeah, Doc?
What do you think he's up to?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, he's not doing your reputation any good. That's one thing.
Maybe that's what he's after, Doc.
It could be. Oh. Looks like there's trouble over there that you might have to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what Dobie and Chester could be so head up over.
Well, we'll find out if they don't start fighting before they get here.
Just go right on over there, Mr. Dobie. You're just plain apple-headed. Well, I know what I see, Chester. Well, ain't nothing to it at all. That fella ain't done nothing to amount to nothing since he come to town.
What's the trouble, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dobie here says you got a new deputy. And he's doing a fine job, Marshal. But he ain't no deputy, is he, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, he isn't.
Well, if he ain't, he ought to be. He sure is keeping the peace in this town like it's never been kept before. Why, he ain't doing nothing at all. That wily fella steps into a fight now and then, don't amount to nothing. He stops things before they get a chance to start. That's what we need around here. A firm hand. A firm hand. Why, that Wiley ain't nothing but a busybody. Just this morning he run old Newt Price out of town.
Newt?
Yes, sir. And everybody knows old Newt never done nothing to hurt nobody in his whole life. He was drunk. Well, forevermore, what if he was?
All right, never mind, Chester.
But Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dobie and the folks is talking like this Wiley fellow's doing a better job than you are.
I said never mind, Chester.
Well... all right. And I tell you, Marshal, you ought to give some thought to this man Wiley. He's protecting property in this town for a change.
I'm giving him some thought.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Good day, Marshal. Prune-faced old gossipy... Why, Mr. Dillon, ever since that...
Let it go, Chester.
That Wiley fella ain't done nothing but put on a big show, picking on drunks.
Well, he seems to have a lot of people talking about it.
Yes, sir, he sure does. And I just can't figure out, though, why he'd want to put on an act like this.
I can't either, Chester. But I'm sure going to find out.
Now here's a lilting little tune sung by a group that really knows how to keep you looking your best dressed best.
There's a difference, see the difference with Stay New.
Stay New, S-T-A-N-U, the quality finishing, offered only by quality dry cleaners from coast to coast. Stay New costs nothing extra, restores the like-new look to all your clothes, makes them soil and wrinkle resistant, brings back original store-fresh texture, sparkling color, and cashmere-like feel. Stay New dry cleaners are listed in the yellow pages under the Stay New trademark. Why don't you send your next dry cleaning order to your nearest Stay New dry cleaners? All dry cleaners don't have Stay New, only the best do.
You can see the difference, feel the difference with Stay New, Stay New, Stay New.
It's Matt
Matt Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
I want to talk to you, Wiley.
Sure you do. Come on in. You come to take me up on my offer, after all?
I've come to tell you to quit going around town acting like the law.
I'm just trying to help out.
I don't want that kind of help.
Well, I don't know, Marshal Dillon. There are a lot of citizens in this town who seem to like what I'm doing.
Well, I'm not one of them.
It ain't likely that you would be.
Just what are you after, Wiley?
After?
Is it my job that you want? You want to be the marshal, is that it?
No, I don't want to be no lawman. But I wouldn't mind fixing it so you wasn't no lawman neither.
You don't want my job, huh? You want me, is that it?
Makes you nervous now, Marshal, don't it?
No. I've had men come gunning after me before.
Well, you see, Marshal, that's where I'm different. I ain't gunning for you. At least not right out.
Well, whatever it is, you're through.
I don't know what you mean.
I'm just telling you to move on.
Yeah, now, Marshal, I tell you to get me out of town, you're going to have to shoot me.
Well, that's up to you.
No, it ain't, Marshal. It's up to you. And I ain't going to draw on you. It ain't healthy to draw first. I had a brother that done that. He done it. He killed a man. And the marshal took him in for murder.
Ah. So that's it.
Yes, sir, that's it.
I didn't take in a man named Wiley. I'd remember that.
And I took a small advantage of you, Marshal. I just sort of changed the name from Wilson.
Wilson? Billy Wilson?
That's the one. He drew first, and they hanged him a little bit ago, remember?
He was guilty of murder.
Well, I ain't going to take no chance like that. No, sir, I ain't going to draw first. You are. When I kill you, it's going to be all nice and legal like
Now, you listen to me, Wiley. Ever since you come to town, you've been trying to show me up. You've been trying to goad me into a fight.
Looks like I come pretty close to doing a fair job, too.
Well, it isn't going to work.
Yes, it is. And there ain't nothing you can do about it, Marshal. I ain't breaking no law. I'm helping you keep the peace, ain't I? You start complaining on me, folks will think you're afraid for your job.
You're wasting your time.
I got plenty of time.
I'm not going to give you a pat hand, Wiley. If you kill me, it'll be murder. And then they'll hang you just the way they hung your brother. No, your scheme isn't going to work.
Oh, I'll find a way to make it work, Marshal. I'll find a way.
Miss Kitty, if you'll just kindly aim me at that door the next time it comes around, I better get on.
Come on, Chester. I'll go with you.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Miss Kitty, you better watch that door. It hit me from behind.
Chester, you sure you can make it back to the office?
Well, my land, of course I can.
I think I better get somebody to walk along with you,
there
don't you?
ain't no need to do that. No need in the world. I'll make it just fine.
Well.
Good night, Miss Kitty.
Night.
Uh-oh. Miss Kitty?
Yeah?
You watch that door. It's downright dangerous.
Oh, I will, Chester. Good night.
Good night.
Chester, hold up a minute.
Who's it? Well, hello there, Mr. Wiley. You out keeping the peace?
As a matter of fact, I've been waiting for you.
You have?
You've been bellied up to the bar all evening.
Well, I had a few. That's a fact.
Come to think of it, Chester, I'd say you was drunk.
No, I ain't neither drunk. I'm feeling right nice, but I ain't what you'd exactly call drunk.
Any self-respecting lawman would call you drunk.
Why, they wouldn't do no such a thing.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to arrest you.
Arrest me?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world are you talking about?
Come on now, I'm going to take you in.
Look here now, you ain't gonna do no such a thing
What?
to me.
You give me an argument. All right. I'll settle it. Now, maybe the marshal might feel like coming to look for me.
What about it, Doc? Is he going to be all right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure, Matt. Yeah, now, Chester, just take it. Nobody's going to hurt Chester by hitting him in the head. Yeah, now, all right, Chester. You can sit up now. Oh, that hurts something awful, Doc. Yeah, I don't wonder. From the smell of whiskey around here, I'd say your head was bound to hurt, whether anybody hit you or not.
All right, listen to me, all of you. Now, who did this? Who hit Chester?
No.
Didn't anybody see who did it?
No need to ask anybody, Marshal. I did it.
You pistol whipped him, huh, Wiley?
Just didn't seem I had no choice, Marshal. Your own assistant gets rowdy out in the street.
Rowdy? Chester was never rowdy in his life.
Well, now, I don't know about
Shut
that.
up, Dobie. Okay, Wiley. Okay. You've been looking for a fight with me ever since you came to town. Well, now you got one.
All right, Marshal. Just remember, I ain't gonna draw first.
Nobody's gonna draw, Wiley. I'm just gonna beat you blue.
You'll have to draw first, Marshal, because I ain't. You'll have to draw. Well, go ahead, draw. You ain't gonna beat me.
Why, he shot the marshal. Matt, your arm, it's bleeding.
Not yet, Doc. All right, Wiley, you drew first.
I didn't mean to. Now, don't shoot, Marshal, don't shoot.
You can stop crying, Wiley. I wouldn't want the job of burying you. But just get out of town before I change my mind.
I'll go, Marshal.
He sure ain't carrying none, Mr. Dillon. Well, Marshal Dillon, I think you were completely right.
Shut up, Dobie. And you just remember one thing. Anytime you think I'm not doing my job, you can write to Washington for a new marshal. And until you do, I'm in charge around here, and I'll choose my own deputies. Has anybody got anything more to say? All right, then. Come on, Doc. After you get Chester patched up, you can take a look at this arm.
Tibet in the news. Who's an expert on Tibetan affairs? Who was the personal guest of the Dalai Lama in happier times at the top of the world? Why, Lowell Thomas, of course. Ask us about another part of the world, and there's every chance the answer again would be Lowell Thomas. The roving raconteur has been just about everywhere, seen just about everything. So when a story breaks, he has that extra edge of intimate first-hand experience to give extra dimension to his reporting. One of the most colorful men in the industry, one of the most striking different sounds on the CBS radio network is Lowell Thomas, heard every Monday through Friday evening with his fascinating, concise reporting. Only a network could bring you a Lowell Thomas. Only the CBS radio network does. Remember, the keen mind and formidable experience of this noted world traveler, lecturer, raconteur, and CBS newsman is an exclusive with the affiliated stations of CBS radio Monday through Friday evenings. Don't miss Lowell Thomas tomorrow evening. Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
That's a nice day.
Doc! Oh, Doc!
Huh? Oh, hello, McClooney.
Can you spare a minute, Doc?
Well,
Oh, Nellie, now. Now, you stand right there.
McClooney, if you've got another one of those ore samples you want me to test for you, I'll tell you right now I haven't...
It wouldn't take you no time at all, Doc. And I got some real high-grade pennants this time.
Oh, but then take it up the street to the assay office.
Oh, no, I don't trust them. Not on wet assays.
Oh, no, and besides, they'll charge you. Is that it?
Well, you...
McClooney, I'm running a doctor's office, not a metallurgical laboratory.
Oh, shucks, you got the scales there and acid and everything.
But I haven't got the time, and the answer is no.
It's against the law for a doctor to refuse medical help when it's asked of him.
Oh, hello there,
Matt,
Marshal.
it's got nothing to do with medical help. McClooney here wants me to test another one of those sacks of pyrites he drags in out of the hills.
It ain't pyrites, it's gold.
I've run a half a dozen of them for you in the last 3 years, and every one of them was pyrites.
Well, you might have used some bad acid or something.
Oh, bad acid.
Why don't you take the stuff over to the assay office?
It's because they'll charge him for it, that's why. And he figures I'll do it for nothing.
Well, I'd pay him for it, Marshal, if I had any money.
When did you ever have any money, you mangy old fool?
Mamie.
Marshal,
Miss
Doc,
Buggs.
Well, I do
so
know.
you finally come sneaking in out of the Rockies, did you? Why don't you go to Denver instead of coming clear back here all the time?
No, Mamie, I like it here.
Marshal, you know what this scrawny old goat done to me? Old McClooney here.
It just slipped my mind at the time. So help me, it did.
Last time he was in town, better than 6 months ago, I washed up all his dirty duds for him. Done him up nice and clean, and then, by golly, he took off for Colorado in the middle of the night and didn't pay me a cent.
Well, I just forgot's all. But I got me a job now, loading hides over to railroad. I'll pay you at the end of the week.
Honest, I will.
And I suppose you've got every stitch you own dirty again now, and you probably think I'm going to wash them for you.
Well, it's mighty kind of you to offer 'em, ain't it?
Oh, for the love of... All right. Where are they?
I got a bundle right there on my horse.
You got any shirts that need washing this week, Marshal?
As a matter of fact, I do, Miss Duggs. If you stop over to the jail, Chester will give them to you.
Here you are. And I sure am obliged to you, Mamie.
I'll say you are. For 2 washings now, and you ain't getting this one back till you pay me for both of them.
Oh, I'll pay you. Now, don't you worry now.
In money. Money, too. Now, that fool's gold you keep lugging back from Colorado Territory.
Why, it's real gold, Mamie. I keep telling you that.
Oh, sure you do. Well, I'll pick up your things, Marshal. Get 'em back to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Miss Duggs.
Oh, Doc, let me leave one of these sample sacks with you, just in case you find some time.
I won't find time.
Well, I'm much obliged to you, Doc.
Wait a minute. Come back here.
So long, Marshal.
Wait
So
a
long,
minute.
McWillie.
Come on, boy.
Confounded lunatic.
I don't know, Doc. He's pretty good at getting people to do things for him.
Oh, he's loony, Matt. This here's nothing but fool's gold. And he's got that shack of his down the river bottom stacked full of it.
Well, as long as you're sure of that, why don't you bother testing it?
And you said I was going to test it?
I did.
Oh, Matt, you're out of your mind. I wouldn't waste 5 minutes on this.
Yeah? You want to bet?
Matt, wake up. Matt?
What? What is it? What's the matter?
Yep.
Is that you, Doc?
Of course it's me. Open up, Matt.
Oh, all right. All right. Don't knock that door down. Yo, what is it? What's the
Matt,
matter?
I just went over to old Pop McClooney's shack to take him the results on that assay I run for him.
Oh, what's all the excitement about? You find gold?
No, of course not. It was just pyrite, same as the others. But somebody must have figured he had gold.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you better get dressed, Matt. McClooney's dead. He's been murdered.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe,
Yeah, Daphne.
look at this story about savings bonds in the paper.
Yeah? What about it?
Do you think that's the best way to tell people about savings bonds?
Why not? Look, see, it says here that savings bonds are a guaranteed investment. Right now, they pay off at the rate of $4 at maturity for every $3 invested. You're not convinced?
Mm-mm.
Why not?
No salesmanship.
No salesmanship? What more do you need to know? Why, right now, more than 8 million Americans are buying saving bonds regularly through the payroll savings plan.
So?
So what?
That's what I say. So what?
Now, look, Daphne, if millions of Americans are convinced that saving bonds are their best investment, not only financially, but for the future of their country, what the heck is bothering you?
Well, I think they could sell a lot more with salesmanship. You know, slogans and jingles. Listen, if you're spending more and saving less, try a savings bond.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe savings bond pay good, like an investment should.
Daphne.
You get a lot to like in a savings bond. Interest, earnings guaranteed.
Wow.
Well, did I sell you?
Yeah, but I forgot what it was you were selling.
Savings bond.
I'll take 100.
Oh, Joe.
Miss Kitty?
Huh? Oh, hello, Chester.
Miss Kitty, you ain't saw Mr. Dillon, have you?
Oh, no. I guess he's pretty busy trying to find who killed old Pop McClooney.
Well, yes, he's doing that all right. We both been. But he is supposed to meet me here around about now.
Oh, then he'll be showing up. Sit down and wait for him.
I'll just do that. Sweet spirit, my feet is plain killing me.
Chester, Matt have any idea who killed McClooney?
Well, not yet, he ain't. He took Indian Joe out there this afternoon to look at some horse tracks we found around the shack.
Horse tracks?
Well, somebody rode all around the place, sizing it up, I guess. If the horse is still in town, Indian Joe can probably find it just from studying the tracks.
Oh.
Say, if you don't mind, Miss Kitty,
Yeah?
I think I'll just ease these boots off a minute.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Oh, my, that feels good.
You know, it's a shame, Chester. Old Pop was nice, even if he was a little crazy. Always thinking he'd found gold.
Well, he must have convinced somebody he had. They took up a couple of floorboards and dug around underneath his shack.
How was he killed, Chester?
Somebody hit him over the head with a chunk of stove wood.
Oh.
Died right away, according to Doc.
That's too bad. Poor old fella.
All he had in that shack was a wood stove and a bunk and a table and his clothes stacked on a shelf in the corner. And, of course, some sacks of fool's gold piled up all over the place.
Fool's gold. Maybe that's the only kind there is.
Well, it kindly worked out that way for him, I guess. At least he died thinking he was rich, and that's more than most people can ever do. Look, there's Mr. Dillon now.
Oh. He looks tired.
Well, my stars, he ain't been to bed since Doc woke him up last night to tell him about it.
Hello, Kitty. Chester.
Sit down, Matt.
Yeah, thanks. I think I will.
Want a glass of beer?
No, I don't think so.
Any luck, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, a little, maybe. It's hard to tell yet.
Matt, why would anyone do it? The whole town knew Pop was kind of queer. They knew he didn't have any gold hidden out.
Yeah, but somebody from out of town might not have known it, Kitty.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean, a stranger who didn't know Pop, who might have believed his stories.
Yeah, but it'd have to be a stranger. Everybody who lives in Dodge knows about him. Like last night. All the boys were pretending to believe him, but they didn't, of course. They were just egging him on to keep him talking.
Oh, was Pop in here last night?
Oh, sure. He always came in here as soon as he hit town. Waiting for somebody to set up the drinks and talked about his big gold strike.
Yeah. Kitty, was there anybody paying special attention to him last night?
Oh, not that I remember. I didn't particularly notice.
Was there a gambler in here last night, a new man in town who calls himself Jack King?
Jack King?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. He was here. And he was talking to Pop. I'd forgotten about it.
Why him special, Mr. Dillon?
Well, Indian Joe located that horse a while ago. It had one shoe that had worn thin and was partly broken. Belongs to the livery stable. They hired it out a couple of days ago to this Jack King. He brought it back this afternoon.
You think he killed Pop?
Well, he was out there last night. There's no doubt about that. The tracks prove it.
Well, what does he say about it?
Well, I'll know better when I find him. I've been looking everywhere.
Well, it's no wonder the government don't pay peace officers much when they spend all their time loafing around saloons.
Now, here, Mr. Dillon just this minute got here, Doc.
Chester, what in the world are you doing with your boots off? You living here now?
No, I'm not living here now. I reckon a man's feet can hurt here as well as they can any other place, can't they?
Doc wouldn't know, Chester. The only way he gets tired is from sitting.
Oh, is that so? Well, how are you, Kitty?
I'm fine, Doc.
Say, Matt, here's a letter that came for Pop McClooney. Now,
No?
Mr. Hightower at the depot, he didn't know what to do with it.
Here, let me have it. I'll take care of it.
I suppose you've got the killer under lock and key.
Well, I will have as soon as I locate him, Doc.
Oh, you mean you know who he is?
Well, I'm betting on a fella named Jack King.
That gambler?
Uh-huh.
Then you better get moving, Matt.
Oh, why?
Because I just saw him over at the depot, buying the ticket on the Santa Fe to St. Louis.
got scared and decided to make a run for it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way.
I sure don't see no sign of him there on the platform.
Well, he might be on the train. Mr. Hightower said that he was still here a few minutes ago. He couldn't... Wait a minute.
What is it, Mr. Dillon? What's the matter?
Over there. To the baggage truck there.
Back's turned. I guess he hasn't saw us.
Oh, he's seen us, all right. You leaving town, mister?
Oh. How are you, Marshal?
Your bag already on the train?
Oh, no, it's right over there. What difference it make where it is?
I'm afraid you're going to have to postpone your trip.
I didn't do it, Marshal.
Oh, you didn't do what?
I know why you come looking for me, but you're wrong, Marshal, because I didn't do it.
You'll have a chance to prove it.
Now, I went out there last night. Yes, I did, but he was already dead.
Is that so?
Well, you can search my bag. I didn't rob him.
I believe that. McClooney didn't have anything to steal.
He kept talking about his gold all the time.
That gold of his was a pipe dream, and everybody in town knew it. But you'd only been here a couple of days, so you wouldn't have known it. Got his bag, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I know what you're up to, you lawmen out here. You're all alike.
We are, huh?
Anything that happens, try to hang it on to some stranger in town. You don't care who killed him. All you want to do is string up somebody.
I've already told you if you're innocent, you'll get a chance to prove it.
What will I do with these, Mr. Dillon?
Now we'll take him over to the jail. All right, King, you're under arrest.
No, you're not taking me in.
Oh, yes, I am.
I'm not going to hang for somebody else's killing.
Look out!
You crazy fool! All right, Chester, pick up his gun.
Mr. Dillon, did you shoot him in the arm of purpose?
Matter of fact, Chester, I was aiming for his other arm. Come on, mister, start walking.
Wouldn't eat a bite of breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Well, that's his privilege.
Just sits there in his cell staring at the floor. Acts like we're fixing to hang him or something.
Yeah. Now, he's got his mind made up about that, all right.
I told him he was all wrong. We don't go around hanging people here without a trial.
Not usually, no.
Guess by now he's mighty sorry he went and killed old man McClooney.
Chester, people aren't usually sorry for what they've done. They're just sorry that they got caught, that's all.
Well, he'll be sorry enough after he's convicted.
And I doubt he'll be convicted.
What do you mean?
We just haven't got much of a case against him when you come right down to it.
By jing, I sure would hate to see him go free. Crazy or not, old Pop McClooney was a real nice old fellow.
Yes, he was. Oh, did I show you this letter to McClooney?
Letter? No.
Came the day after he was killed. Doc picked it up at the depot last night.
My dear Mr. McClooney, this is to... But Mr. Dillon...
Yeah, there have been a dozen more like it over the last 2 years. I telegraphed Denver last night, and I got an answer this morning.
Well, my gracious sakes, I just can't believe this.
Yeah, come in.
Come on in, Marshal. Mr. Chester.
Oh, come on in, Miss Doug.
Oh, thank you kindly. I brung your washing back.
Oh, thanks. You can just leave it there on the table if you will.
Yes, sir. That feller confessed yet, the one that killed old man McClooney?
No, not yet.
Well, hanging's too good for him. I was always joshing Pop, but I had a fondness for him.
Yeah, I guess everybody in town liked him.
Person just never knows. Why, who'd ever thought that afternoon I run into all of you there in the street would be the last time I'd ever see him alive?
That was the day before he was killed. You Took some clothes of his to wash, as I recall, didn't he?
He'd always come back out of Colorado with every stitch he owned needing washing.
That's funny. You wouldn't expect him to live like that, a man as rich as he was.
Rich? Him?
A letter came for him yesterday from an assay office in Denver. It's a report on a sample of concentrates that Pop sent him. It shows 60% free gold.
60.
And that's only the last of a dozen samples Pop sent in the last few years, all of them just as rich. He was smart, Miss Duggs. That act with the fool's gold was just a blind so that nobody tried to rob him. Well, I guess he outsmarted himself in the end. And so did you, Miss Duggs.
Me?
What did you do with it? You might as well tell me. We're going to search your cabin and we'll find it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd have probably guessed sooner if I'd known he was rich, but I was looking for a stranger in town. You just said you hadn't seen him since that afternoon on the street. But I saw his clean laundry stacked on a shelf in the corner of his shack.
Well, I guess it was the sight of all that gold that done it. I walked in on him that night and caught him counting it. I've worked hard, Marshal, my whole life, and it just didn't seem fair. Dirty old codger like him having all that gold hid out.
So you killed him and took it, huh?
Forgetting to take that laundry back with me. That's where I made my mistake.
You really believe that was your only mistake?
Well, of course. If you hadn't have seen that laundry, you never would have guessed.
That wasn't exactly what I meant.
What else did I do wrong, Marshal?
You killed a man. But I guess that doesn't mean much to you.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
More coffee, Marshal?
Yes, ma'am, I guess so. How about you, Chester?
Yes, sir, I believe I will.
No. Why don't you just leave the coffee pot right here on the table, Miss Kelly?
Sure thing, Marshal. I got some fresh eggs this morning if you're interested. They were just brought in.
Fresh eggs? Oh, good. Why don't you cook us up about a half a dozen, huh?
Have them for you right away.
All right.
Fresh eggs. I swear if Delmonico's ain't getting to be about as fancy as some of them Kansas City restaurants.
That's civilization, Chester. Progress. Another 5 years and Dodge City will be tamed, curried, and bridled.
Well, seeing's believing, Mr. Dillon.
You'll see it. We'll both see it. As if we live that long.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Yeah.
You the marshal here?
That's right.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you at your breakfast, Marshal. My name is Hunter, Ed Hunter. I'm a deputy sheriff from Richmond, Virginia. Came in on the train this morning.
I see. Won't you pull up a chair, Mr. Hunter?
Oh, thank you, sir. This is my first trip to the frontier. I find it a rather remarkable experience.
I imagine. Oh, that's my assistant, Chester Proudfoot.
How are you, sir?
Would you like to have some coffee?
Thank you. No. Marshal, I've come out here to arrest 2 men who are wanted in Virginia. Here are the warrants and the orders of extradition. I stopped off in Topeka for them.
And John Allison, Calvin Moore. Yeah, both wanted for murder, huh? Do you know these men, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, the names aren't familiar to me. I never heard of them.
Well, I have some information that might help. Not much on Allison, I'm afraid. He shot and killed a bank teller in Greenbrier last spring. He's about 30 years old, dark hair and mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler.
Fine. That narrows it down to about 2/3 of the men in Dodge City.
Possibly I'd do a bit better in regard to the other man, Calvin Moore. He came down to Richmond from the north. He was about 33 at the time. He ambushed and shot young Roger Beauregard and left town. Now, that was 19 years ago. Beauregard family been trying to trace him ever since.
Well, I'm afraid that I haven't...
I have a picture of this Moore. Photograph.
Oh?
Yeah. Of course, he's much younger in this. What is it, Marshal? Something familiar about the picture?
19 years. He'd be somewhere past 50 now. You sure these men are here in Dodge, Mr. Hunter?
Reasonably so. Is there something about the photograph?
Well, it was too blurred to tell much about it, and besides, he'd be 19 years older now.
Well, that's true.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Hunter, why don't you leave me this picture and the descriptions, and I'll check around town, keep in touch with you.
All right, thank you, sir. And I wonder, could you suggest a good hotel?
Yeah, why don't you try the Dodge House? It's a corner of Railroad Avenue at the east end of the plaza. You tell Mr. Dobie I sent you.
Thank you again, Marshal. I'm grateful for any help you can give me in this matter.
Sure. So long. You want to see the photograph, Chester?
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Dillon, that's...
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Chester. He's my friend. But now the law says he's a murderer. And I'm part of the law.
Well, maybe it ain't him, Mr. Dillon.
No, it's him, all right, Chester. You saw it same as I did. It's Doc.
Work. Yeah, this is the first chance I've had this week to clean a few instruments properly. Gunshot wounds. Mad, I'd lay odds I'm the only doctor in the United States who makes 3/4 of his living off a gunshot wound.
That's a rough country, Doc. Maybe, you ought to have stayed back east, huh?
Broken bones and babies and gunshot wounds. I wouldn't know the first thing about a good civilized case of gout anymore.
What part of the east did you come from, Doc?
I went to medical school in Boston. I studied consumption and colic, liver complaints. Never had a case of liver complaint in all the time I've been out here.
No, I guess that kind of thing is more common down south, around Richmond, Virginia, for instance, huh?
Matt, stop beating around the bush. You've got something on your mind, and it's bothering you.
All right, Doc. A deputy sheriff from Virginia came in on the morning train. He's got a warrant for murder against a man named Calvin Moore. And a photograph of Moore taken 19 years ago. Would you like to take a look at it?
I don't think so, Matt.
Are you Calvin Moore?
It wasn't murder, Matt. They said it was murder, of course.
Would you like to tell me about it?
Not much to tell, Matt. I'd been in practice in Richmond about a year. There was a girl. Oh, she was a beautiful girl with spirit and fire and that soft radiance that only Southern girls seem to have. Oh, me, it was so long ago.
I've been in the South myself, Doc.
Well, Jim Beauregard and I were both courting this girl. He was a typical Virginia gentleman, hot-headed, used to having his own way. He started threatening me, warning me, and I laughed it off. Well, then one day I was coming back from a case, and I ran into Jim on a country road. He had a pair of dueling pistols, and he challenged me.
Well, that's not a crime, Doc. Self-defense. It's not a crime here, anyway.
I tried to talk him out of it, but he was crazy mad. He shoved one of the pistols in my hand and pulled back on his horse and leveled his gun. I had no choice. We both fired. He missed, and I didn't. Self-defense, yes, but there were no witnesses, and I was an outsider, a Yankee.
So you ran for it, is that it?
I ran for it. St. Louis, Virginia City, the Panhandle, Abilene, Dodge.
Yeah. The girl, Doc. What happened to the girl?
I waited for her in St. Louis. We were married there. 2 months later, she died of typhoid fever. I can't go back there, Matt. I've got no defense. It'd mean prison. I'd rot in prison. I won't go back, Matt.
Hunter is here after 2 prisoners, Doc. I got no right to my own rules. Go after one man and keep the other one covered. I've always figured the only kind of law that'd work out here is an honest law.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, Doc.
Figured you weren't going to stop in tonight.
Chester around, Kitty?
Yeah, over there by the faro table. Matt, what about this Virginian who's been hanging around for the last 2 days?
Oh, Hunter?
Uh-huh.
He's a deputy sheriff. He's got a couple of warrants to serve. Why?
Oh, he's been asking questions. Some of the boys are a little skittish.
Hey, you free now, Miss Kitty, or are you busy?
What's it look like?
I figured maybe you're just killing time. Howdy, Marshal.
Bunko.
Bought you a drink, Kitty. It's over on the bar.
All right. Thanks. Matt, I'll be off in a couple of hours. Up around.
Yeah. Maybe.
Hey, I understand you got a rival lawman in town, Marshal.
Well, there's a deputy here from Virginia, if that's what you mean.
I always figured you was a law here. Is he short in this town, Marshal? You say the word, we'll run him out.
I ever ask you for help, Bunko?
Well, no, but
when a man's short in Dodge, I'll run him out.
No offense, Marshal.
You keep your own cinch tight and don't worry about anybody else, huh? I'll see you, Bunko.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I ain't ever seen nobody with such bad luck in my whole life. He ought to swear off Faro and stick to stud.
Who, Chester?
Hey, Jethro Keener. He just lost 3 whole weeks' pay. And Bunko Benson, sitting right there beside him, mind you, picked up $230.
So that's why he's feeling big. Let's take a walk, Chester.
I swear, 3 weeks' pay. I never seen such luck.
What about Doc?
Oh, he turned in a couple hours ago. That's when I come on over here.
How's he acting?
Oh, about as usual. One thing he is doing, though, that he ain't never done before. He's toting a gun.
Evening, Marshal. Oh. Hello, Mr. Hunter. Since you didn't come to see me, Mr. Dillon, I've come to you. Wondering what progress you've made. Well, I'm still checking. Any results at all, Marshal? I haven't got much to go on, you know. Calvin Moore was a doctor by profession. He might still be practicing. I suggest we investigate local doctors. Well, that wouldn't take long. We've only got one, Doc Adams. How old a man is he? Early 50s, I imagine. But he doesn't show much resemblance to that photograph he gave me. Maybe you're too used to him to notice the resemblance. Yeah, maybe. I'd like to look him over myself, Marshal. He's pretty busy. Out on calls most of the time. But not all of the time. No, not all the time, of course. All right, Mr. Hunter. I'll bring him around.
Yeah, declare that's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you should have answered by now. Well, we're wasting our time, Chester.
Well, no, he might have got called out on a case.
Yeah, I know. But...
Well, what was...
I was across the plaza down toward the Dodge House. Come on, Chester.
Man, somebody sure is stirring up smoke.
That's across the street, edge of the railroad yard.
Is that you, Marshal?
Yeah. What happened, Mr. Hunter?
Somebody tried to kill me. I started into the hotel and they fired from the dock right here. I fired back, but he got away.
You got a look at him?
No, I just saw the flashes.
It's an easy town to get killed in, Mr. Hunter.
So it seems. About that doctor, Marshal, you didn't bring him around.
He's out on a call.
But I think I want to meet him more than ever now.
You will. What time is it, Chester?
Man, it's 2:15. I sure do hope we won't have to spend the whole night waiting in here. I don't see how Doc puts up with the smell of all this medicine and stuff.
He's used to it, I guess.
I suppose a man can get used to anything except dying. Mr. Dillon, you reckon it could have been Doc that fired them shots?
Chester. Somebody coming. Come in.
Doc, Marshal.
Come on in, Bunko.
Well,
What's the matter with your arm?
Oh, I got sewed into a barbed wire fence.
Here, let's have a look at it, huh?
No, it's all right.
It's a gunshot wound.
Hold it, both of you.
Oh. Is that the same gun you tried to kill Hunter with, Bunko?
Stay where you are, Marshal.
Yeah, about 30 years old, dark hair, mustache, medium build, excellent horseman, confirmed gambler. Wanted for murder, John Allison, alias Bunko Benson. Right, Bunko?
He's not taking me back here. You stay where you are, Dillon.
Don't be a fool, Bunko, and I'll put away that gun.
Stay back, I'm warning you.
Bunko, look!
What?
Yeah, that worked pretty slick, didn't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks, Chester. All right, let's get him down to the jail, and you can go find Doc. We're going to need him.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonographs? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo.
Ole.
But now, Columbia Stereo 1. There is a corrida de toros, real lifelike, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonographs. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Ole! Ole! How they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. El picador! Who let that bull out?
Just hold still now, bunco. Just one more second, and I'll have a hold of that bullet, and then wheel. Yeah. Add that one to your collection, Matt.
I'll make Hunter a present of it. It wasn't bad shooting to be firing in the dark at a gun flash.
Never get me back to Virginia. Now, hold still, bunco. How do you expect a man to tie a bandage? How'd you know that he'd come to my office, Matt?
Didn't, Doc. We were waiting for you.
Oh, I see. There. Yeah, that'll stop the bleeding. Don't loosen it up now, and you'll live to hang yet.
Don't worry about my hanging, Doc. I'll outlive you.
Well, in view of the circumstances, I'd say odds are about even. Well, Matt, shall we adjourn to the front office?
Yeah, come on. Okay, lock the cell, Chester.
Yes, sir, I will. I turned in at 10 o'clock tonight, Matt. I got 1 hour's sleep. They called me over to Mrs. Behan. They thought her baby was on the way. False alarm, of course. Usually is the first time. Then I got back and came straight over here.
Doc, you were wearing a gun earlier today. What did you do with it?
I put it back in the drawer where it belonged. I realized I was acting like a fool. Was that why you were waiting in my office? Somebody tried to kill Hunter, and you thought it was me?
I've tried to think of some way out of this. A way out for both of us, Doc. But I got one man under arrest back there now. I can't rightly set myself up as a judge and free the other man. I'd even hoped you'd cut and run for it. You'd get away if you did, because Hunter doesn't know the country.
No, I'm too old to run, Matt. What are you going to do?
I'm a lawman, Doc. Right or wrong.
Well, then, I guess I'm under arrest.
No, I didn't say that.
Doc Adams here. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
There's a fellow in the railroad yards who was asleep on the track. Drunk, I guess, and they went to switching cars. Well, you better come, Doc. He's awful bad.
He's sitting near the loading pens down this way, I guess.
Guess there's some lights over there and people standing around.
Marshal, that you?
Yeah. Oh, Hunter. I thought you went to bed hours ago.
I'm a light sleeper, Mr. Dillon. I heard there's an accident over in the yard. I'll just walk along with you. Give me a chance to meet your local doctor.
Well, I guess you can meet him right now if you want to.
Oh?
Doc, this is Ed Hunter. Doc Adams.
Yeah. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Hunter?
I got one of your prisoners locked up, Mr. Hunter. John Allison, known here as Bunko Benson.
Good.
He's the man who tried to kill you tonight.
One down, then. Just one to go. Calvin Moore. Dr. Calvin Moore.
All right, move back, will you, please? Will you let us through here, please? Here, Doctor.
I'm right with you, Matt.
All right, stand back, will you? Give Doc a chance to Will you stand back, please? Please.
Bad is right. We'll do what we can.
That man who's hurt, Marshal, who is he?
He's a drifter. He's been around Dodge a couple of years. Calls himself Texas Joe.
Easy now, Ted.
No friends or family.
We'll have you fixed up here in a couple of minutes.
Nobody knows where he came from. It's the usual story.
You, Doc.
That's right.
I told him get you. Be all right. You guys here.
Sure, it'll be all right.
He certainly has to work under primitive conditions.
Doc? Yeah. Chester, will you get those lanterns going and give Doc some more light?
Yes, Mr. Gump. Just take it easy there.
Yeah, he's the only real doctor this side of Abilene.
Is there anything I could do to help Mr. Dillon?
I guess not, Miss Kelly. Thanks anyway.
Poor old Tex. He stopped in at the restaurant not more than 4 hours ago, and I fixed him a meal.
You never know.
Well, Doc can pull him through if anybody can.
Sure he can.
Put one of those lanterns on the other side, Chester.
Okay,
They
Doc.
seem to put a lot of faith in your Dr. Adams. They got reason to, Mr. Hunter.
Yeah, Matt, could you give me a hand here?
Yeah, sure.
Lift his head up a little bit there, will you, Matt?
Yeah.
Not much chance, Matt. All I can do is make him comfortable.
Don't try to talk now, Tex. You're going to be all right.
You've been decent to me, Marshal. You treated me square. You and Doc, only friends I got.
Sure, Tex.
I got one more favor to ask. Could someone read me some scripture?
Well, Tex, I just don't recall any of it.
Well, I do.
Mrs. Cubby, I doubt if he can hear.
I can hear. Please.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
I think that's enough, Mrs. Kelly.
Too bad.
Oh, no.
Well, you can't win them all, I guess.
No, I can't win them all.
Well, I guess...
Dr. Adams, as only physician here, I suppose you also function as coroner.
That's right.
And this man here, he'll be buried under the name of Texas Joe?
Don't worry about it. Boot Hill is full of men buried under nicknames. In this country...
Doc.
Oh, excuse me.
Doc, I just came from... Oh.
Yeah.
Doc, I've been sitting up with Mrs. B, and you left too soon. She needs you over there right away.
Well, then there wasn't a false alarm. All right, Kitty, I'll be there as quick as I can. Well, as soon as...
Kitty, you go on back over and do what you can for her. Doc will be along.
All right, Matt, but you better hurry.
Well, Mr. Hunter...
Well, gentlemen, this seems to have been my lucky night. Both my fugitives located within an hour of each other.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's nothing I can
One
do to...
safe in jail and one of them dead. Or didn't you notice the resemblance, Marshal? Texas Joe here? Obviously, the man in the photograph, I saw it immediately. Well, I hope you'll take all necessary steps to see that he's buried under his real name, Calvin Moore, and his death, of course. Close the case. I'll be leaving for Virginia with my other prisoner tomorrow.
Leave? Mr. Hunter?
Doctor, I'd say this is no time to stand around there talking. You have a patient waiting. This town seems to depend on you.
Matt?
Well, Doc, you've got work to do. You just make sure it's a boy, huh?
Well, I'll do my darndest, Matt. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke.
Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, and Virginia Christine. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty.
is George Walsh, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story of the Western frontier. When Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You know, Mr. Dillon, a man can get mighty hungry when he don't eat.
30 more miles and we'll be in Dodge, Chester, then you can eat to your heart's content.
Yes, sir. Listen, that wind comes up again and freezes us to death.
Well, that didn't freeze us to death last time.
Well, that was just 'cause we was lucky enough to find that sodbuster shack. I couldn't have stood another 2 days of wind and cold like that. It aged me something awful.
Aged you? Well, freezing's supposed to keep you the way you are, isn't it?
I'm too wore out to joke.
Well, I'll admit that was about the worst blizzard I ever saw. But it's behind us now. We can forget about it.
Forget about it. Still starving in there. Hey, look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Looks like a hunter's camp.
Conestoga wagon, couple horses picketed by them trees. Don't see much sign of life, though.
No.
But with them horses there, there's got to be somebody around.
And it's been 20 below for 3 nights now. They could have frozen to death.
They had a fire built over there.
Yeah. These ashes weren't made today. Or yesterday, either.
Well, ain't there a soul here, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, maybe they got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit.
Sure does look that way.
Yeah, I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
Poor old things don't look none too lively.
Well, you can't blame them.
Get your hands up. Both of you.
Better do what the old man says.
He must have been hiding in the wagon.
Come over here closer. Now stop right there.
This your camp, mister?
Of course it's my camp. Now you two drop them guns.
We got our hands up. That's enough, isn't it?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
What?
You're going to hitch up that team and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Lorner.
Who's Jed Lerner?
He's my Skinner.
Why'd he leave you?
Well, he seen this blizzard coming and didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Well, why didn't you go with him?
Well, I twisted my leg and my foot, so I couldn't ride a horse, that's why. Lerner figured driving a wagon be too slow.
You mean he left you out here to freeze?
Yeah, I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you, too, if you don't drive me into Dodge.
He's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't gonna leave you here.
Marshal?
Now, why don't you put down that rifle and tell us who you are?
All right. My name's Ira Puckett, Marshal. I'm usually up north following the Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Yeah, of course we will.
Foot I twisted. I don't feel nothing in it. Must be froze.
Yeah, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Larner for this.
Forget it, Puckett. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
All right, I'll forget it. Till I find him.
Oh, hello, Matt. Come in.
How is he, Doc?
Puckett? Oh, he'll be all right, man. In time.
Oh, then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
Yeah, didn't have much foot left when I got through with him.
Oh.
Yeah, but he'll be able to walk with a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
Uh-huh. Does he know that?
I told him. You know, Ira Puckett's a proud man, Matt. He's a little too proud.
Now, what do you mean?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Larner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. And a man like Puckett can't stand being helpless.
Oh, I see.
And now, all crippled up, he's a better man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it. Man can get used to most anything in time.
Yeah, no, I got my doubts about Puckett. He won't even admit to how old he is.
Yeah. What would you guess, Doc?
Well, he's past 70 anyway. He's in the back room there, Matt, if you want to see him.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Hello, Puckett.
Marshal,
How you feeling?
Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah?
He ruined my foot. I saved your life, Puckett. And I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Puckett. You'll be able to get around.
Yeah, like an old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
Yeah, you'll get used to town life. And you'll find men here, too.
Yeah, but what kind of men? Walking around all slickered up, parting their hair in the middle, bowing to the ladies. Well, there ain't one of them could do half the things I done. Well, I was living with Comanches when most of them was sniveling in their mother's aprons.
Yeah, I know, but you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will?
Sure.
Then help me find Jed Larner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does he look like?
Oh, he's tall, black hair. He got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
Good. I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
I can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man, Ira. I told you I didn't bring you in so you could be hung. Chester, you're gonna ruin that.
Ruin what?
Well, that stick of wood, of course. You're gonna wreck it banging it on the stove that way.
Well, it's too big. It don't fit.
Well, why don't you forget about it? It's too hot in here anyway.
Yes, sir. Cutting stove. You know, Mr. Dillon, I was thinking.
Yeah, what?
Well, with a whole new year starting, it might be we could maybe get a new stove. You know, like one of them I showed you in the Granger catalog last week.
Uh-huh.
Oh, just think how fine it'd be to have a stove that don't smoke.
Well, if you ever shook that grate down, maybe this one wouldn't.
Shake the grate? Well, Mr. Dillon, I carried the ashes out just this morning. Hello, Mr. Puckett. I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Sure, Ira. Come on in. Sit down.
Sitting down ain't going to help nothing. It ain't rest that's going to toughen this foot up. I can talk standing anyways.
All right, stand.
Now, where's Jed Larner?
Ira, aren't you ever going to forget about him?
Not likely. You might as well. He ain't been saw since we brought you in here 6 weeks ago. Well, if he was any kind of a man, you'd go find him for me.
Would you like me to cut his throat for you, too?
Don't you make fun of me.
Now, calm down, Ira. Nobody's making fun of you.
If I was 20 years younger, I'd give him a real tussle.
I expect you would.
I did well enough. I'll do it yet.
Doggone it, we're only trying to help you, Puckett.
Yeah, well, I don't need any help. Not unless you're going to help me find Jed Larner.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, shouldn't have expected it from a no dang lawman. I'll find him myself. You wait and see.
My gracious. Well, he sure did get upset, didn't he?
He's got a lot of pride, Chester. And it's going to get him into trouble yet.
This is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
No? Oh, what do you mean, Kitty?
Well, all last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
San Francisco?
Yeah.
You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Well, nothing, I guess, but why San Francisco?
No blizzard, no dust, no cowboys.
Ah, but they got fog. And all those sailors and miners aren't any gentler than these cowboys.
Yeah, I know. But imagine going to dinner in a carriage, eating off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You're spoiled, Kitty.
Now, how could I get spoiled here in Dodge City? Oh, Matt.
Well, I tell you what, you save your money. You'll get to California someday.
Yeah, sure, if I walk.
Well, a lot of people have gone that way.
Who do you think I am, Sacagawea?
Ah, now there was a woman.
Yeah?
You know, I always had...
What's the matter, Matt?
That man at the bar who just turned around.
Which man?
One with a scar down his cheek.
Oh?
I'll be back, Kitty.
Yeah.
Well, evening, Marshal.
Good evening.
What for you staring at me, Marshal?
Your name Jed Larner?
What if it is?
How long you been in town, Larner?
About an hour. Something wrong, Marshal?
You remember the big blizzard we had 6 or 7 weeks back?
Who don't?
Yeah, we all do, I guess. Especially Ira Puckett.
Especially... What?
He didn't die, Larner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he got to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Puckett's here in Dodge, Larner.
Is?
And if he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving right now. And don't show up anywhere around here again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
Now, I can't arrest you. I can't put you in jail. But I'll tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Puckett to die.
Oh, no.
They'd tear you apart, Larner.
No, don't say nothing,
They'd
Marshal.
set you on fire.
Don't tell them. I leave, Marshal. I leave right now.
Well, you got rid of him in a hurry.
Well, I just saved him from being shot and Ira Puckett from hanging for it.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
He didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
Well, what's the difference?
Well, legally, there's some.
Enough to give Ira his foot back?
Kind of hard to argue with, aren't you?
Why? Because I think straight?
Why don't we talk about San Francisco, huh?
No, I've changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York. I don't think I'd...
I got to talk to you.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Good thing he isn't armed.
You can always find a gun.
You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Lerner, huh?
Yes, he jumped on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal? What'd you run him off for?
To save you from hanging?
Well, I'd rather hang and live this way. I wasn't born to become a helpless old man. The least you could have done was let me fight my own battle like I always did on the plains. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
Oh, Ira, you're living in town now among people. Why don't you get used to it?
All right. All right, I will. I'll start living like you town people.
Are you going to get a job?
You bet I'm going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
What do you mean?
You will find out, Marshal, when it's too late.
Morning, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
Uh-huh. All night?
No, sir, I wouldn't say that. Not all night. Hey, look over there by the bank. Ain't that old Larry Puckett?
Yeah. That's the first time he's had his team and wagon out.
Where do you suppose he's going?
Right now, he's gone into the bank.
What's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't go hunting in the bank, can he?
Yes, he can, Chester.
Hmm?
Come on.
My land, you don't mean to say old Puckett's going to hold up that bank, Mr. Dillon?
He said last night he's going to start living like town people. Get a job, make a lot of money. Well, this could be his idea of how to do it.
Oh, man, he sure couldn't have no other. He can carry that shotgun in there. You going in after him?
Yeah.
What, Mr. Dillon, he's got a shotgun.
I know. Look, Chester, take his team and wagon off somewhere. Lead him around back of the bank, out of sight. Well, maybe we can handle this without a shooting.
Okay, sir.
Hurry it up, Chester. He's coming out.
Yes, sir, I'm long gone, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Marshal.
Come on out, Puckett. I'm not stopping you.
You better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Sure.
Don't you try to follow me, neither. Hey, wait a minute. Where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, Puckett.
Somebody stole them. Well, I can't get away without any team.
No, you can't. So you might as well give up.
You done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
Are you going to shoot me?
No, I shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already. And shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, Puckett. And there isn't a thing you can do about it. So why don't you use your head?
All right. Here. There's your money. Now you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to jail, Marshal.
Like I said, Puckett, shooting me isn't going to help you. And I'm not going to do a thing about your outfit.
You think you've outsmarted me, don't you?
Why don't you give it up, Puckett? You're licked.
You should think I just can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Good.
I'm just a helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure you really wanted to, Puckett.
Huh?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. But you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I reckon I did. Goodness me, I thought he wouldn't never give up.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
I went in the back door and told the people in the bank to keep out the way. You want me to take him over to jail now?
Oh, no, I can't stand jail. Please, Marshal.
Lock him up, Chester. I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I thought I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mr. Dillon, but
I just couldn't stand the look on his face after I put him in the cell.
You know, Ira, seems to me everybody treats you pretty well.
Yeah, everybody but Jed Lerner.
That's true. But Chester and I bring you in. Doc saves your life. I keep you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere now. It seems to me that everybody's gone to a lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. Now, what do you think?
Yeah, I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. And you know what? You're right. But I'm afraid it's too late now.
No, it's not.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you, but on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You got a job here, and you quit being so doggone ornery. Otherwise, you're going to go to jail.
Oh, but what can I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing you're so handy with a shotgun, I think Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. Now, how about it?
Fine. I never had a job like that. There it is, Mr. Dillon. 12 stage, all ready to pull out.
Yeah?
And look at there, old Puckett sitting up there on the box, proud as a banty rooster.
Hello, I'm Marshal. You got business with me?
No, Jim, just came down to see you off. You about ready to pull out?
Yeah, just as soon as I check the harness and that lead horse.
Hello there, Marshal.
Oh, Bucket.
First time I ever rode shotgun in my whole life. I sure hope we get held up.
Well, I hope you don't, for the outlaw's sake.
That's a pretty fair shotgun you got there, Puckett. Don't go shooting just anybody now. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're off, Marshal.
Good trip, Jim.
Thank you. Now then, you all set, Bucket?
I sure am. Say, Marshal, you know something?
Ah, what's that?
This ain't a bad way to start the new year.
No.
Man's got to make a change once in a while.
Sure.
All right, Jim, let's go. We're behind schedule already.
Hang on, Bucket. Here we go. Hey-ah!
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Methven. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Hawkins is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
You don't have to walk me all the way, Doc.
Oh, why, it's a pleasure, Kitty. I don't often get to be seen with a beautiful woman.
Now, Doc.
Yeah, that's true. And what's more, you know it.
Oh, there you go. And I was just beginning to enjoy myself.
There's Matt. Just came out of his office. Let's go say hello to him.
He's sitting down. We better hurry before he falls asleep.
Wish I had a job like his.
Say, where's Chester these days, anyway?
Yeah, he's still visiting a friend out at Fort Dodge. Some old army pal from the war.
Is he ever coming back?
Of course he'll be back as soon as he gets tired of the cooking out there. Matt, you've got company.
Hello, Matt.
Oh, hello, Kitty. Doc, why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
Just for a minute. I gotta get to work pretty soon.
You been shopping?
Yeah, but I didn't buy anything.
What about all those clothes and stuff you told me you ordered?
Well, that's different.
It is.
Well, sure.
No, don't explain it to me now. It's too hot today.
Who's this?
Huh?
Who's this?
I don't know. He's a stranger to me.
Well, he's from Texas, that's for sure. Look at that rig.
I'm looking for U.S. Marshal. You're wearing a star. Maybe you're him.
Sit down, stranger.
You Matt Dillon?
That's right.
Oh. Well, I'm Phil Jacks, Marshal. With a herd of 3,000 San Saba cattle, about 5 days' drive from here. Name of the trail boss is Dolph Quince.
Dolph Quince? Well, he was in here last year. Give him my regards, will you?
Well, he says for you to ride back with me, Marshal.
What?
That's all he said. Me to bring you back.
Well, can't you tell me what it's all about?
It's about Kansas, Marshal.
Kansas?
We don't like it.
Oh, you're running into trouble, huh?
We're about to quit driving cattle and turn into an army, Marshal.
Yeah. You go get yourself a drink, Jacks. Meet me here in about a half hour. I'll go with you.
You just drop your saddle anywhere, Marshal. I'll turn your horse in with a remuda.
All right. Thanks, Jacks. I will.
And Dolph Quince will be over there by the fire somewhere.
Okay. I'll find it. Hello, Dolph.
How are you, Marshal?
Good to see you again.
Hey, it's fresh meat in camp. Ask the cook for a plate.
Oh, thanks. I will.
Well, now, I'll go with you. I need some more coffee. You like buffalo veal?
Huh?
One of the boys wrote and shot a calf this morning.
Sure, I like it fine.
Guess it was buffalo that scared our horses last night. Whole mule broke loose. Hey, cook, give this man a plate of meat.
Yeah, sure thing, Dolph.
Yeah, it looks mighty good, doesn't it?
Give me some coffee, will you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nestor woman came to the bed ground before daylight this morning and asked if we had any little calves that had been dropped during the night.
She probably picks up calves from all the herds that pass this way.
We'd have to get rid of them anyway. So I'll let her have them, even if she was a Kansan.
Oh?
You know, if it had been a Kansas man asked for calves, I don't think I could have talked these boys into allowing it.
Oh, is that so?
It sure is, Martin.
Tell me, Dolph, have you seen any Kansas jayhawkers on the way up?
How'd you know?
That's a pretty good guess.
2 nights ago, some of them jayhawkers managed to sneak up on Snider over there when he was out on guard. They stripped him and flogged him, and stampeded the cattle. We had our hands full for the next few hours, or we might have caught up with them.
Any trouble since?
Not yet.
You know, Dolph, the ordinary Kansan hates jayhawkers as much as you do. There's nothing but shifty, murderous criminals. They got started on the Missouri border during the war, and they got the taste of blood in their mouths. And now it's like I got no place to go.
We can show them a place.
Well, they're bandits, that's all. You got bandits in Texas, but that doesn't make every Texan one, does it?
It's kind of hard to make the men see it that way, Marshal.
Yeah, I know it is. I just hope they understand it before a regular war breaks out.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Hold it, Daphne, hold it.
Oh, hi, Joe. Guess what, honey? I'm trying out for the operetta.
As what?
A singer.
You could have fooled me.
I was just practicing one of the songs.
Well, I don't think you quite fit the role.
Why not?
Well, if this version of the Student Prince is like the version I know, that particular number is sung by a tenor.
Oh,
Not that you don't come close, but I think you better stick to being a housewife.
but I want to be a singer.
Daphne, honey, a singer you'll never be.
I could take lessons.
Yeah, but lessons cost money. Money better invested for us in savings bonds.
You and your old savings bond.
I can't help it, honey. I just can't get over the way those savings bonds pay off. $4 for every 3. That's what I call an investment.
What good do they do me now?
A lot. The money we put in those bonds every payday helps keep America strong and protects you and me. No bonds, maybe no operetta. Ever think of that?
I still want to be a singer.
Well, when those bonds start bringing in the green, if you still want to sing, they'll pay for the lessons and more.
Good. Gee, if those bonds mature as fast as you say, I better start practicing now just so that I'll be ready. Overhead, the moon is beaming.
Daphne, did anyone ever tell you you have a bad voice?
Everyone.
Hello, Dolph. Marshal.
Jax.
Join you if you don't mind.
Sit down, Jax. I've been sitting here drinking coffee complaining to the marshal about our welcome in Kansas.
Yeah. I heard the trail drivers buying off them jayhawkers $2-3 a head. Now, let's see. 3,000 cattle. It cost us...
I'm paying nobody nothing.
Well, they ain't asked us yet. But I'll kill the first one I see anyway, so...
Marshal, one reason I wanted you to come down here was to ride with us a few days. Get to know the boys a little. You're in a bad temper, and when they hit Dodge, they're going to be looking for Kansas scalps.
All right with you.
I figured you would. See, Marshal, the way we look at it, the good citizens of Dodge are out to fleece us anyway. And on top of that, they hire gunfighters to shoot us as soon as we kick up our heels a little. Now, all in all, it makes for a bad feeling.
There's some misunderstanding on both sides, I guess.
Yeah, you and I know that. But
oh,
they
say,
don't.
Dolph, I near forgot.
What?
Stranger just rode up to the Remuda over there and asked for a job. I told him to eat first.
Where is he?
Well, I'll go get him.
Say, Dolph, I'd like to stand a guard tonight.
Oh, there's no need for that.
Well, if I'm riding with you, I'll do my share of the work.
All right. You go out with the second watch. Rango will give you a night horse.
Thanks.
Here he is, Dolph. This here's Dolph Quince, trail boss.
Mr. Quince.
Quince will do.
Well, my name's Studer. Carl Studer.
You lost?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you know we're only 4 days' drive out of Dodge.
I was wondering, could you use a hand?
For 4 days?
That'd help.
You must be awful hungry.
I thought maybe you'd be driving past Dodge.
I'm not. But we'll feed you from here to Dodge if you work. I won't pay you anything, though. I haven't got the money. I don't need a hand anyway.
Fair enough.
Hey, by the way, where are you from?
Colorado.
And you ain't a Kansan?
No.
Good. Maybe the boys won't tear you apart. You'll be on the third watch tonight, Studer.
All right.
He's the sort of man spends his whole miserable life just looking for salt pork and sundown.
Yeah. If that's all he's looking for.
What do you mean?
Just an old habit of mine, Dolph. I wouldn't be alive if I trusted everybody on first sight.
You don't trust this fella?
Oh, he's probably all right. Still, I'd keep him in camp unless it's daylight. I wouldn't put him on night guard.
All right. Marshal, I always thought I led a hard life. Till now. I think you beat me.
I just get shot at more than you, so...
Maybe that's it. Hey, you better stretch out somewhere. You'll be out singing to those cow brutes in 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you later, Dolph.
Breakfast at 4. You find it don't take long to stay all night at this ranch.
I didn't have much chance that night to get to know the boys on guard. 2 of us rode around the herd in opposite directions, singing or humming a little to let the cattle know where we were. And after 2 hours, we were relieved by the 3rd watch. But at breakfast the next morning, the men treated me a little less like a gunfighter hired to shoot them when they got to Dodge. After the cattle had grazed for a few miles, we got them on the trail, and I started to forget that I was a lawman myself. Jax and I were riding the swing of the herd when Dolph Quince loped up behind us.
Hey, how's it feel to be a trailhand, Marshal?
There's nothing to it if I could sleep all winter like you do.
Where would you spend your money?
I already offered to trade jobs with him, Dolph.
Hey, look, you 2 crossed the Cimarron yesterday. What's it like?
Now, the water's gone down. You won't have any trouble.
I was also thinking about the sand.
Well, it was sound where we were, Dolph.
Yeah, then we'll cross right there. You go up ahead and ride point, Jax, and lead us to it.
All right.
Take that new fellow Studer with you.
I don't need him.
I want him up front where I can see him.
Oh, okay.
First crossing I tried last year had a quicksand bottom and bog of saddle blanket.
Oh? Lose many cattle?
30 head. Couldn't even dig your tails out.
You know, Dolph, I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to you, driving cattle up here.
Well, Texas is bankrupt, Marshal. War broke us. All we got is these wild longhorn cattle.
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe there'll be an easier way someday.
We'd starve waiting for the railroad.
I suppose so. Anyway, the San Saba herd of yours is the first to reach Dodge this year. The price is pretty high. You ought to profit, about $20 a head.
I hope so. Money in your pocket, Dodge could offer high-class entertainment.
Almost anything you'd want.
Well, the boys will be there.
Hey, that's up ahead. Come on.
Look, he got a blanket. He's starting to stampede.
Yeah. Is that Jack's horse running loose?
Yeah, and there's Jack's lying on the ground. They shot him, Marshal.
That man with a blanket, that's Studer. I'm going after him, Dolph. You take care of Jax.
Here go the cattle. They're off. Get him, Marshal. Get him alive.
I'll get him.
Helen.
Hi there. What are you doing?
I'm memorizing my wife's name.
You, a memory expert? What happened?
I called her Joanne.
Oh.
Yeah, I was nearly a hospital case.
Which brings us to the subject of Medicare.
I knew you'd work it in somehow.
Well, why not? Sooner or later, Medicare comes into the lives of every serviceman and his dependents.
Well, you sure got it into mine a lot. Excuse me, I got to get back to my memory work. Hazel.
You know, I've got a hunch somebody is going to need medical care real soon. To learn how Medicare helps your family, get the pamphlet Dependents Medical Care Program.
Maryland.
As I followed Studer, a few shots whipped past my head, but they didn't come from him. They came from behind a small rise he was headed for. Whoever was shooting was still too far away from me for me to worry about. I wanted to take care of Studer first, and slowly the distance between us closed. I pulled my rifle out of the boot and I snapped one off at him. He threw up his hands and pitched forward out of the saddle. I glanced at him as I rode past and crossed him off as one jayhawker less. When I reached the rise, I jumped off of my horse and I ran up it on foot, and near the top I got down and I crawled. When I poked my head over, there was only one man in sight. The other jayhawkers, if there had been any, had disappeared. This one was afoot and running for his horse. So I took my time and I put a shot into the cantle of his saddle. Horse bolted and the man dropped behind a rock and lay there. He was only half covered, so I stood up. A step at a time, I started toward him down the hill.
That's far enough, mister. Going back. You're in pistol range now.
All right, fella, put down and come forward.
All I want's a horse. Now I'll get out of here. We won't bother you no more.
You sure won't.
Just let me on the horse.
Listen to me, I'm a United States Marshal. You give up, and I promise you there'll be no lynching. You'll get a fair trial.
No.
If you don't give up, you're gonna die right where you are.
Let me go. I'm warning you.
I'm coming after you.
No.
You just had to try it, didn't you?
You leave a bloody trail, Marshal.
Yeah.
I brought Snyder with me. After the whipping they gave me the other night, I figured he deserved to be in on this.
Guess I'm too late. Looks like the marshal's done taking care of everybody.
Be glad you don't have to kill a man, son.
I don't think I'd mind, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Tell me, Dolph, how's Jax?
Dead.
No.
Dude has shot him in the back of the head.
He was a good man.
Boys have got the lead cattle turned. They'll let them mill around for now and then graze them out.
Good. Snyder, I left my horse over the rise there. Would you get him for me?
Yeah, sure.
Looks like you walked right down onto this man.
Well, I tried to take him alive like you asked.
I just wanted to hang him myself. Anyway, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, sure.
Marshal, we'll be burying Jax out here. I'm wondering if you might know how to do it. Maybe a prayer or something?
Well, I tried, no?
Just get back in.
When we got back to where Jax had fallen, the cook had driven the chuck wagon up and was busy fixing coffee for the men, even though it was far from noon. The cattle were spread out and feeding now, and one by one the men rode up, sober and quiet, with just a glance at Jax where he lay covered by his saddle blanket. A grave was soon dug, and with the end gate of the chuck wagon for a headstone, Phil Jax was placed in the ground and covered with prairie earth. Their hats in their hands, the Texas men had watched the service in silence. When it was done, they turned and walked away. Oh, Snyder.
Yeah?
I want you to do something for me, huh?
What?
Well, I smuggled a quart of wagon yard whiskey out of Dodge when I came down here. The cook's got it hid in the chuck wagon.
Well, now, Marshal.
It's not much, but it'll cut the alkali in your drinking water. Why don't you get it and pass it out to the men, huh?
Mighty decent of you, Marshal. Always wants a drink of the Marshal's whiskey. Get on over to the chuck wagon.
Here's There's times when a drink's good for a man, Marshal. I guess this is one of them.
I think Jack should approve.
He sure would. By the way, the boys all know how you handle them Jayhawkers.
Oh?
It ain't changed their minds about Kansans much, but maybe they think a lot more highly of the law around here, of the kind of gunfighter hired by the law anyway.
That's good.
Of course, it don't mean they won't hoorah dodge a little when we get there.
I expect that.
Sure. Come on, we got a drink coming out of that bottle, too.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The script was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Chester, if you put any more chili powder on those eggs, you'll go up in smoke.
Well, I like them good and hot, Doc.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Chester.
Hey, pour me some more coffee, will you, Doc?
Eh? Oh, yes, of course, my dear. Here you are.
Thank you.
By the way, did Matt say when he'd be back?
Well, he told me the end of the week.
After all, Doc, it's a 2-day ride to Tascosa, and he didn't leave here till 2 days ago.
I only asked a simple question, Chester. And anyway, how was I supposed to know? Nobody ever tells me anything.
They don't have to. Or you snoop around.
Snoop around? What's Matt doing in Tascosa, Kitty?
Talking to the man that sent for him. What?
What man, Kitty?
The Tascosa Citizens Committee. Something to do with hiring a new sheriff for the town. I guess I figured Matt would know where to find one.
Hire a sheriff? What in the world for?
Well, the man they got as sheriff now is no good. The decent citizens can't get rid of him.
Well, if he's no good, why'd they hire him in the first place? My, I do not understand it. The whole frontier's an armed camp.
Shooting and killing everywhere you look.
Nothing left but the quick and the dead. Doc, would you pass the chili powder?
Oh, for goodness sake. Here.
Thank you.
Kitty, I'm going to tell you one thing. I don't know how bad the trouble is down in Tascosa, but Matt better get back here quick.
Why, Doc? What's wrong?
What's wrong? You asked that when the only vestige of the law we've got in this town is a chili-eating cherry rocker like the fool I'm sitting next to. What's wrong, indeed?
Now, you look here. You just let me tell you something.
Now,
Doc
you wait a
Adams.
minute. You two are worse than children. You settle back now, both of you. Have some more coffee.
Well, maybe just a little dab, but that's all. It's a caution what happens to some people when they get out in polite society.
Oh. Drink your coffee, both of you.
Yeah, come in.
Your name Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
The marshal from Dodge, eh?
Yeah.
I'm Clegg Rawlins, Marshal. I'm the man the Citizens Committee wants to get rid of.
What's on your mind, Rollins?
Now, a while back, they brought me here to Tascosa to kind of clean it up some, and I did that for them. Now, all of a sudden, they want me out. I call that downright ungrateful, Marshal.
Yeah, go on.
I suppose they give you the money at the meeting last night? Money to hire a new sheriff here?
That's right.
Yeah. Kind of forces me into talking business. What I had in mind was, Marshal don't make all the money in the world, does he?
I wondered how long it'd take to get around to it.
Now, wait just a minute. You might be missing a good thing.
The only thing I'm interested in is hiring a peace officer to come down here. You're through in Tascosa, Rollins. Now make up your mind.
A man don't always give up that easy.
You better, Rollins. You got as much time left as it takes for the man I hire to get back here from Dodge.
As short as that, huh?
As short as that.
Dillon, you know there's an awful lot of prairie between here and Dodge. I sure hate to see anything happen to you on your way back.
Get out.
Oh, sure. It always seems kind of too bad when a man dies for something that ain't even his concern.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor is the true democracy, and that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great industries and institutions, such as the hero of our armed forces, Kilroy. Since the beginning of World War II, Kilroy has popped up everywhere from Africa to Australia, from Kwajalein to Korea. Every serviceman claims to have met him. Some say he's tall and thin, some say he's short and fat. He's an Air Force pilot, Army infantryman, a Navy Seabee. He was on Guadalcanal and climbed Mount Casino. He walked through Berchtesgaden and stormed Heartbreak Ridge. But more than that, he's the spirit of the courage and the valor of the American men in uniform who accomplish the impossible and reach objectives which are unobtainable. The men who proudly say, Kilroy was here. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell the stories of such legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. So long as we continue to laugh together as a people, ladies and gentlemen, we'll live together as a nation.
Next morning, I was in the saddle before dawn, and by the time the sun was up, I'd covered a good 15 miles. A slight breeze blew apart the dust puffs my horse raised, and I knew it'd be hard for anybody to follow me. And for the same reason, I knew that somebody could track me without being seen. About noon, I stopped in the shade of a grove of cottonwood to rest my horse. I was easing his cinch a little when I saw a rider coming up fast. I pulled my rifle from the saddle boot and I waited. And I put the rifle back.
I've got to talk to you. Please.
Well, all right, ride on in. It's a long way out on the prairie for a lone woman.
Can I have some water?
Water? Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You haven't said what you're doing out here.
I followed you from Tascosa.
You followed me?
If you'd seen me sooner, you'd have sent me back, and I can't go back.
Just who are you, miss?
Stella Harkney. I'm one of the girls at the Overland Saloon.
You're lucky. I might have shot you riding up on me that way.
It was the only thing I could do, follow you this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd ride out so early.
That's just why I did.
I know all about you, Marshal. And I know why they sent for you to come to Tascosa.
That's so? How?
I'm Clegg Rollins' girl.
You're Rollins' girl?
That's right.
Look, you better turn around and head back right now.
I can't. Clegg would kill me if he found out I'd tried to run away.
How do I know you're not still his girl, setting a trap of some kind?
All right. Look. Look at my shoulder. He put those marks there. You think I'd stay with a man like that? All I'm asking is to ride on to Dodge with you, Marshal. I've got a rifle, and 2 rifles are better than 1. Clegg will come after you. You can be sure of that.
Seems to me you're awful anxious to help kill the man you belong to.
Oh, I belong to him right enough. He brought me down here from Hayes City. Gonna marry me, he said, but I found out different. He just wanted me to work in his saloon. He already has a wife down by Willow Springs. Didn't exactly like that, and I told him so. That's when he beat me. Look, let me ride with you, please.
I don't know, Stella.
I'm not going back, Marshal.
Well, all right. I guess it doesn't matter now that you come this far.
Thanks.
You may be telling the truth, but you better ride a little ahead of me anyhow.
What for?
It's just easier to keep an eye on you. Like you said, you got a rifle. Okay, let's get started. You pretty tired, Stella?
I'll make it.
There's a nester's cabin not far from here. If we can find it before dark, maybe he'll put us up for the night, huh?
Sure feel good to walk around.
Yeah. You saddle weary?
Well, dance hall girls don't do too much riding, Marshal.
Get up! Just lie still now. Don't make a move.
Where are they? Where did they shoot from?
It's off to the left somewhere, I think. Yeah. They're probably in that clump of box elder over there.
Dirty cowards.
I can't get them from here with a 6-gun, and I can't get to the horses for a rifle. Look, if we play dead, maybe we can draw them out.
Marshal, I'm sorry.
Just lie still and don't talk. Yeah, here they come. 2 of them. Just hold still now.
I've seen those men before. They work for Clegg.
Stella, when I give the word, you yell as loud as you can, huh? Scream. It'll throw them off. You ready? All right, now.
Are they dead?
I don't know, but the fight's sure out of him. And if Clegg's with him, he's still in that grove. Come on, let's get out of here fast.
I can't get up. I'm hit. My leg.
Yeah. Here, I'll put you on my horse. We'll ride double. We better get out of here before whoever's in those trees gets a little braver. Come on now. I'll get you to that cabin.
There you are, miss. You just lie back now. By morning, you'll be fit as a fiddle.
Thanks, mister, but that coal oil you poured on my leg like to set me on fire.
Well, that's the best way to clean a wound there is, Stella.
Less'n it's whiskey, of course, but that would be pure waste, wouldn't it now?
You two can afford to make light of it. It's me who's got the bullets.
Well, I'm going to have to feed my pigs. Having company like this has thrown me clean off schedule. I'll be back directly.
Marshal,
Yeah.
having me along's caused you a lot of trouble. Slowed you down. Clegg is probably going to ride into Dodge ahead of you. He'll be waiting there.
Oh, why there?
'Cause he's no good with a rifle. He needs a 6-gun on a town street.
Well, maybe he won't try again, Stella. After all, there are other towns for him to take over.
It's more than that, Marshal. It's a lot more, now that he knows I'm with you. He's a jealous man. He's crazy jealous, and now he'll think there's something between us. Between you and me, I mean.
Well, let's not worry about that now. You just better get some rest.
Foolish to think you might have any feelings about me, isn't it? Not knowing me any longer than you have.
Now, Stella,
I don't suppose any man could take to a woman he'd known for only one day, could he?
Look, Stella, you get some sleep. We've still got a long ride to Dodge, huh?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Marshal.
Good night.
Good night.
The next morning, Stella's leg wasn't anywhere near well enough for her to ride, so I borrowed a spring wagon from the nester, and we started out for Dodge. It was a rough trip and a slow one. Stella sat there, not saying much, just staring ahead. Once or twice I saw a dust cloud on the horizon, and I knew if it was Clegg Rollins, he'd be in Dodge long before I would. It was nearly dusk by the time we drove down the plaza and stopped outside Doc's office. And it was a half hour later before Doc had clean bandages on Stella's leg. Then I waited with her while he went out on another call.
Marshal,
Yeah, Stella.
I had a lot of time to think today while we were driving in.
It was a rough trip for you.
Not so bad, but what I wanted to tell you was I'm not going to stay in Dodge.
Oh? Where are you going?
Oh, I don't know. Abilene, maybe, even St. Louis. As soon as I'm well enough, I'm taking the Santa Fe out of here.
There's no reason for you to leave, Stella.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Clegg Rollins?
No.
What is it, then?
Well, it's not important. It's just easier if I go. Easier for me, I mean.
Oh.
You can't forget somebody when you're living in the same town, Marshal. You better go now. Doc will be back directly, and there's no reason for you to wait. Not any longer.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, Stella.
Goodbye, Matt.
Marshal.
Hello, Rollins.
Been waiting for you.
Oh, the last time you sent a couple of your men to do the talking.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, you're two riders who tried to dry gulch me. I hope you buried them, Rollins, because I didn't have time.
I come here to tell you, you and me can still work things out.
You didn't get me killed, so you still want to buy me off.
Any man can use money.
The government pays me.
Not as much as I could.
Listen, Rollins. So far, I got nothing personal on you. Nothing I can prove, anyway. Now, if you're smart, you'll saddle up and ride out of here and keep away from Tascosa, too.
We'll see. Meantime, Marshal, how is Stella?
No. I'm telling you, Rollins, you get out while you can.
Sure. fast, Marshal.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Yeah, I know that now. I just thought maybe.
Mr. Dillon? I seen it. I seen him back out the door. What happened? Who was he?
Oh, it was a man named Rollins.
What'd he do?
He didn't want me to send a new peace officer to Tascosa.
Well, that ain't much of a reason to die, is it?
He figured it was. Look, Chester, you go tell Doc about this, huh? I got some business over at Delmonico's.
What you gonna do?
Well, Doc told me there's a man I want to talk to down there.
Who?
An ex-buffalo hunter I'm going to ask to take the job of peace officer in Tascosa.
Who is it, Mr. Dillon? Slim Trent?
No, it's somebody who just got into town a little while back. He's a kind of a hot-headed fellow, but he can get the job done.
Well, who in the world is it, Mr. Dillon?
You don't know him, Chester. It's a fellow named Hickok, Bill Hickok. If you want, you can come over and meet him after you get Doc.
No, I don't care about meeting no Bill Hickok. I was hoping Slim Trent would get the job. I'll see you later, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sure.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Mr. Macdonald, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
We pause now for station identification.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I never thought of Dodge as a thing of beauty, Mr. Dillon, but it's looking kindly pretty to me today.
Yeah, it's been a hot trip.
Sure am glad to be back.
You'd have done as good to stay right here.
We picked you up, didn't we?
We ain't gonna do you no good.
What do you mean by that?
Forget it, Chester. Take the horses around to the stable, will you, Chester? Ask Moss to rub them down.
Well, yes, sir, but don't you want me to help you lock this fella up?
I think I can handle it.
We ain't gonna be for long.
There, you see now, Mr. Dillon, there he goes, talking
Never
like that
mind,
again.
Chester. Just go along, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right, Clary, come on.
I'd just soon tell you, Marshal.
Oh? Tell me what?
That you ain't gonna keep me locked up. My brother North, he ain't gonna stand for it.
All right, get in there.
My brother Norton. You'll come after me for sure.
Uh-huh.
You better listen to me, Marshal. I'm telling you true, he'll get me out.
You know, I wish I had $1 for every man I've locked up who said that and who stayed right here until I let him out.
Well, no, it's different.
Maybe so, but I wouldn't hold my breath until he got you out.
I tell you,
Now, why don't you settle down and shut up?
You see?
Yeah, I'll see.
Another beer, Marshal?
No thanks, Sam. On a day like this, I'm afraid it'd put me to sleep.
Yeah, all right. I'd like to buy you a beer, Marshal.
Oh? I don't know you, do I?
Well, no, Marshal, not yet. I was figuring on changing that.
What's your name?
Nort Small.
Oh.
You know my brother Cleary, Marshal?
Yeah. He's in my jail.
I was aiming to talk a little about that.
Well, go on. Talk.
Marshal, I just figured we could make a deal. A regular business deal, you might say.
I wouldn't offer a bribe if I were you.
Why, I ain't even thinking that way, Marshal.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
No, sir, no. I'm a gambler, Marshal Dillon. I'll gamble for anything. Money, horses, a woman.
Or your brother?
Well, just let's look at it like this, Marshal. We sit down to a few hands of poker. You could win a lot of money that way.
And you'd win Cleary, huh?
Well, an accident could happen, couldn't it? He could get out.
An accident can happen to anybody, Swamp.
Well, now, listen.
You listen to me. You say you're a gambler. Well, if I were you, I'd bet on a poker game or a woman, but I sure wouldn't bet on getting Cleary out of jail.
Every man has his price, Marshal.
Yeah, folks say that.
And don't be too high and mighty with me. You got your price, too, and I'll find out what it is.
Get out.
You mark my words.
I said get out.
Sure, Marshal. Next time, maybe it'll be my play.
Don't count on it. Sam, I guess I'll have that beer after all.
All right, Marshal.
I'll get it for you, Matt.
Oh. Well, thanks, Kitty.
Here you are.
Giving me pretty quick service.
That's because I won't be seeing you for a while.
Are you that anxious to get away?
Well, I can't deny a few days away from Dodge won't break my heart.
Yeah. You want me to pick up your stage ticket for you?
Oh, I got that yesterday, Matt. I wasn't taking any chances on missing it.
No, you sure weren't. Well, I'll come by and carry your bag down for you.
Thanks, Matt. Don't be late.
Don't worry. I won't. I don't want you to blame me if you miss the stage.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Bergie, I think someone's looking for you. Oh, Mr. Bergen.
Well, hello, Effie Clinker. What's wrong?
My car battery is run down. I think it's in acid condition.
Oh, I see. Well, have you seen a serviceman?
Well, I had a blind date with a sailor last night, but he got away.
No, I mean a mechanic. Seeing you own a General Motors car, you should see your GM dealer for service. His mechanics are GM trained. They have specialized tools and factory-approved parts to provide your fine GM car with the GM care it deserves. So if you own a Chevrolet car or truck, a Pontiac, an Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, or a GMC truck, you should make a date with a General Motors serviceman.
Oh, that sounds exciting. Will he have blue eyes?
Oh, hey. That road don't seem to get no smoother. I'll say that for it.
Certainly doesn't.
Yeah,
I heard a doctor once. He said it was good for your innards getting thrown around like this.
Well, that may be, but it's hard on the rest of you.
That's sure a fact.
Well, we'll be in Dodge before long.
Yeah, I won't be sorry about that.
I don't think I will either this time. Get out of here. Climb up. Here. Find road. Get help.
You ain't walking very steady, ma'am. You all right?
Stage. Off bank.
Why, it's the marshal.
The stage. Somebody help.
Here now. Here. You sit right down there and I'll see to things. I'll take care of you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of you real good.
Marshal! I ain't had no food since this morning.
The way you're going, you're not likely to hurry it up any.
Now, you listen here, Marshal. A man has a right to his dinner.
You haven't starved yet.
Well, it ain't your fault. The stuff that Chester feeds me.
You eat it or you don't. It doesn't make much difference to me one way or the other.
I got a lot to get even with you when I get out.
Yeah, when you get out.
You better be ready, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Yeah, back here, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, it's just awful.
Oh, what's awful?
Ain't nobody left alive. Bodies and dead horses. That's all they could find.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Dillon, there's been a wreck, a terrible bad stage wreck.
What? Where?
A few miles north. Stage pitched down off the bank there and turned over.
Coming from the north?
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Have you told Doc?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, go get him.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Go on, Chester. I'll meet you at the livery stable.
But, Mr. Dillon...
What is it now?
Ain't that the stage Miss Kitty was coming back on?
Yeah, Chester, it is. All right, go on now and get Doc, and let's get going.
Yes, sir. Right away. There it is, Mr. Dillon. Right down there.
Yeah.
Oh, that driver must have really been whipping them horses around that curve.
Or else they were spooked.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, Joe.
This is the worst mess I ever seen.
Yeah.
Milt and me, we laid him out over here. Done the best we could.
Doc's on his way.
I don't think there's nothing for him to do, Marshal. You can see for yourself. We didn't see no signs of life.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
She ain't there. Miss Kitty ain't there.
Joe.
Yeah, Marshal?
That's all you found? There isn't... nobody was thrown out anyplace else, huh?
Well, not that we could see when we come on her, Marshal. And me and Milt looked around pretty good. We wanted to be sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Joe. You did a good job.
Well, sure, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Let's look around.
Yes, sir. I sure am glad about Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe, did you shoot these horses?
No, Marshal. They were shot when we found them.
Thanks.
Somebody must have been here before, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Somebody sure shot the horses.
Say,
a good thing they was put out of their misery.
Whoever did it, his trail has been trampled down by everybody who's been here since.
Well, he done a nice thing, whoever it was. I wonder what made Miss Kitty change her mind about coming home on this stage, I mean.
I'm wondering about that, too, Chester.
Well, there's probably a message at the telegraph office.
Yeah. Maybe there is.
Sure am surprised, Mr. Dillon. I was sure there'd be a message. It just ain't like Miss Kitty not letting us know and all.
Yeah.
Of course, it could be that she maybe wanted to surprise us. That could be. I say that could be, couldn't it, Mr. Dillon?
What? What's that?
Well, I was just saying, it could be that Miss Kitty maybe was wanting to surprise us.
Oh. Yeah, maybe so.
Marshal Dillon,
Yeah, boy?
I'm supposed to give you this.
Well, Mr. Dillon...
Where'd you get this?
I was fishing on Cripple Creek.
Where?
Near the Big Bend.
Yeah, go on.
A man come by and give me some money to bring this to you.
What, did you know him?
Never seen him before.
You sure?
Honest, Marshal, I ain't done nothing.
All right, you can go along, son.
I was supposed to tell you there's a note in it.
Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Dillon, ain't that Miss Kitty's purse?
Yeah.
She all right?
I don't know, Chester. The note says to bring Doc. All right, go on. Get the horses.
Oh, brother. Oh. Hello, Matt. Chester. Well, I came as soon as I got the message.
Hello, Doc.
Howdy, Doc. Well, what are you doing out here? Nobody's lived on this place since old man Craig left 5 years ago.
I'm not sure, Doc, but I'm hoping we'll find Kitty.
Here?
Yeah, here, read this note. It was brought to me in Kitty's purse.
Yeah, let me see here. Come to old Craig place. Bring Doc. Well, what does it mean?
I don't know, Doc. Somebody must have Kitty. That's all I know.
Well, did you look around here?
Of course I looked around.
Well, all right. I was just wondering.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder.
Now, that's Nord Small.
Hello there, Marshal. I see you got my message.
Where did you take Kitty, Nord?
Why, I rescued her from an awful wreck, Marshal Dillon.
Where is she?
Now, take it easy.
She better be all right.
Well, now, I'm going to a lot of trouble about that, Marshal. I told you to bring Doc, didn't I?
He can't do anything unless he sees her.
Oh, I aimed for him to see her. That's why I rode all this way.
All right, let's go, then.
Oh, not you, Marshal. Just the Doc. And on one condition.
What's that?
That you stay here, nice and quiet, until Doc comes back. Agreed? Well, now, the little lady's life depends on it.
All right. Go on, Doc.
Yeah, sure, man.
That's being smart, Marshal Dillon. Real smart. You better stay that way.
They've been gone an awful long time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Couldn't we... Mr. Dillon, couldn't we have followed them?
Yeah, we could have followed them.
Sure do hate just sitting around here while Miss Kitty's laying there hurt.
That's why we're sitting here.
How's that?
To keep her from getting hurt worse.
Well, I guess you're right.
I better be right. Here they come.
Oh, there. Yes.
You see her, Doc?
I saw her, Matt. She's badly hurt. She didn't know me.
Yeah, the doc says she's in a bad way. Needs a lot of taking care of.
I want to take her back to town, Matt. She needs nursing.
Why didn't you bring her with you?
Why, you know why, Marshal.
You tell me.
Well, it's simple. I figure the doc can go right back to her.
Back where?
Oh, you're a smart man, but you ain't that smart. You ain't going to find out where.
All right, Doc goes back. It's all right with me.
It's all right with me, too, Marshal, just as soon as you get back here from Dodge.
Oh, I see.
Sure you see. You bring Cleary here, and Doc brings Kitty. It's a simple exchange, Marshal.
You better do it, Matt.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Sure you will, Marshal. I told you. You have your price just like anybody else.
Yeah. Just be sure it isn't too high. All right, come on, Chester. We're riding back to town.
Get the really light refreshment. This is where I talk, Kay. Get the really light refreshment. That's Pepsi-Cola, of course.
I just wanted to say be sociable, Charlie.
Of course, Kay. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi on the road or at home. It always refreshes without filling.
Charlie.
Pick up extra cartons now. Pepsi is so delicious it goes fast. That's why you should keep plenty of Pepsi on hand.
Oops. Maybe I'd better sing.
Be sure to say keep Pepsi handy.
Yes, Charlie. But the song says it sociably. Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair. Get an air. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
What Kay means is get plenty of Pepsi next time you shop.
Well, yes.
What's the matter, Marshal? Might as well sit down and take it easy. Of course, I guess you can't blame him none for being nervous, Cleary.
Them big men all get nervous when they ain't got their guns.
Sure is a lot of smart talk going on around here, ain't there, Mr. Dillon?
Don't worry about it, Chester.
Oh, I ain't worried.
He ain't worried, he says. Well, he ought to be worried. Ain't that so, Nort?
Well, now, Cleary, I don't know about that. If he behaves himself until the doc gets back with the woman, he might come off all right.
Well, what are we waiting for? Why don't we just go now?
No, we can't. We sort of made a bargain about it, Cleary. I figure we ought to show the marshal when the small boys make a deal, they keep their word.
Well, that surprises me some.
I got a notion to fix you.
No. Chester there's too old for you to pick on.
I ain't neither too old. By jing, I'll show you right this minute.
Chester.
Well, he's just plain asking for it,
Sit
Mr.
down.
Dillon. I don't rightly feel like sitting down.
I said sit down.
All right.
That marshal sure is a big man ordering folks around, ain't he, Cleary?
I'd like to order him around.
Yeah, I bet you would. All right, then, Cleary, you take a crack at it. Order him around a little bit.
Why, sure I will, Nort. Sure I will. Let's see now.
Chester, before we get out of here, I want you to fill our canteen.
That's it, Marshal. You fill our canteen.
I'll go do it, Mr. Dillon.
No, never mind, Chester. I'll do it.
You bet your life he'll do it with my gun on him. Bring him here, Marshal. Now empty him. All right, now, go fill him. Nice and cold now.
Some folks just plain gotta be a smart aleck.
You shut up there or I'll crack your head with this gun.
I'll leave him be, Cleary. We ain't never had to pick on puny fellas like him.
Sure not. Just a big one.
Well, I'm plenty big for the likes of you.
I ain't gonna hear much more talk.
Ain't gonna be no more
Never
talk.
mind, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon...
I said never mind.
Well, that's right smart of you, Marshal. Now go put them canteens back on our saddles.
Mr. Dillon, here they come.
Yeah, I see him.
You see, Marshal? When I make a deal, I stick to it.
How is she, Doc?
But she's better, Matt. She'll make it.
Matt,
Yeah, Kitty.
my purse. Doc says you have my purse.
Yeah. It's back at the office.
Don't lose anything out of it.
You see, Matt, when a woman starts worrying about things like that, she's going to be all right.
Good. Oh, that's fine, Doc. All right, take her on then, huh?
All right.
I guess we'll be on our way, too, Marshal. We got a long ride.
Well, it'll seem long.
Maybe you'll remember, Marshal, about a man and his price.
Yeah. I think maybe we'll both remember.
Mr. Dillon,
Uh-huh.
I swear it just sticks in my craw.
Oh, how's that?
Well, you having to be so meek and nice and let them two fellows off scot-free?
Don't worry about it.
I ain't exactly worrying about it. I'd do anything to make sure Miss Kitty was all right. But seeing them ride off bold as brass and seeing you even have to fill their canteens for them, well, it just don't set right, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it's not going to set right with them either, Chester.
How's that?
You know why old man Craig left this place?
No, sir, I don't.
Because that pond is full of bad water. His stock kept dying off on him.
Mr. Dillon, you mean...
Yeah, it's a hot day, Chester. Swilling that water all day, they'll either be dead or sick enough to come along peaceable. We'll wait a day and then ride out and pick them up. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barney Phillips, James Nusser, and Richard Beale. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
know, I'd sure like to meet whoever's running the kitchen in this place.
Oh, why, Kitty?
A cook that can make antelope stew taste like prairie dog ought to be something to see.
Well, at least it's hot.
No, it isn't.
Well, mine is.
You forgetting you dumped half that bowl of chili peppers in yours?
Well, I've eaten here before, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
You know what I'd do if I owned this place, Matt?
Tear it down?
No. Look, it's got tables and chairs and knives and forks and spoons. And out back, they got a kitchen all set up with a stove and everything.
So?
Well, it's all here. I'd open a restaurant.
You're spoiled, Kitty. Dodge isn't St. Louis, you know.
St. Louis? I was there 6 months, 4 years ago.
Hello, Matt. Kitty.
How are you, Doc?
Oh, I'm fine.
Well, sit down, Doc, sit down.
Oh, thank you. Oh, well, what are you eating? Stew?
That's what they call it, Doc.
Oh. Well, I'll try a little anyway. Then I'm going to bed.
At noon?
I was up all night, Kitty, out at the Brandt place.
Mrs. Brandt have her baby?
Uh-huh, a boy. That's 5 I've delivered out there.
You know, it seems to me it's about time they gave you one. Doc.
Oh, no, gave me one. I've got enough trouble all by myself. But seriously, I'll tell you something, Matt. It's got so I'm afraid to be driving onto the prairie at all.
More Indians, Doc?
I ran into Sam Butler outside. He just drove in with his whole family and all his belongings loaded onto his wagon. Says he's quitting.
Well, why?
The Pawnees wiped out another family up near his place on the Smoky Hill River a couple of days ago.
That's the second raid in the last 2 weeks. No wonder he's scared.
Matt, he's telling everyone who will listen that it's a shameful thing for the law to be hiding out in Dodge while whole families are being slaughtered in the country.
He is, huh?
Yes. I thought you'd like to know.
You sit with Kitty, Doc. I'm going to have a talk with Sam Butler.
Sure.
See you later.
Stays out there and exposes his family to them murdering savages is plumb crazy. You can't fight a Pawnee war party all by yourself. And we sure ain't getting no help from the law around here. We can die and rot for all the law cares.
Hello, Sam.
Well, where you been hiding, Marshal?
I hear the Pawnees made another raid up near you.
If you call shooting and scalping a man and his wife and their 2 boys a raid, those men never had a chance to fight, far as I see.
Men?
Well, boys, but they were coming on 14 or 15, old enough to handle a rifle. But they got caught outside and never even made the house. I seen them lying there with my own eyes, Marshal. And if you'd seen them, you'd be doing something about it instead of sitting around here and dying.
I'm not hired to fight Indians, Sam. That's the Army's job.
And you ought to be out helping the Army. Every lawman in the country ought to.
The Army doesn't need help. But there's something strange about those Pawnees.
What's strange about them? They killed white men before.
I'm sorry you're quitting, Sam. We need settlers out here.
Not dead ones, you don't.
No. No, not dead ones.
What a pair.
What a buy. They're talking about king-size Chesterfield at the new low price. And Chesterfield Regular. They're the quality twins. Either way you like them, you get the same highest quality, the same low nicotine, the same wonderful taste and mildness, a refreshing smoke every time. Yes, the Chesterfield you smoke today is the best cigarette ever made, and it's America's most popular two-way cigarette. So buy a carton today. King-size Chesterfield at the new low price, or Chesterfield Regular. What a pair they are. They satisfy millions. They're best for you.
Chester and I left Dodge that afternoon, and toward evening the next day, we ran across a troop of cavalry camped on the Smoky Hill River. It was commanded by an officer who was new to this part of the country, a Captain Starr. He was anxious to make a success of his first expedition, but so far he hadn't even seen an Indian. I decided to stay with him for a while, and I'm glad I did. The next afternoon, while we were on the march, his scouts reported another settler's cabin burned. The family killed. At my request, Captain Starr filed his troop out in patrols while he and Chester and I rode forward to the scene of the slaughter.
My scouts say these people haven't been dead very long, Marshal.
This morning, probably. At dawn, Captain.
Well, then those Indians can't be too far off.
No, but Indians have a way of disappearing.
There it is, Mr. Dillon. Burned right into the ground.
It's just like that last cabin. Their bodies scattered around out front.
Well, let's get up there. Come on, then.
Oh.
Ho, ho, ho. The whole family. Man and his wife and their boy.
Look over there. Against the water barrel.
Oh, my. It's a little girl. It's a little girl.
They scalped them, every one of them.
Even that little girl. They even scalped her.
At least they didn't torture them.
Did they torture the other families, Captain?
No, they didn't, Marshal. They shot them just like this and scalped them. Where are you going, Marshal? What is it?
Captain Starr, last night you told me this is your first tour of duty in Indian country.
That's right, Marshal.
I'll take a good look around here, Captain.
Well, I have.
All right. All three of these settler families were killed in the open, outside their cabins. Does that mean anything to you?
Those Pawnees are pretty tricky. I guess they really surprised them.
Yeah, they sure did. There are not many arrows around. If these people had had a chance to put up a fight, there'd be a lot of arrows.
They were shot, Marshal, with rifles.
Pawnees don't usually waste ammunition, Captain. There's a reason for it here, though.
Well, what reason?
Look at the ground. There are no tracks. Every sign of tracks have been dragged out with a blanket.
Say, you're right. I hadn't noticed that.
Well, there's another thing you haven't noticed, or maybe you didn't know about.
Oh, what's that?
That boy there. How old would you say he was?
Oh, about the same age as the boys at the last place. Maybe 12, 13.
Oh, Captain, that's old enough to be a brave in a couple of years if he was a Pawnee.
What do you mean, if he was a Pawnee?
They usually keep a boy that age. They don't kill him. They take him and try to make a brave out of him.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
I know what is driving that, Captain. You don't think it was Pawnees that done this. Ain't that right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
But the Pawnees are the only tribe around here we know of, Marshal.
Captain, it's them tracks. Pawnees wouldn't hide their tracks.
No, they wouldn't.
What?
A man wearing moccasins doesn't care about his tracks, Captain. He's got nothing to hide.
I'm afraid I don't understand,
It
Marshal.
wasn't Pawnees that did this. It wasn't Indians at all. It was white men.
Marshal Dillon, it's impossible for me to believe white men could have done this.
Is it, Captain?
No white man would shoot that little girl over there and then scalp her.
Did you ever hear what Chivington did to the Cheyennes at Sand Creek? Kill and scalp them all, he said, big and little. Nits make lights.
Congress has repudiated that whole affair, Marshal.
Well, it still happened. And it was still white men that did it.
Oh. I suppose you're right.
Yeah, I'm right.
But why did they do it?
Horses. You see that corral out there? This man must have had 6 or 7 head of horses.
Yes, the other settlers did, too.
They stole the horses and probably whatever they could find in the cabins, and right now they're sitting around camp somewhere drinking coffee and laughing at all of us Indian hunters.
Well, I'll find them.
Now, it's a big country, Captain.
Well, I got a troop of cavalry out there, Marshal, over 100 men.
All right, suppose you do find some riders with a bunch of horses. How are you going to know they're the men you're after?
Well, these horses are branded, aren't they?
With what brands?
I don't know, but they must be registered somewhere.
Maybe. But while you're out finding out all that, some other family's going to be slaughtered. There isn't time, Captain.
I didn't realize how new I am at this game, Marshal. Oh, what would you suggest?
Well, there used to be a corral about 5 miles upriver from here. If it's still standing, we'll bait it with a couple of dozen head of good cavalry horses. And then they'll come to us.
Good idea. And I'll have my troop deployed and ready to move in.
No, that wouldn't work. You can't hide 100 men, Captain. You'll have to keep your cavalry clear away from there.
But how?
Chester and I'll be there. We'll wait for them.
Here's another load of green branches, Mr. Dillon.
I'll throw them on the fire, Chester. Let's have some more smoke, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, stand back, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Well, they ought to see that if they're anywhere this side of the Rocky Mountains.
They're sure to be scouting around, Mr. Dillon. They ain't stolen enough horses yet to leave the country.
Besides, they're feeling mighty safe. They'll come.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
I've been thinking.
Now, what's bothering you?
Well, sir, there's only 2 of us. And I'm wondering how many there are of them.
Now, you want to go back and find the cavalry?
I feel a whole lot safer.
They'll go on, then.
Oh, you didn't answer my question, Mr. Dillon. How many do you think we're waiting for?
There's no way of telling, Chester.
Well, if there's a whole passel of them, how in the world are we going to take them?
I don't care how we take them.
You're pretty mad, ain't you?
Well, I can't get that little girl out of my mind.
Yes, sir, I know.
Now, look up. Here comes somebody.
He's all alone. Just some cowboy, probably.
Maybe.
Yeah, sure it is. He's seen the smoke from our fire, and now he's wondering what that old corral's doing full of horses.
And he might be scouting it for the others. Those men don't take many chances.
Well, how are we going to find out?
Well, maybe we won't till it's too late. Heat up some coffee for him, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I think I'll have a cup of it, too, huh?
All right, sir.
Morning.
Oh, get on, stranger. We'll have some hot coffee up in a minute.
Well, let's tie my horse here. Ooh. Sure used some coffee. Had to make dry camp last night.
Oh? Well, you couldn't have been very far away. Why didn't you ride on down to the river here?
Tell you why, mister, I was lost. I rode till after dark. And I got lost.
Well, your horse could have found it for you.
Maybe my horse ain't smart as yours.
No offense. Sit down. Chester's bringing the coffee now.
I've been sitting all morning.
Here you are, mister.
Oh.
We ain't got no sugar.
You men are traveling pretty light, ain't you?
What do you mean? Here's your coffee.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
I mean all them horses. Mighty big remote and no wagon. Not much grub I can see.
We're driving those horses to Cheyenne. There's only 2 of us. We couldn't handle a wagon and the herd both.
Only 2 of you, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, mister, look, I'm drifting. Maybe you could use another hand.
There may be. Where you from?
Dakota Territory. Name of Lee Stapp. I sure would like to see Cheyenne. I ain't never been there.
Well, why don't you ride up there alone? It'd be chasing a herd of horses all the way.
Well, I'm broke, mister. Wouldn't have much of a party in Cheyenne broke, would I?
No, I don't guess you would.
I'm a good hand. I work cheap. How about it?
You're a good hand, huh?
Of course I am.
Did you take a look at those horses we got?
Yeah, I sure did. I ain't never seen none better.
Well, they're good horses, and we take good care of them.
Well, okay. What's that got to do with hiring me?
Mister, I wouldn't hire you to herd sheep.
What?
You said you made dry camp last night. How come you tie your horse up without watering him while you stand here slopping up coffee?
Well, it's my horse, ain't it?
Sure. How's the coffee?
Coffee?
Is it any good?
Well, yeah, sure it is.
Well, then have some more of it.
Hey, what's that?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Here, catch his gun. Got it. All right, now go get some rope. We'll tie him up while he's still out.
Hey, but Mr. Dillon, you sure he ain't just a cowboy like he said?
I was pretty sure, Chester, but this made me real sure. It was sticking out of his pocket.
Oh, my. I'll get the rope, and we ought to hang him with it.
We will return for the last act of Gunsmoke in just a moment.
In regular or king size, you can get 'em either way. The best smoke ever made's the Chesterfield you buy today. Smokers coast to coast are changing, it's a cinch to do. Here's all you have to say to get the one that's best for you. Chesterfield's for me, Chesterfield's for me. You just say it's Chesterfield's for me.
Friends, for your vacation, take along plenty of Chesterfield. Buy 'em by the carton. Chesterfield king size at the new low price. Chesterfield regular. What a pair. They're the quality twins. The same highest quality. The same low nicotine. Either way you like them, they're best for you. Smoke Chesterfield. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette.
See anything yet, Chester?
Yes, sir. There's some dust about a mile away, Mr. Dillon.
Is it moving?
Right this way. I'd guess maybe a half dozen riders.
Now, your friends don't take many chances, do they,
They ain't friends of mine.
Well, I'll tell them that when they get here.
You better turn me loose, or else you ain't gonna tell nobody nothing.
You mean they won't like it, you're being all tied up that way?
You ain't got a chance, Marshal.
By golly, he's about right, Mr. Dillon. How are we going to fight 6 men?
You know, I've been thinking, Chester, we could use Stapp here as a hostage.
No, Marshal, don't do that.
I don't aim to, Stapp. They wouldn't care whether you die or not. Men like you don't have that kind of friends.
But we can't stand up to 6 men, Mr. Dillon. We wouldn't have a chance.
No, we wouldn't, Chester. I'm going to do something I never did before in my life.
What?
You'll see. But first, get a bandana and fix Stapp up so he can't talk.
That won't do you no good.
Shut up and get on your feet.
Here's a bandana.
There, I'll do it. All right, on your feet. Stay on your... Now, turn around. Get our rifles, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There. That'll keep you quiet, Step. All right, now walk.
Here's yours, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks. You get on behind that log over there, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'll keep Step here with me. All right, lie down, Step. And if you make any noise, I'll split your skull. Now, go on. Lie down. You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir, fine.
Keep the sun off your rifle. They're getting pretty close. Now, quiet.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
What are we going to do now? Fight it out from here?
Chester, I'd hate for either of us to get killed by men like them. When I start shooting, you start. Take whoever's on your side first and then work in.
Yes, sir. Surprise them, huh?
So they'll never know it. Shut up now. Here they come.
They must be over the river. We'll get down and wait here for them.
Maybe Staps done killed them already.
We didn't hear no shooting, did we?
I don't like this jig. Staps should have been back a long time ago.
Stap knows what he's doing. Them sure fine horses, ain't they?
Now, Chester!
I give up. Don't shoot no more.
All right, throw away your guns. Now turn around and get your hands up in the air. Chester, come over here.
We killed 4 of them, Mr. Dillon. 4 of them.
Prod Stapp up and bring him up to the fire. I'll handle these 2. Well, you 2 stopped just in time. You can turn around now.
Who are you? What'd you ambush us for? Well, you went and killed 4 men.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, mister.
You're lying.
Am I?
What kind of marshal would ambush a bunch of men like that?
My kind.
I untied his bandana, Mr. Dillon. No reason you shouldn't talk now.
That was murder. That's what that was. That was plain murder.
Sure was. Even if he is a marshal, he'll hang for this. He never give us a chance.
You're right, mister. I didn't give you a chance. There were too many of you. Besides, I never knew any man that deserved a chance less than you.
What are you talking about? We ain't done nothing.
You haven't, huh? Well, I found this on your friend Stapp, mister. Here. Take a good look at it.
Well, what's this? This ain't nothing, just a little yellow ribbon.
I burned the rest of it.
You blasted fool, Stapp.
I didn't get nothing else. It was just kind of a souvenir.
I told you to get rid of everything.
Stapp, I'm sorry you came in alone. I wish you'd been with the others. But I'll see you hanged. All 3 of you. And it's that little girl's yellow hair ribbon that's gonna hang you.
L&M goes king size. Yes, L&M goes king size. Now, L&M is king size as well as regular. Both have the same low price. Both have the miracle tip for the effective filtration you need. Yes, it's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Yes, this is it. L&M filters, just what the doctor ordered. Buy a carton, king size or regular, both at the same low price. L&M filters, America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Joseph Kearns, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Although the physical danger of war is over for your friend in the service, his morale is threatened now more than ever. He worries about being the forgotten man. And when there's no mail from home, that's when loneliness really settles in. And it's tough to be lonesome. The USO knows there's nothing like a letter to make a fellow feel better. Why don't you let your friend in the service know you're thinking of him? If you're a cousin, neighbor, schoolmate, or a member of his church, club, or union, write to him today. Remember, it's tough to be left out at mail call. And remember, too, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke. This is the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Millions of Americans are now crowding our highways, pushing and impatient to get the most out of this weekend. The hundreds of highway deaths and thousands of highway injuries can be avoided, provided that every single motorist does his bit. That bit means driving safely and sanely all the time. There's positively no excuse for excess speed. By observing all speed limits, you'll get to your destination almost as soon, whereas if you speed, you may never get there. Just as important is the necessity of paying strict attention to traffic signs and those white lines on the highway. They were put there for your protection. Never pass unless you're absolutely certain it's safe, that the road is clear ahead. Never pull out of line, slow up, stop, or turn without first looking in your mirror, then signaling clearly well ahead. And don't be afraid to give the other fellow the right of way. If you let him go, you won't crash into him. At all times, drive with caution and courtesy. You'll live longer.
It had been a long, hard ride to Fort Larned, and as it turned out, a useless one. The prisoner Colonel Matthews had been holding for me died before I could get there, so I spent the night at the fort and then started back for Dodge the next morning. The trip back was more pleasant. A breeze from the Rockies swept across the high plains, and it was cool for the first time in weeks. And now, camped for the night just a day's ride out of Dodge, I was looking forward to a bath and a shave at Mr. Teeter's. I must have been asleep for some time when a sound awakened me. Somebody was standing just outside the circle of light cast from the dying fire. All right, hold it. Now, you raise your hands and you walk in here slow. Keep coming. Right up to the fire. Now, just stand it. Is there anybody with you?
No, I'm alone. Please, mister, I didn't mean any harm.
What are you doing here?
I was hungry. Thought maybe I could get some food.
Well, I might have shot you.
I'm awful hungry, mister. I've been sitting out there watching your fire. I thought you were asleep.
Well, there's some side meat in that fry pan. It's cold, but you can have it if you want.
Thank you, mister.
You really were hungry, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
What did you eat last?
This morning, just before I ran away.
Ran away?
That's right. I ran away from home.
I see. What's your name?
Trudy. Trudy Trent.
Well, where is it, Trudy? Your home.
About 40 miles from here. What's your name?
Dillon, Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal in Dodge.
Dodge. That's right where I'm headed.
Now, look, Trudy, Dodge is a long way from here, a whole day's ride. Don't you think you better ride back home tomorrow and think about this a little? Your parents are going to be a little worried.
That's just me and Pa, Marshal. And I sure ain't going back to him.
He's probably out looking for you right now.
Pa? He gets drunk almost every night. Ain't likely he's out riding around on the prairie.
I see.
He's about the most terrible man ever lived, Marshal. I could tell you things he done to me you wouldn't believe. You want to hear?
Look, Trudy, a lot of kids don't always get along with their pa.
I'm not a kid, Marshal. I'm old enough. I've been old enough a long time.
Look, you're going back home in the morning, and I'm going to ride with you to make sure you get there.
Don't you like me, Marshal?
Sure I like you, Trudy, but you're still going home.
Don't make me go back there. Please. I'll do anything you want. But please don't make me go back.
I got a blanket for you. You can sleep with the fire.
Marshal, please.
Look, Trudy, whether you think so or not, you're still just a kid, and I'm taking you home in the morning. In the morning, I awakened to a clear, warm day, but the blanket I'd given to Trudy lay crumpled and empty on the ground. For a minute, I thought she'd run off. Then I heard splashing from the other side of the willows. She was taking a swim. A few minutes later, she was out, dressed, and we were breaking camp.
It was wonderful, Marshal. You should have tried it.
You ready to ride?
You're mad at me.
Trudy, you had something to eat, you got some sleep, you had your swim, and now you're going home.
I changed my mind.
What?
I changed my mind. I'm not going home. I'm going to Dodge with you.
Now, look, Trudy.
Can you think of one good reason for not taking me to Dodge?
Now, Dodge is no place for a girl like you.
You still think I'm too young? Well, you just wait till you see me all dressed up. You won't think I'm too young then.
You belong at home, Trudy. Now, let's get mounted.
Marshal.
What?
If you want, you can marry me. You want to marry me?
It's not going to work, Trudy. I told you. You belong at home with your pa, and that's where you're going.
And you keep talking about how Dodge is no place for a decent girl.
We're wasting time. Let's go.
Well, there it is, Marshal. You can see we don't make out too good.
This is hard land, Trudy.
Any land's hard for Pa. He had a pretty good farm once, but he left it.
Why?
He had to. The neighbors run him off for stealing stock. He told me about it one night when he was drunk. He laughed fit to kill. Marshal, will you stay the night and think about taking me away with you?
We'll see.
Come on. Let's go in and get this over with. Pa? Hey, Pa.
Hey, where'd you run off to, girl?
I guess you was worried some, huh?
You sass me and I'll fetch you a clout.
This is
On the
Marshal
head.
Dillon, Pa, from Dodge.
What you bringing the law out here for?
He brought me home, Pa.
You what?
I run away yesterday morning. Marshal brought me home.
I ought to tend you good, girl. Running off that way.
Worried about who'd do the chores, weren't you, Pa?
Now, don't you talk like that, girl. 'Cause I missed you. I missed you something fierce.
I'll bet you did.
I worried so much that I didn't hardly eat nothing.
But you sure been drinking enough, though.
Hey, Marshal, don't you pay her no mind. She's my little girl, and I care a whole heap for her.
Listen to him. Don't it make you sick, Marshal?
I'll spend the night like you asked, Trudy. Now I better take care of the horses.
What's this about spending the night?
I asked him to, Pa.
Well, where? We don't need him around here.
And I'll tell you something else. Tomorrow I'm riding to Dodge with him to stay.
You're what?
I'm leaving you, Pa, for good and all.
No, not hardly you ain't.
Don't you hit me, Pa.
Now look, Mr. Trent.
Marshal, I'll tell you true. You take her away, I'll come to Dodge. I'll tell people what you done. Young girl like that.
Why don't we wait and talk about all this later, huh? When you're sober?
Well, I don't know as I aim to get sober. But I know one thing for sure. You ain't taking Trudy away.
Never mind him, Marshal. You go take care of the horses. I'll find something for supper.
Drunk or sober, I'll say just one thing. Just don't mess with me and my Trudy. Just don't mess.
Don't be a forest firebug. Remember, a careless match, cigarette butt, or campfire left to spread can do more than destroy valuable timber acreage. It can lay waste to private property, wipe out homes, animal life, and human life as well. One cigarette butt thrown from the window of your car, if the wind is right, can lay waste to what nature took hundreds of years to build. CBS Radio and its affiliated stations offer this reminder. When fire saps America's natural wealth by one forest's potential value, our nation is worth that much less in the marketplace of the world. Don't burn out our great heritage. Take every precaution in or near the woods.
The Trent farm wasn't much of a place, inside or out. The front room where we ate was just a broken stove, a couple of bunks, and burlap hung over the two unglass windows. Supper was some boiled greens and sheep herder's bread, which Asa used to sop up his plate.
You eat like a hog, Pa.
She's got a real sharp tongue, ain't she, Marshal?
Yeah, she can talk all right.
Yeah, she can do everything.
Sure. Cook, clean, fetch,
Yeah.
carry, feed the stock.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah, I taught her them things. Yeah, and a lot more.
I'll bet, and it's cheaper than hiring somebody. Huh?
Even cheaper than getting married, ain't it, Pa? Because if you're married, you'd have another mouth to feed, huh?
Ah, don't talk like that. No, you're my little girl. Hey, we have good times together, don't we?
It's a palace of joy, Pa.
Now, Trudy, girl.
You know how we celebrated Christmas, Marshal? Pa got drunk and set me on fire. I had to run out and roll in the snow or I'd have burned up. And he wouldn't let me back in. I near froze to death.
Well, I'm going to go out to the barn, get me another jug of whiskey. The one under the bed's empty. And get myself
Well, Marshal, what do you think now? Still think I shouldn't go into Dodge with you?
Is he always like that?
Not always. Right now, he's kind of on good behavior on account of you being here.
I see.
Dodge couldn't be worse than this, could it?
No, I guess not.
Then will you take me, please?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Honest?
Yeah, but your pa's going to make a fuss. There's going to be trouble.
You afraid of him?
No, it's not that. I just don't want anybody hurt.
Well, ain't I worth fighting for? Just a little?
Now, Trudy, I want you to get something straight. I'd do the same for anybody. Now, look, the first thing in the morning...
Pa, how long you been standing there?
Marshal, you can sleep in the barn.
Fine.
Yeah, you'll find a good spot right at the edge of the loft. You'll like it fine there. You'll sleep good, too.
The barn was warm and filled with a smell of sweet hay. As I drifted off to sleep, the figures of Trudy and her father turned and twisted in my mind. Then suddenly I was awake again, wide awake, because somebody was moving toward me across the barn floor. For a moment I thought it was Trudy, and then I saw the rifle in his hand.
Hold it, Trent. Die, blast you.
Asa. Asa.
Pa! Where are you, Pa? Marshal?
In the barn, Trudy.
What happened? Did he shoot you?
No.
I heard him get up and go out, and I followed as soon as I could. Is he dead?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have tried it.
Trudy, I'm sorry.
Don't be. He had it coming.
You go on back to the house. It'll be dawn in an hour. I got some work to do here.
I ain't going to stay on this rotten farm now, Marshal. That's for sure.
You get your things together, Trudy. We'll leave for Dodge as soon as it's light. Just as the sun was breaking over the horizon, Trudy and I rode away from her father's ranch for the last time. She never once looked back, but I did. The roof sagging at one end, the boarded windows, the unwatered patch of corn, the makeshift barn. A small cross now stood over a stone-covered grave. It wasn't a hard place to leave. In Dodge, I told Kitty about the whole affair, and she promised to give the girl a hand. So she put Trudy to work in the Long Branch so that she could keep an eye on her that way.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, you're doing quite a business.
Yeah. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Well, how's Trudy working out?
Oh, fine, I guess.
What do you mean, you guess?
It's a little soon to know yet. That girl's got a mind of her own.
Any trouble?
With her? No trouble. She's over there at the bar now, talking with Gar Klein.
Gar Klein?
Yeah, that nice-looking kid there.
Oh, who's he?
I don't know too much about him. Never used to come in here too much. I think maybe he's in love with Trudy.
In love?
What's the matter? You jealous?
I don't start that, Kitty.
Well, I know one thing. The girl's got quite a case on you.
She's just a kid. It won't last.
I don't know about that. A U.S. Marshal's a good catch for a girl.
She meets a lot of men here. Maybe she'll forget about it.
From what I can see, Gar doesn't let her meet many men. He's so jealous he won't let her out of his sight.
Yeah, I guess they're both pretty young.
Don't underestimate young love, Matt. Besides, this has been going on for 3 days now.
I saw you come in, Marshal.
How are you, Trudy?
Gar says he never met you.
Hello.
Marshal?
You new in town, Gar?
Gar hasn't been here much longer than I have, Marshal. But he's staying on. Ain't you, Gar?
Yes, I am.
Well, that's good.
I've been promised a job of work out at Emmett Bauer's place.
Then when I'm able, I'm getting Trudy out of here.
Well, the Long Branch isn't that bad. I keep an eye on her when you're not around, Gar.
I thank you for that, Miss Kitty. But just the same, a girl like Trudy, she shouldn't have come here in the first place. She's not used to being around a saloon.
I guess you're right.
Like I say, it wasn't fitting to bring her here at all.
Now, don't talk like that. Marshal knew what he was doing. He wanted to bring me here. Didn't you, Marshal?
Well, I don't know as I had much choice.
But you did bring me. And now you're responsible for me.
No, he ain't. There's not any such thing. I'm the one who's responsible for you and me only. Now, you keep away from her, Marshal. You keep away from now on. Come on, Trudy.
Well, you see what I mean?
All I came in here for was a quiet drink. You know, the next time you better have Sam bring a bucket of beer down to my office.
Oh, it's not that bad, Matt. I'll tell you what. This time it's on the house, huh?
I guess I'm getting old, Kitty, but somehow it rubs a wrong way to be warned off by a youngster who's not dry behind the ears yet.
Yeah, he's just showing off, Matt.
And I hope you're right. Well, how about that drink, huh?
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
Yeah, come in.
Evening, Marshal.
Trudy, what are you doing here this time of night?
I came to see you.
Well, aren't you supposed to be working?
I asked Kitty for a few hours off. Said I was sick.
I see.
You haven't been to the Long Branch all night.
Well, I've been busy.
You don't seem very glad to see me.
Now, look, Trudy. Let's get this straight.
Marshal, I came here to tell you something.
What?
I just thought you ought to know now. I'm going to get married.
Well, that's fine.
To you.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you were talking about Gar Klein.
Gar? Well, I am.
Because he's in love with you. He got himself a job at Emmett Bowers so he could save enough money to marry you, get you a place.
Gar's just a fence-riding cowboy, and that's all he's ever going to be. I'm not going to marry a man like that. Like I said, I'm going to marry you.
Trudy, you're a foolish, romantic little girl, and I'm sure not about to get married to you or anybody else, not now or any time. Now, have you got that straight?
Little girl, am I?
You asked for
I'll
it.
teach you how to talk to a woman.
Stop it. Stop that. Take it. I said stop it. Now, you just calm down. You feeling better now?
I'll tell you how I feel. I'm going to tell everybody in Dodge you killed my pa, and then you ran off with me. How my pa tried to stop you, and you shot him dead and forced me to come with you.
Trudy, you listen to me. You don't really care about me at all. Now, you be honest with yourself. You just want to be a U.S. Marshal's wife. Isn't that right? Trudy, wait a minute. You try and do good for somebody, and this is what happens.
Matt, you look kind of tired.
What?
I say you look tired.
Oh.
Well, just like I've always told you, Chester, you can't burn the candle at both ends and not have it show.
Oh, she must be a handful, all right, huh, Doc?
Well, she's got Matt going all right. It's a sure sign something's in the wind when they won't even talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it even happened to me one time, Doc.
Yeah?
Back in Texas it was. Oh. And this little old gal, bless her heart, just wouldn't give me a minute's peace.
She must have been a ridge-running beauty.
Well, now, she wasn't too bad, Mr. Dillon.
Say, you better get married, Matt. It's a whole lot easier on a man than all this court.
I just hate to do this to you, gentlemen, but I'm going to have to leave. Don't forget my check when you leave, huh? Steak, eggs, and coffee. Thank you.
Matt, Dillon, Matt.
Marshal.
Huh? Oh, Gar.
I've been looking for you.
Oh, what's the trouble?
I heard all about it.
All about what?
Trudy told me last night. She told me everything.
You been drinking?
Last night I was, but not now.
I see.
Last night, Trudy told me how you shot her paw so she could run off with her.
Now, wait a minute, Gar.
Now you got her here in Dodge, and you don't want her no more.
Gar, will you listen to me? Trudy's lying to you. You're a fool to believe all that talk.
I love her, Marshal, and she loves me. And I ain't gonna have you make sport of her.
I'm not trying to hurt her. I haven't said anything against her. Can't you see this is what she wants? She's trying to make you jealous, trying to get back at me for turning her down.
I'm gonna kill you, Marshal.
You better just go along, son. We can talk about this later.
Not hardly, Marshal.
Gar, don't be a fool.
This is for Trudy and what you done to her.
Gar.
Why don't you finish me off? Why don't you?
You're not hurt bad, son. You're going to be all right.
What in the world happened, Mr. Dillon? Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah. Doc, see to this boy here, huh? And then Chester can take him over to the jail till he cools off.
Where are you going?
Down to the Long Branch. I'm going to have a talk with Trudy Trent.
I heard the shooting, Matt. What was it?
Gar Klein, but I'll tell you later. Right now, where can I find Trudy?
Well, it won't be too easy, I'm afraid.
Well, easy or not, I'm going to find her, and I'm going to run her out of town. Trudy's caused all the trouble she's going to around here.
She's already gone, Matt.
What?
What happened to Gar? Did you shoot him?
Yeah, but he'll be all right. What's this about Trudy?
Well, last night Gar was in here with Trudy, and she got him pretty drunk. From what I could tell, they were talking about you. Later, Gar passed out, and I had Sam put him in the back room to sleep it off. And that's when Trudy met the gambler.
Gambler?
Yeah, from St. Louis. He came in last night late, real late, on his way to San Francisco. Trudy was at loose ends, and she got to talking with him, and they left together just half an hour ago on the morning stage.
I see. I guess maybe he was a better catch than Gar Klein.
Well, he looked like he was pretty rich. Fancy clothes and all. So I suppose she figured he was. Better than you, too, since she finally figured out she'd never get you.
It's too bad about Gar. But I guess he was trying to do the right thing, at least the way he saw it.
Yeah.
Trouble is, she never really cared for him at all. He was fighting for just a lot of shadows.
Well, maybe that's better than not fighting for anything at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kitty. I guess you're right.
Next time you refresh, enjoy a frosty, ice-cold Pepsi-Cola.
Sociability, Charlie.
All right, Kay, how's this? Pepsi is light, refreshes without filling. You like to refresh? Have a Pepsi right now.
We'll offer it to everybody, Charlie.
I will. Enjoy Pepsi at the fountain. It's delicious at home, too. Have one at lunch or with a snack.
Charlie.
At the beach or at dinner. Wherever you go, wherever you're thirsty, Pepsi is there.
It's here, too, in our Be Sociable song. Be sociable, not smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
For the weekend, have plenty of Pepsi around. Pick up an extra carton today. CK, I'm sociable.
With Pepsi, everyone is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Norman Macdonald with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Eve McVeigh and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is...
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Is this everything, Chester?
Well, there might be more later when they finish sorting the mail. Hey, where's that telegram?
Oh, what telegram?
I thought I put it right on top. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Might be important.
Oh, we'll soon see. Well, it's from Bill Hickok.
Up in Abilene?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mr. Dillon?
Teeters and Gridler headed for Dodge. Keep them there, but don't arrest them until I get there with murder witness. Or I'll write Washington all I know about you. Signed Hickok.
Oh, then Mr. Hickok's coming here, huh?
Now, that's what he says.
Well, how'll you recognize those two men, Mr. Dillon?
I expect I'll recognize him all right.
Oh, you know them.
Yeah, we've met. Teeters and Gridler are gunmen, Chester. The kind who kill as easy as most men shake hands. Just about as often.
Too bad you can't just put them in jail.
Yeah. Well, we'll start meeting the trains.
There's one in at noon, sir.
Good. Then we'll meet it.
What'll we do if they are on this train, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I'll find them later and talk to them, but not in a crowd like this.
Yes, sir. You know, every time I see a train, I am just overpowered with the urge to travel.
Oh? Where to?
Anywhere. Anywhere but Kansas.
Well, I don't think you'd like it back east any better.
Why not?
You just have the urge to come out west again. I know your kind.
I suppose you're right, sir. But still, it'd be good to walk down a street that wasn't all heat and dust and that wasn't crowded with a lot of grimy men looking for trouble. And I wouldn't mind seeing some women, married women, with kids and parasols and
Wait a
Bibles
minute,
and
Chester. There they are.
Where?
They just got off the end car. Those two headed for the depot there.
One of them's tall?
Yeah. That's Teeters in the black hat. The other's Gridler. I'll just step around the corner here and see which way they head.
Yes, sir. There they are.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to the Dodge house. Now, let's follow them.
Yep, that's where they're going, all right.
Now, let's wait here. Let them get a room, and then I'll go talk to them.
But if you can't arrest them...
Then I'll just try to make them feel welcome to stay in Dodge.
When do you think Mr. Hickok will get here?
Oh, be a couple of days anyway, Chester.
Look, right now, I want you to go back to the depot and ask the ticket agent to let me know if Teeters and Gridler start to leave anytime. You can describe them to him.
All right, sir.
Then go to the stage office.
Yes, sir.
And go to all the stables, too. If they rent or buy any horses, I want to know about it right away.
I'll tell everybody.
Also, tell them to keep quiet about it. I'll be back at the office later, huh?
All right, sir.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
2 men came in here just a minute ago. One of them was tall, black hat. Well?
Well, what, Marshal?
You were here. Did you see him?
Those were gunmen. I could tell.
The tall one's Teeters and the other one's Gridler. Those the names they gave you?
Yes, but there'll be trouble if you try to arrest them here, Marshal. Can't you wait until they're outside in the street someplace?
No. What if they're after you?
I've got nothing to do with men like that, Marshal. There's no reason in the world that
Now,
they...
just take it easy. They never heard of you, and I'm not going to arrest them. But since you're a good, helpful citizen, maybe you can tell me what room they're in.
Certainly, Marshal, certainly. Number 25. Up the stairs and turn to your left.
Thank you very much.
Who is it? Who is it, I said? All right, open it, Gridler.
You can put your gun away, Gridler. I just came for a little talk.
And make your talk, Marshal.
No, I ain't polite, Gridler. Let him in. You watch him better inside, anyway.
Hello, Teeters.
What's on your mind, Marshal?
I'm just trying to think. Last time I saw you men was in, let me see, was it Tascosa?
Never mind all that, Marshal. Why are you here?
No, I heard you were in town. I thought I'd drop by and say hello.
News must travel pretty fast in Dodge. We ain't been here 15 minutes all told.
Well, maybe he was expecting us, Gridler.
I happened to be at the depot. I noticed you get off, so I followed you here.
All right. But we're not wanted, Marshal. Matter of fact, a judge up in Abilene just turned us loose. Wasn't no witness to that killing. Wild Bill tried to frame us, but didn't work.
Well, that just goes to show the law's fair to everybody, doesn't it?
Why'd you come here, Marshal?
Just to let you know that I'm still the law in Dodge and that I don't want any trouble here. And with men of your sort, I always like to mention that.
We're not looking for trouble.
Good, good. Then you're welcome to stay here as long as you like.
That's a funny thing to tell us.
It's an open town, Teeters.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. Sure it is, yeah.
And I'll treat you two just like anybody else. If you stay out of trouble, the town's yours.
Anybody who starts trouble won't be us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'll be going now, gentlemen. Oh, there are some pretty sharp gamblers here. Don't let them take all of your money.
Oh, don't you worry about us, Marshal.
So long. There was no way of figuring how long Teeters and Gridler might stay in Dodge. If they took a notion to do some gambling, it might be a week or two, or they might move on in an hour. That night, however, they were still in town, Buck and Faro at the Alafraganza. Everything looked fine until Chester came into the office about 10 o'clock.
They're fixing to leave, Mr. Dillon. First thing in the morning.
Oh, how do you know?
Jim Bunch at the stage office. He just told me they came in and paid their fare to Sharon Springs on the morning stage.
Sharon Springs, huh? And then they're headed for Denver.
Looks like it, sir.
All right, Chester. Go tell Jim that I'm going to be on that stage tomorrow, too. If he likes, I'll ride shotgun for him. One of the boys can have a little time off.
I'll tell him, sir. But are you going all the way to Denver?
I'll follow him all the way to San Francisco if necessary. You can tell Hickok that when he shows up.
Too bad he won't be here before they leave.
And it'll be another day before he can get here. But that won't be too far behind us. Stage leaves at 8, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there to see you off, Mr. Dillon.
Fine. We'll meet at the Dodge House for breakfast if you like.
All right, sir. stage looks like it's all ready to go, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah,
I don't see Teeters and Gridler, though. They're not inside, are they?
I don't think so. No, they're not here yet.
Just about 8 o'clock. They should be here.
Well, it doesn't matter, Chester. If they've changed their minds, it's all to the good anyway.
Want me to go ask Jim Bunch if he's heard from them, Mr. Dillon?
No, let's just wait here.
Oh, say, I forgot to tell you. Jim said the regular shotgun messenger has to go up to Sharon Springs anyway, but to thank you just the same.
No, good. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Look up at the other end of the plaza there. Coming this way.
Well, I declare. It's Sam.
Yeah. Now what are they up to, I wonder?
Well, they can't be taking the stage if they're horseback.
No. Looks to me like they're fixed for a long ride, too.
Sure does, Mr. Dillon.
You're up early, Marshal.
Yeah. So are you, Teeters.
Cooler in the morning.
For traveling, it is.
So long, Marshal.
What's the matter? Did you lose all your money last night?
Yeah. Next time we'll follow your advice.
So long.
Will we go after him?
Chester, you stay here and explain things to Wild Bill. I'll be on their trail. As soon as they're out of sight, I'll get my horse. You can tell Jim I won't be taking the stage.
All right, sir.
I'll leave as clear a trail for Hickok as I can.
Yes, sir, I'll tell him.
We will return to the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, young women are needed to enroll as student nurses and to take their places as graduate nurses in an ever-expanding field where opportunity unlimited awaits. Older women should seek careers as practical nurses where fine living and fine working conditions are in prospect. Ask at any hospital at the nurses' registry desk or at any qualified school of nursing. And now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I did my best to stay out of Teeters and Gridler's sight. But if they had suspicions of being followed and were watching their back trail, they'd have known I was there, all right. The land was flat, and we frequently crossed great patches of powder-dried dirt that smoked the air with dust under the horses' feet. After an hour, they began to swing slowly north. And by noon, it was clear that for some reason they were riding in a great half-circle. They'd left Dodge, headed west, and sure enough, just after sundown, they rode back into town from the east. I waited until dark, then came in. Put my horse up. The office was empty, so I walked up to Delmonico's, where I found Doc having supper.
Oh, Matt. Oh, sit down.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
Oh, you look hungry enough to even eat this food.
It's been a long time since breakfast, Doc.
Yeah, the man ought to eat 3 meals regular, Matt. You'll get run down if you don't.
Yeah, sure, Doc. Only sometimes you have to eat when you can.
Oh, that's all. You have a hard day, Matt?
Yeah, I've been riding, Doc. Riding around in circles.
Oh, is that what the government pays you for? Oh, I'd like to have your job, Matt.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Doc. It isn't always this easy.
Yeah, I know, Matt. Chester told me. What happened? You lose them?
No, I didn't lose them. Matter of fact, they're coming in here right now.
Huh? What do you mean they're coming in? Those two?
Yeah.
They're pretty hard-looking fellas.
They are.
Evening, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Teeters. Gridler.
Marshal.
This is Dr. Adams, gentlemen.
How are you?
Hi, Doc.
How are you?
Well, what's on your mind?
You are, Marshal.
What?
That was you trailing us all day, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why?
I didn't want you to get lost.
That's a lie.
Then let's say that I didn't want you to get into any trouble.
You going to tell us what it's all about, Marshal?
Well, you're not exactly the most reputable citizens in Kansas, and I just wanted to have an eye on you, that's all.
You sure do.
Because like I told you, you keep out of trouble, and you're welcome to stay here.
Just remember one thing, Marshal. There's two of us.
And next time you follow us, you might not come back.
Well, taking chances like that's part of my job, Mr. Teeters.
It's a poor job, then.
Yeah, sometimes I think so, too.
Come on, Teeters, let's get out of here.
Yeah. Well, they're not very polite, are they?
No, but they're smart. Smart enough to figure something's wrong, anyway.
Well, you think they might bolt, Matt?
It depends on how smart they really are, Doc. Right now, they're so curious, they might stay around just to see what it's all about.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh,
Pull up
hi,
a chair.
Mm-hmm.
Pull up a chair, Chester.
I won't have time. We better get right over to the depot.
Why? What's happened?
Well, sir, I saw them ride back into town. The first thing they did was go to the depot and ask about a train.
Oh, were you there?
No, sir, the agent came and told me like he'd promised.
Train goes at 7:30, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, and it's just about that now. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Doc, if that waiter ever does come around, tell him to hold a steak for me, will you? I might just be back for it.
Sure, Matt. Yes, sir. And good luck.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come on, Chester.
Are you going to go on the train with him, Mr. Dillon?
No. Hickok's sure to be here in the morning, Chester. If I can keep him off this train tonight, I doubt they'll try anything else till tomorrow.
Yeah, but you can't arrest him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then,
I'll just face him off it, Chester. So keep your head up.
Yes, sir.
Now, there they are. Come on.
You come just to say goodbye, Marshal?
Not exactly, Teeters.
Oh?
You can take the train tomorrow if you like, but not this one.
Why tomorrow?
Well, I've got orders to keep you in sight till then.
Orders from who?
It doesn't matter. But you have your choice. You can have the run of Dodge tonight, or you can spend it in jail.
You know, you talk pretty loose for just one man, Marshal. Your friend there doesn't look like a gunman.
Well, now, you can't always tell by looks, mister.
I can't. You said you didn't want trouble, Marshal, but you sure starting it.
There won't be any trouble. You do what I tell you.
And if we don't?
I'll kill the first one of you that moves for that train.
You can die that way, Marshal.
Maybe. But you won't both get on that train.
Gridler.
You know me. You know I'll do it.
We can still make it, Gridler.
No. It's not worth it. We can go tomorrow.
All right. Marshal, tomorrow it'll be different.
Yeah, sure. Tomorrow it'll be different. Chester and I met the noon train next day. But as I'd figured, Hickok didn't get off it. I questioned the man who rode the baggage car, and sure enough, Wild Bill and his witness had hidden out there the whole trip. As soon as the crowd left the depot, we walked down to the car, crawled under it, and pounded on the door on the other side.
Who is it?
It's Dillon, Bill. Open up.
Oh, jump up, man.
Come on, Chester.
Oh, Matt, how are you?
Oh, fine, Bill, fine. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Mr. Hickok?
Chester. Sam, come over here. This is my witness, Sam Trimble.
Howdy,
Mr. Trimble.
Are you still here, Matt?
Yeah, but we better move fast.
Matt, that judge up at Abilene's crazy, but he's still the judge. And he says Trimble here has to identify Teeters and Gridler before I arrest him this time.
But, Bill, they can't be tried twice for the same crime.
I know that, Matt, but I'm after them for a second murder they did. I'd suggest we just go kill them, but I've been waiting a long time to see these two hung, and by glory, I'm going to do it.
Well, you will if you're lucky. Tell me, Mr. Trimble, do these men know you on sight?
Well, I'll tell you how it was, Marshal.
I was in this stable where I worked, over in Abilene, that is. And a fella come in for his horse, and I went to get it for him. I heard some shooting, and then two men ran right past me. I got a good look at them, all right. They just killed that fella, too.
You mean you don't know Teeters and Gridler?
I never heard of them, Matt. There's no pictures of them I know of, but he can identify them when he sees them.
Yeah, sure, but what about them? Will they recognize you, Mr. Trimble?
Gosh, I don't know, Marshal. I hope not. They'd kill me on sight, wouldn't they? I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you just do what we tell you to, and you'll come to no harm, Trimble. Dillon and I are a fair match for those two. If they start any trouble, we'll be on them so fast they'll die on their feet.
Taking a terrible chance. I hadn't thought of that.
Easy, Trimble, easy. An hour from now, we'll have them in jail with their teeth pulled.
I sure hope so, but how are you going to do it?
Just go find them, that's all.
As soon as we get them locked up, I'll buy you the biggest steak you ever ate, Trimble. Come on, let's go.
I took Hickok and Trimble over to the Texas Trail, where we decided we'd wait while Chester located Teeters and Gridler. Then we'd just walk in on them and get it over with fast. I introduced the two men to Kitty, and we ordered a couple of drinks for Trimble, who was getting jumpier by the minute.
What are you two heroes doing? Getting this poor man drunk enough to fight him?
Not exactly, Miss Kitty. He just lacks faith in us, that's all.
I wouldn't have come if I'd thought about it. I sure would.
Look, Trimble, it isn't often a man has both mine and Matt Dillon's guns behind him. You're as safe as you'd be in church.
I don't go to church.
Here, Mr. Trimble. Have another drink, huh?
I will in a minute. I'm going out back first.
Whatever you're up to, it's making him mighty nervous.
Yeah.
Well, I'll admit he usually leads a quieter life. He'll brag big, though, once he's back in Abilene.
Yeah. Tell me, Bill, do you plan to stay in Abilene long?
Oh, I don't know, Matt. Charlie Utter keeps talking to me about Deadwood.
Oh, it's as dusty up in Deadwood as it is in Kansas.
Yeah, I know, Miss Kitty, but Charlie thinks some of that dust is made of gold.
What's that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
I'll go with you, Matt.
All right, stay in here, everybody.
It was Teeters and Gridler. I was just crossing the street and saw him run out of the alley there.
All right, come on.
There he is.
Yeah, it's Trimble. What happened, Trimble?
They shot me. I was going to run away.
And he got scared and ran right into him.
We shouldn't have let him alone at all.
They said they saw me with you, Mr. Hickok. They said that's all they needed to know. And they shot me.
Chester, go get the doc. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Tell me, Trimble. They were the men who killed that fellow in Abilene. You recognized them all right?
No. No, I never saw these two before. It wasn't them.
What?
I knew I shouldn't have come. I got killed for nothing.
Trimble. Trimble.
That's no use, Bill.
Yeah. He got killed for nothing, all right. They must have figured he was a witness to some murder they did commit.
Well, anyway, they'll hang for Trimble now.
Let's find him before they get out of town, Matt.
We'll find him even if they do. Hickok and I walked out of the alley and into the plaza. There were a couple of citizens who'd heard the shooting and had seen Teeters and Gridler run out of the alley. Told us that they'd gone into the Dodge house, and we followed. From the look on the clerk's face as we went past him and up the stairs, I knew that they were in their room. When we reached it, Bill stood on one side of the door, and I on the other.
Think they'll fight, man?
Well, let's ask them.
I told you that fellow was Teeters. Well, we're trapped sure.
Shut up, I said. And it got us to the street on the line.
Open the door. Throw your guns out. There's no use trying to fight.
There's no use in hanging neither, Marshal. You can just take us the best way you can.
No. Our chance hanging. We got off once.
Steady, you get away from that door.
I've listened to you enough. I ain't facing Dillon and Hickok both now.
Get that! Hold your hand clear of that door.
Peters, you shouldn't have...
Don't you try to convince us.
Wait, Matt. Could be a trick. No, I don't think so, Bill. Look. On the floor there.
Yeah, he's been hit all right.
Well, they're both dead.
Well, I sure never expected this.
Saved us doing it, maybe.
Riddler lost his nerve. Blast him. Shooting was too good for these two. I wanted to see him hung.
How things don't always work out, Bill.
No, they sure don't. Not lately, anyway. Matt, I think I'll go up to Deadwood with Charlie Utter right soon after all. Maybe I can find me a little peace and quiet.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Lawrence Dabkin, John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Many of the war orphans of Korea have never known peace or plenty. Their lives have gone from bad to worse. Now their future is in our hands. Without help, they cannot live. We can send them food through CARE, the American Package Sending Relief Agency. Send your contribution to CARE's local office or to CARE New York or CARE Los Angeles. This is Roy Rowan.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Oh, morning, Kitty.
Well, you're out early today.
I'm a working man. I have to keep regular hours.
Then what were you doing at the Long Branch at 2 o'clock this morning?
Well, sometimes it's a regular 24 hours, just like you.
Well, at least I make good money at it.
Kitty, would you really like to see me settle down and run a saloon?
You might get to like it.
All right, I'll do it.
When?
When I'm about 50.
I thought so.
Good morning, Miss Kitty.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Here's a letter for you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thanks, Chester.
The envelope says it's from Judge Rambo over in Wichita.
Mm-hmm.
Anything important?
Yeah, it's a court order for eviction. Yeah, seems Brandon Teague didn't file legally on his land over by Wagon Mound.
Did you say Brandon Teague?
Oh, do you know him, Kitty?
Everybody knew him around Abilene.
Yeah, he had a pretty bad reputation then, I guess.
Doesn't he still?
Well, I haven't seen him for some time, but he's married now, and he's trying to prove up some land.
Well, I don't envy you trying to put him off it. Brandon Teague never shoved very easy, that I recall.
Well, we'll ride out there this afternoon, Chester.
Be sure your gun's loaded, Matt.
Well, maybe I won't need it, Kitty.
Want to bet?
No, I guess not.
You ask me, Teague's gone and built himself a mighty nice place out here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he's doing fine. Hello, Teague.
Hello, Marshal. Chester?
All right, Teague.
What brings you out this way?
Well, here, you might as well read it yourself.
What's this? Court order. Immediate eviction. What's this all about, Marshal? I got my deed to this place.
Yeah, but you failed to register it at the land office, Teague.
Nobody told me about that.
I'm sorry.
You'll be a whole lot sorry you try to put me off this land, Marshal.
Brandon, who are you talking to?
You stay inside, Sarah. It ain't nothing.
Well, then it won't hurt if I come out.
This is my wife, Marshal Dillon and Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, mister?
Ma'am?
Is there trouble, Brandon?
They say we got no legal right to this place, Sarah. I didn't register the deed or some fool thing.
Oh,
No,
no.
don't you worry. Ain't nobody gonna move us off, law or no law.
It's a court order, Teague.
I ain't wore a gun since I got married, Marshal, but I can sure go put one on.
We're going to have a child, Marshal. Most any day now.
And we ain't moving. We ain't starting over again.
Oh, if we have to, we can do it. I'd rather die and see you go to fighting again, Brandon. Now you think on it.
It's a hard thing for a man to swallow, but I can't go agin her. I ain't putting on my gun.
Why don't you go in and tell her that?
When'll I tell her we gotta get off the place?
Oh, there's no hurry.
What about that immediate eviction?
Well, I'll be responsible for that.
I guess I ought to be grateful to you.
No, Teague, not to me. Well, goodbye.
Bye, Marshal. Chester.
Bye, Teague. When are you going to put him off, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going over to Wichita, Chester. I'll find out there.
You've heard Bobby Haggard whistling it on radio and television. Right now, a country-style version. Okay, partners?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed by Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Judge.
Marshal Dillon, what are you doing in Wichita?
Well, I came to see you.
Oh, that's so?
It's about that court order you sent me, Judge.
Which court order, Marshal?
The one to evict Brandon Teak off his land near Wagon Mountain.
Oh, that. Yes, I remember. What's the trouble? Is he putting up a fight?
No, he isn't.
Well, he sure must have changed. I remember Teak around here. He was a wild one.
Well, he's married now, Judge. As a matter of fact, they're expecting a child any day.
A child?
Mm-hmm. So, I told him that they could take their time about moving.
Take their time?
Yeah.
That order was to evict them at once, Marshal.
Yeah, I know that, Judge.
There's no room for sentiment in the law, Marshal Dillon. What's right is right, and what's legal is legal.
Look, Judge, Teak's been on that land for over a year. How come this business about failing to register his deed just came up?
It was only recently brought to my attention.
And who brought it to your attention?
Lee Sprague. Not that it makes any difference.
Lee Sprague, huh? He owns a lot of land around Wagon Mountain, doesn't he?
And he's filed on this. There's nothing irregular about it, Marshal, if that's what you're thinking.
Well, legally, I'm sure everything's correct, Judge.
You can't argue with facts, Marshal. Now stop being a sentimental fool and go do your duty.
Brandon Teak's a changed man, Judge. He's done more than prove up that land. He's proved himself up, too.
Homestead Act, 1862, paragraph 12. After 1 year, if the deed to such land is not duly recorded at the nearest government office...
Oh, never mind, Judge. I know how it reads.
Well, then start acting like it. I can hold even a United States Marshal in contempt of court, you know.
Yeah, sure you can. You got a lot of power, Judge. But there's only one thing wrong.
And what's that?
You never learned how to use it.
Marshal Dillon.
I want to talk to you, Sprague.
Come in.
Thank you.
How'd you know I was in Dodge today?
I found out. It's about Brandon Teak, Sprague.
Something wrong?
No, not legally. Judge Rambo made that pretty clear.
Want to tell me what's bothering you, Marshal?
Yeah, sure. I think Brandon Teague deserves that land more than you do.
Marshal, I'm in the land and cattle business, and I'm making out mighty well. No man can accuse me of ever doing anything illegal or dishonest. But everybody knows I practice sharp, and I'll go on practicing sharp, too.
Even against a man like Teague, who's hung up his gun and settled down and tried to make a life for him and his family?
What do you mean, his family?
There's a child coming any day now.
Then he's better off in town, Marshal.
What?
My wife stayed in the country. That's why I lost her. Looks to me I'm doing Teague a favor.
You got an awful easy conscience, Sprague.
No use arguing, Marshal. You got your order, now go put him off.
No, Sprague, I'm not going to do it.
What?
I couldn't hold my head up if I had any part of the kind of law you and Judge Rambo want.
You mean that?
I do.
I ain't gonna let you stand in my way, Marshal. You're in for trouble.
It's Brandon Teague and his missus both talking to that fellow, Mr. Dillon.
You recognize him, Chester?
No, sir, I don't. He's a stranger to me.
Yeah.
Looks like they're all head up over something, don't it?
Yeah.
Miss Teague hadn't ought to be standing out in the heat of the day this
We'll
way.
let Marshal Dillon settle this, Haley.
He's got nothing to do with it no more.
Ma'am,
How to do, Marshal?
what's the trouble here, Teague?
You told me there was no hurry about our leaving, Marshal.
Wait a minute. Where'd you get that badge, mister? Who are you?
I'm Jim Haley, Marshal. Deputy Sheriff from Wichita.
Wichita? Well, how'd you get here?
I took the Santa Fe to Dodge, then I rented me a horse.
Answer me, Haley.
Judge Rambo sent me. I guess he felt the law needed a little enforcing down this way. He's got a court order, Marshal, just like the one you had.
It's plumb legal. And I want you people to pack up and be out of here by tomorrow.
Just a minute, Haley.
I can take care of him, Marshal.
No, Brandon, there'll be no fighting.
Now, sir,
You ain't gonna do nothing except move, Teak, and right now.
No.
Woman, you let go my arm!
Sarah!
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. She shouldn't have grabbed my arm like that. I was only trying to do...
Get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Is she hurt, Teak?
You all right, Sarah?
I'll be all right.
She only grabbed his arm. He's gone and hurt her, Marshal, flinging her off like that.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Jump on your horse and ride for Dodge, huh? Tell Doc to get out here. Fast.
Ain't Doc never coming out of that house?
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
She shouldn't have grabbed me. I didn't mean to hurt her.
Haley, why don't you keep quiet? Nobody wants to hear from you.
Look, Mr. Dillon, there's Doc.
Huh?
You don't look none too happy.
Well, Doc?
The baby's dead, Matt.
Oh, my.
That's too bad.
Well, I didn't do it. I only pushed her a little.
I told you to shut up, Haley.
There wasn't a chance of saving the baby. It's her I've been working on. And she's going to be all right now, Matt.
Yeah. Well, good for that, anyway.
Hey, Doc, tell you, Marshal?
Yeah, Teak. I'm sorry to hear it.
I'm sorry, too, but you can't blame me for it.
Haley, I just now promised my wife I wouldn't kill you. Don't make me break it.
Come on, Haley. I'm taking you to Dodge with me.
Hey, now, look here. Ain't you forgetting I'm a lawman, too, Marshal?
I'd like to forget it. It doesn't make me very proud of being one.
I come here to do a job, and I'm going to do it.
I promised her I wouldn't kill you now, Haley, but you come back here, and I promise you I will. A man can only take so much.
I'll be back.
No, you won't. I'm throwing you in jail for a while.
Jail?
Teak, as soon as your wife's better, you come see me, huh? I don't know what I can do, but things aren't going on this way.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Where's Matt, Chester?
In the office, talking to Lee Sprague.
Sprague? It's a little late to be talking to him, isn't it?
I'd say so. You sure Brandon Teague's coming to Dodge today, Doc?
That's what he told me. There's a neighbor woman staying with his wife. Not that she really needs anybody now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's only been a week, but she's a strong woman. Oh, well, here we are.
Huh? Yeah, oh, my golly, he did come.
Hello, Doc. Chester.
Oh, hello, Teague. How's the patient?
She's pretty good, Doc. Being awful brave about it, but I know how she feels.
Only time will cure that.
I guess so.
Mr. Dillon's in the office, Teague. He wanted you to go right on in when you got here.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Teak. Come on in. You know Lee Sprague?
Yeah, I know him. Hello, Teak.
Sprague and I were over at the land office this morning. I think we got everything straightened out.
What do you mean? Here. Take a look at this.
What is it?
That's a deed to the land you're on, Teak, and this time it's legally registered.
Yeah, sure. In your name.
That's right.
You help him with this, Marshal? Well, I wanted to be sure that there weren't any loopholes, Teak.
You know, if it wasn't for my wife, you people would have to shoot me off that place.
Teak, I want to tell you something.
Ain't you said enough, Sprague?
No. Now, listen. I'm a greedy man, Teak, and I'll take anything I can get, legally. But Marshal Dillon here's been talking pretty hard to me lately.
Sure, and I've been listening to him, too.
I guess I'd have gone right on, and I could have. Till I heard about your baby.
Why should that matter to you?
I lost my son, Teak. But I lost my wife, too.
Taking my land gonna help you?
You tell him, Marshal.
He's not taking your land, Teak.
That deed's in his name, ain't it? Didn't you go along to be sure he didn't make any mistakes?
There aren't any mistakes this time. Sprague can deed that land to anybody he wants to now. All clear. And it's yours.
I'm not giving it to you. It's yours anyway.
I'll tell Sarah. And I'll tell her she was right all along about not fighting. Yeah. Well, what about you, Marshal? Ain't there going to be trouble you jailing a deputy sheriff?
Well, as soon as he gets back to Wichita, I suppose there might be some trouble, yeah. But don't you worry about that, Teak. I've always wanted to see California anyway.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
What's your idea of vacation pleasure? Mountains? Seashore? Lake? Wherever you go, here's an idea for your smoking pleasure. Take along a couple of cartons of Chesterfields. Chesterfields are firm, packed full, give you full-time flavor that's bound to make whatever you're doing more enjoyable. Vacation bound, buy Chesterfields by the carton. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, on the frontier, a horse thief was often caught and hung because someone else's brand was on the animal he'd stolen. But next week, a man is hung because his horse has no brand at all. But that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Vic Perrin, Helen Plebe, Paul Dubov, and Will Wright. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Only with L&M can you enjoy the full, exciting flavor of today's finest tobaccos through the modern miracle of the pure white Miracle Tip. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Morning, Doc.
Kitty! Well, oh, you finished breakfast?
Yeah, but sit down. Have some coffee with me.
Thank you. I think I will.
To what do I owe this honor?
Eh?
Why aren't you having breakfast with Matt or Chester?
Oh, well, I would, but they're out of town.
Well, that's flattering.
Oh, no, Kitty.
Where are they?
Oh, they went fishing. They left last night. Said they'd be back this morning sometime.
Well, you should have gone with them. Did Matt invite you?
Yes, but I couldn't go. I promised old man Bass I'd have some powders ready for him last night when he came into town.
Old man Bass? Who's he?
Oh, I don't think you know him, Kitty. He lives out near the little Barton place. It's just him and his wife. They don't come into town very often. Oh, they're nice people. Oh, salt of the earth.
More coffee?
Don't mind if I do. Thank you. That's good, thank you. Yes, Hannibal and Della Bass are quite a couple. They've been married about 45 years. Fine people.
You selling marriage, Doc?
There's nothing wrong with it, is there?
I don't know. Never had much chance to find out.
You're not telling me you've never been asked?
Yeah, I've been asked, all right.
But not by the right person?
Maybe that's it. Look, this is pretty heavy talk for 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I guess it is at that.
Let's get back to, what were their names?
Bass. Hannibal and Della Bass. Oh, you'd like them, Kitty. I tell you what, I'll take you out there one of these days, huh?
I like that.
Good, then we'll go. Yeah. Well,
what's the matter, Doc?
You know, I was just thinking about those powders I made up for Hannibal. I'm afraid I might have leaned a little heavy on the soda.
Well, that won't hurt him, will it?
Oh, no, it won't hurt him. Of course, he might feel a little bubbly for a day or so, but...
Come on, Doc. Take your coffee.
I heard you come back from Dodge last night, Hannibal. Didn't figure you'd be up in time to do the chores, late as it was. Here you are.
Ah, thank you, Della. I ain't missed doing the chores in 20 years.
Well, you didn't get to bed till past 10. Did you get your powders from Doc Adams?
Yeah, I got 'em. Funny thing, ever since I started taking 'em, I felt kind of bubbly.
That's good, ain't it? I mean, that's what them powders are for.
Sure, that's what them powders are for. He's a good doctor, that Adams fella. Hey, well...
Sounds like one of the Schultz got himself caught up.
Could be, or could be a wolf.
Shotgun's loaded. It's right behind the door there.
I got it. We'll see you later. All right, hold on there.
Don't you, mister, don't you...
Stealing pigs, huh?
Please, mister.
I'll put him back. And easy. Now, young fella, I reckon I got the right to shoot you.
Hannibal, what's going on here?
I caught me a pig thief, and I aim to shoot him.
You do no such thing. Who are you, son? Ain't seen you around here before?
We're Nestor people about 20 miles north of here.
Huh? What's your name?
Dunch Hezpeth.
Suppose your whole family's out marauding through the countryside instead of working and making out honest.
Now leave him be, Hannibal. Poor boy's half starved.
Ah, he ain't no boy. Nothing gives him the right to steal my pigs.
Well, I'd have paid you back sometime when we were making out better, maybe.
Thieving ain't no way to make out for no man.
Hannibal, you hitch up the wagon, take this boy home. You tell his people what he done, they'll punish him.
If his people's any good, they'd have brought him up right to begin with.
Well, you take him out there and you see.
Oh, I swear, Della, you're treating him like he was candy.
You do what I say, Hannibal. You take him home.
Well, all right. You know something, boy? You was mighty lucky she come out when she did.
All right, let's get walking.
And now, here are Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Say, Charlie, isn't that your French girlfriend coming into the service department?
Yeah, Bergen, isn't she a doll?
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I don't wish to bother you.
Oh, think nothing of it. Beautiful women always bother me.
It is my automobile. She has a squeak.
Oh, poor thing. It probably needs one of our quality guardian maintenance lubrications.
Fantastic. How did you know that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
Specialized training?
Oui. The servicemen at all Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, Chevy, and GMC truck dealers get special training. That's what makes them guardian maintenance servicemen. They're trained to know your GM product best.
You are so wonderful. Oh, I must kiss you.
Gladly.
Oh, la la. How did you learn to kiss like that?
Specialized training, ma'am.
This ain't much of a place you got here, Dunk.
Oh, it's poor, but we only been here a month.
Well, it won't improve by itself, you know.
Ma? Hey, Ma, we got company.
Who is it, Dunk?
Well, this here's Hannibal Bass, Ma.
How do you do?
Oh, ma'am. Is your husband around?
He's been dead 5 years. What is it you want, Mr. Bass?
Well, I brung Dunk home so's his paw could whoop him for stealing pigs.
Dunk?
Well, I didn't figure he'd miss one little old pig.
Oh, I'd rather starve than have my boy thief.
No, Ma.
Things ain't gone too well with us, Mr. Bass. It's hard being a widow woman. All alone. Poor.
Oh, well, I didn't know you was a widow woman.
That's what I am.
Boy, why didn't you tell me about this?
All you wanted to do was shoot me.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to shoot him. I just wanted to scare him.
Oh, well, you could still have the law down on him,
No, I don't have to do that. Maybe he's learned his lesson.
No, you're a good man, Mr. Bass, and kind. I could see that right off.
Well, I ain't one to hold grudges. I'm just trying to be fair.
Oh, what a shame there ain't more men around like you. He's a real gentleman, ain't he, Dunk?
Yeah, you ought to see their place, Ma. You wouldn't believe it.
Nice, huh?
Oh, I worked hard on that place.
Mr. Bass, won't you stay for a cup of chicory?
No, thank you, but I'd better be getting back.
Mr. Bass, if you're ever through this way again, we'd be proud to have you drop in.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am. Yes, I'll do that.
Oh, it gets awful lonesome out here, especially for a woman.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It surely must. Well, goodbye.
Bye, Mr. Bass.
Ma'am? Dunk?
You sure calmed him down, Ma. I think he's forgot about the pigs.
Yeah. And he'll be back.
Hello there, Mr. Bass. What you got there?
Got a surprise for you, Dunk.
For me?
Yeah, you and your ma.
Oh, this is for us, all this stuff in the wagon?
All for you. Yeah, where's your ma?
The inside, pretty enough. We seen you coming.
She didn't have to go to no fuss.
She said you'd be back.
Oh, did she?
I told her what a fine place you got. The house and the barn and all.
Hello, Mr. Bass.
Ma, look where he brung.
Oh, now, Mr. Bass, you shouldn't have done that.
Nothing, ma'am.
My gracious, oh, my goodness gracious, Oh, we couldn't accept all that.
Just a few little things.
A few little things. Chickens and pigs and corn and coffee and... Oh, goodness knows what all.
Well, the way I figured them that's more fortunate ought to share what they got.
You're too good.
I'm just doing what I see is right, like I told Della when I loaded up this
Oh,
morning.
you're a fine man.
Maybe I should start unloading, huh?
Look at there. Pure coffee.
Yeah.
Why, we ain't had coffee in over a month. Oh, my. You've sure made us happy today, Mr. Bass. Now, you come on in the house, and I'll fix you a cup.
Oh, well, there ain't hardly time.
Oh, please stay. It'd be good to talk to someone. I need a man to talk with, Mr. Bass.
Now, just for a little while, and maybe.
You get that stuff unloaded now, Duncan. We'll be inside.
Okay, Ma.
Mr. Bass, you've got to remember we ain't very fancy here. But it's what's in the heart that counts. You come along now.
Oh, Gondella, where are all my shirts? I can't find a one.
There's plenty in the bedroom.
Not good ones.
Your good ones is all dirty, Hannibal.
Ah, doggone it, anyway.
You're forgetting we had 6 Sundays this past 2 weeks.
What?
The way you've been dressing.
Well, what's wrong with a man cleaning up once in a while?
Nothing at all.
You know you're getting mighty sour, Della. You're always on me about something.
Oh, well, now.
Matter of fact, I don't know as I ever pleased you. Not from the day we got married. I don't think I could ever please you.
Don't you try to turn this around on me, Hannibal Bass.
Oh, you just don't understand me, Della. You never did.
That's it. That's what I've been waiting to hear you say.
What?
I bet the widow Hedgepeth understands you fine, don't she? I bet she even told you she did.
Now, you leave her out of
Not
this.
likely I'll leave her out. Hannibal, I've been mighty patient with you these past 2 weeks. But my patience is gone.
Well, so is mine. I'm through, Della.
Through?
I'm going to marry Elsie Hedgepeth.
Why, you old fool.
Now, don't you call me that.
You poor old
Now,
fool.
Della.
I love you, Hannibal. I always have. But my gracious, you can be ignorant.
Oh, I don't have to stay here and listen to this.
Yes, you do. Don't you budge out of this house.
Why not? What are you going to do?
I'm going over to talk to Elsie Hedgepeth.
You're what?
That woman may be too smart for you, Hannibal, but she ain't too smart
You
for
look
me.
here, I won't stand for
You'll
this.
stand for it, all right. There ain't nothing else you can do.
Just going to make a fool out of yourself.
We'll see who the fool is. Whoa. Hello? Anybody home?
Yes,
You Elsie Hedgepeth?
that's right.
I'm Mrs. Hannibal Bass.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. You gonna get down out of that wagon?
I'll say what I have to say from here.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to see what a husband stealer looks like.
I ain't stole your husband.
No, and you ain't going to. Not that you ain't trying.
He's a grown man. He can do what he wants.
You're a bigger fool than he is.
Is that all you come here to say?
I've been married to Hannibal Bass for 45 years. And I've loved him that long, too. I ain't about to quit now.
Well, maybe you ain't got much choice. I bet Hannibal told you he's going to marry me.
He also told me I didn't understand him.
Well, that's sure true enough.
Mrs. Hedgepeth, I didn't come here to ask nothing of you. I came here to tell you something.
Go ahead. Talk all you want. It won't change nothing.
You don't want my husband. All you want is his house and his worldly goods. You admit that?
I ain't saying nothing.
Well, I want him, and I don't care if he's rich or poor. Now, there's a difference there, ain't there?
You're just jealous because you can't hold him no more.
All right. There ain't no use talking to you. I'm going to have to show you.
Here, now. What are you doing? You put down that rifle.
Maybe you'll understand this.
You murderer! You shot the heel off of my shoe.
Maybe you understand now.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot again!
Next time it won't be your heel. You think about that, Widow Hedgepeth?
That's peaceful enough looking, ain't it?
Yeah, from here anyway.
You reckon that's her standing up there?
Yeah, must be. Come on. This the Hannibal Bass place, ma'am?
It is.
And then you must be Miss Bass.
That's right.
Well, I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. You mind if we get on?
You're welcome, Marshal.
Thank you. This Chester Proudfoot, Miss Bass.
How do?
Proud to have you here, both of you. Come inside and I'll fix you some coffee.
Well, I think I better tell you what we came here for first.
Oh? Hannibal ain't in some sort of trouble, is he?
No, ma'am. But I'm afraid you are.
Me?
Judge Blint issued a warrant for you. The complaint says you tried to shoot a Miss Hedgepeth.
That. Marshal, I'm too good a shot to try and shoot somebody.
You sure convinced her. She rode all the way to Dodge to tell the judge about it.
Did she say anything to him about how she's been trying to steal my husband? To run off with him?
No, ma'am.
Well, she is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get this milk inside out of the sun.
Can I help you, ma'am?
Oh, thank you. I can manage.
How can you let her go like that, Mr. Dillon? She'll most likely be back out of that house with a gun.
I don't think so.
Well, why on earth not? She's a pretty strong-minded lady.
Yeah, but I don't think she's a murderer. Maybe the judge got taken in by that Miss Hedgepeth a little bit.
Here she comes.
Miss Bass, where's your husband?
Over to the widow woman's. Like he's been every day lately.
Oh, I see.
Marshal, let me tell you something. This is a good farm. Took Hannibal and me a long time. And a lot of hard work to get that house and barn up. 5 years, in fact.
You got some good stock out here, too. Hogs and all.
We do for a fact. And that's why the widow Hedgepeth is after Hannibal. This place. She wants it.
But it's still against the law to go around shooting at people, ma'am.
I guess you're right. It don't seem to have made no difference anyway. I just wish there was some way to bring Hannibal to his senses.
Miss Bass, you said your husband was over at the Hedgepeth place, huh?
Yes.
How do you get there?
Straight north. Just follow the trail you come here on. Why?
Maybe Chester and I will ride up there. I'd like to have a talk with your husband.
That's kind of you, Marshal. But it won't do no good.
Well, we'll try anyway.
He's going to marry that woman, Marshal. And so far, I haven't been able to think of a thing to stop it.
Well, let's see what we can do, Miss Bass. We'll see you later. Hannibal Bass sitting on the stoop there.
Looks kind of like an old turkey, don't he?
I wouldn't let him hear you say that. Hello?
Hello?
You Hannibal Bass?
Yeah. How'd you know my name?
Who are you talking to, Hannibal?
I'm Marshal Dillon, Miss Hedgepeth.
Oh, from Dodge. Well, I'm afraid you come to the wrong place, Marshal. You must have rode right by the Bass farm.
What are you talking about? What is this?
I went into Dodge the other day, Hannibal, and I got the judge to issue a warrant for her arrest.
Whose arrest?
Your wife, Della. You didn't expect me to do nothing about her trying to murder me, did you?
You ain't going to put Dell in jail, are you, Marshal?
No, I'm not.
What's this all about?
Well, I'll make this real simple, Mr. Bass. This business has gone far enough. It's got to stop before somebody gets hurt. Now, you're coming back to your place with me right now.
Oh, no, he ain't, Marshal. He's staying right here.
You're going along, too, Miss Hedgepeth.
What?
And once we get there, everybody's going to lay their cards on the table, and I'm going to be there to see that they do. Now, let's get ready.
I ain't going alone. I'm going to take my boy, Dunk.
I don't care who you take, but we're starting back as soon as you get your team hitched. Now, let's get going.
You know, Bass Place will be right around that bend, Mr. Dillon.
Uh-huh.
It'll be good to get in out of this hot spot. Looky there.
Yeah, I see it.
Burnt to the ground, the whole place.
Come on.
Hello there, Marshal Dillon.
What happened here? You all right?
I'm fine, Marshal. That Hannibal coming?
Yes, they're right behind us in the wagon.
Good.
But your house and the barn, how did it happen? Both of them at the same time? I swear I don't understand it.
I think I do, Chester. Just wait.
Della!
Evening, Hannibal.
Oh, Della.
You brought her home a little too late, didn't you?
I didn't bring her. The marshal did.
Ask her what she thinks now, Hannibal.
You done this, didn't you? You set fire to the whole place.
I said ask her what she thinks.
I think you're crazy. I think you're both crazy.
You still want to marry
Dunk, turn this wagon around and drive me home.
Sure, Mom.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Well, Hannibal?
You was right, Della. I'm just an old fool.
We're going to have to start from scratch again.
Well, we done it before.
Hannibal, I fixed your favorite supper. Whole beans.
Oh, Della. Oh, you're some woman.
Now, Hannibal, you stop that. You got guests.
Oh, yes.
Marshal, if you and Chester care for whole beans, we'd be proud to have you stay for supper.
My goodness, I ain't had none of them in years.
We'd be mighty pleased, ma'am.
You'll have to sit on the ground to eat 'em. I saved a few plates and things out of the house. I'll get 'em.
Oh, no, you won't. I'll get 'em. You've done enough work today, Della Bass.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted by Mr. Macdonald. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Virginia Gregg, Peggy Weber, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
All right, Letty. You mind what I say now? You stay down on that bed. I'll look in on you in a day or so. Oh, sorry to have kept you waiting out here so long, Kitty. But Letty had a lot on her mind.
That's all right, Doc. Kind of nice sitting here with the evening breeze blowing.
Yes, the air moves around more out here than it does in town, and that's a fact. Come on.
Is Letty going to be all right?
No, Kitty, she isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's her own fault.
That sounds kind of heartless, Doc.
No, I mean it. She calls me out here to tend to her when she feels bad enough, and then she never pays any attention to what I say.
What do you mean?
Well, sure as I'm driving this buggy, she's up on her feet right now. Oh, yes, doing some hard chore around the place. Wearing herself right down into another spell. Oh, I'm telling you, I just do not know how women do it.
Well, they'll tell you the work won't get done by itself.
Oh, yes, they tell me that, all right, but there's not a bit of sense to it. Waiting a day or two to scrub a floor wouldn't matter, not at all.
It would to a woman.
Oh, now you see. Oh, you're all alike.
Oh, come on, Doc. Let's not argue our way back to Dodge. I don't get a chance to ride out on your calls with you very often. I don't want to spoil it by having to defend womankind, or mankind either, for that matter.
All right, Kitty. I'm kind of sorry we can't stay out a little longer.
Yeah, I am too. It's not exactly refreshing in the Long Branch these hot nights.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Well, if it weren't for that fool Hud Perkins, we wouldn't have to hurry back.
Something the matter with Hud?
No, I doubt it. I doubt if there's anything wrong with him that a little less whiskey wouldn't cure. But I promised him I'd look him over when I got back to town.
He sure does a lot of talking about how good your doctoring is. You better take good care of him, Doc. He'll drum you up a lot of business.
Nah, he just needs somebody to tell him every so often that he hasn't got a fatal disease. Yet. And that makes him real good and friendly. Till the next time.
Well, he's your friend, that's for certain. Doc, look, there's somebody standing in the road up ahead. Doc, it's an Indian.
I see him, Kitty. Just sit quiet.
He's not going to move out of the road.
He wants us to stop.
He's got a gun.
No. Don't be frightened, Kitty. Just sit still.
Yeah.
Why do you stop me? What do you want?
You doctor?
Yes, I'm the doctor.
You come.
You want me to come with you?
Other way. You come.
What does he mean?
Well, it means to turn the buggy around and go back the way we came.
Other way.
There's another one, Doc, on a horse, back at that tree.
Yes, I see him. I expect we better do what they want. Sorry it's so rough, Kitty. It's mighty uneven ground.
I'll make it fine, Doc.
Oh, I wish I knew where we were going. How far? Where do you take us? Not exactly gabby, that's one thing.
I don't feel too talkative myself.
No, neither do I. Oh.
What?
Look at that, Kitty. In those cottonwoods by the river.
Doc, I feel a little sick.
By golly, there's a lot of them. They've set up quite a camp down there. We'll be stopping soon. You just sit straight and quiet.
Yeah, all right, Doc.
And don't be afraid.
No.
You stop.
The men. They're walking all around us.
Don't show any fear.
No.
Is there a chief among you? I will speak to your chief.
I am Little Wolf. I am chief.
You will tell me why I've been brought here?
You are a doctor.
Yes? Yes, I'm a doctor.
Walk down. Out of buggy.
Little Wolf has not told me why his braves have brought me here.
My son. He is sickened.
Oh, you want me to look at him?
You will make him strong. Walk down.
If I look at your son, Little Wolf, the woman here in the buggy, she'll be safe.
He will be safe.
The chief will give his word.
Little Wolf gives his word.
I will come with you. You just sit quiet, Kitty. You'll be all right. The chief means what he says.
I hope so, Doc.
I won't be long. All right, Little Wolf. Show me the boy.
Come. This way.
There is no medicine man with Little Wolf?
Medicine man made magic. The boy still sickens.
And you think I can cure him?
Little Wolf was prisoner with white man. He saw white man's magic bring strength to fallen soldier. You make my son strong. He lies in there. Go in.
Yes. I see. All right, Little Wolf. I'll have a look at him. Let me get down so I can see him. Yes, he has a fever. Erratic pulse. How long since your son has spoken?
Yesterday, sunrise.
I see.
He will be well.
Your son's a sick boy. A very sick boy.
You make him strong.
I will try.
You will stay here, in lodge, with my son.
If I stay, Little Wolf, there must be a bargain.
You bargain for the life of my son?
I would bargain for the woman. She is to go free.
If woman goes free, she will bring soldiers.
No, I'll speak to her. I will tell her of your son. She will not bring the soldiers.
Better she stay here.
I have told you, Little Wolf. She will not bring the soldiers.
Doctor, give me his word.
The doctor gives his word.
The woman can go.
You know, Mr. Dillon, the prairie ain't half ugly this time of the morning, is it?
I don't know how you can see it at all, Chester. The sun isn't even up yet.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that's why it don't bother me none.
Yeah.
Only trouble is, I always get hungry long about sunup.
Hungry? You ate just an hour ago.
Well, yeah, sure, I know that.
I don't know how you ever made out in the Army, Chester.
Oh, it wasn't too bad. Not working around the supply wagons like I done. Mr. Dillon, what do you reckon Mort Huggins wants for this? I mean, you figure it's important enough that we have to ride a full day out to his place and back?
You didn't have to come, you know.
Well, I know. There ain't nothing to do in Dodge except whittle and spit.
Well, you could have found Doc and told each other lies for a while.
That ornery old cuss won't stir out of bed till midday.
Oh?
Yes, sir. He took Miss Kitty with him in the buggy yesterday, and while he paid some calls, they wasn't even back when I went to bed. Wasn't no lamp burning in his place, and Miss Kitty wasn't at the Long Branch.
Yeah, I know. Well, an evening off won't hurt either one of them. They work pretty hard, you know.
Yes, sir, I suppose they do. But I can't help thinking that just about the time this old prairie's hot as a cook oven, Doc will be ambling along Front Street on his way to have a noontime beer with Miss Kitty. And Miss Kitty will be there cool and comfortable, sitting on a stool. Sam will be pouring cold beer into great big pitchers, And everybody
Oh,
will be
for
sitting
heaven's
around
sake,
me.
Chester, if you're going to grumble all the way out to Mort Huggins' place, you better turn around and start home right now.
Oh, no, sir, I like it. I like it just fine.
All right, then, let's ride. We amble along like this, we won't be home before dark.
Whoa. Whoa. Moss. Moss.
Why, Miss Kitty.
Help me down, will you, Moss?
Sure. Here.
Thanks.
You want to sit down?
No, I'll be all right.
From the looks of that horse, this rig's been running most of the night.
Yeah, it has.
Oh? I waited up quite a spell for the doc to come in. You must have run into a real bad case out there somewhere.
Real bad case. He's still out there.
Well, I'll fix it for somebody to go out and fetch him. I'll hitch up a fresh horse. I can send to Petersburg.
No, Moss, don't do that.
Why, you ain't just gonna leave him out there to walk home, are you, Miss Kitty? Where is Doc, anyway?
Don't ask me that, Moss, because I can't tell you.
You mean you don't know where you've been?
I mean, I can't tell you.
Wow.
Have you seen Matt this morning?
Why, yes, ma'am. He and Chester come got their horses before sunup. Rode out to the Huggins place. Be back late this afternoon, they said.
Oh. Well, if you see him before I do, will you ask Matt to come down to the Long Branch? I want to talk to him right away.
Sure I will, Miss Kitty.
Thanks, Moss.
Miss Kitty, you sure you feel all right?
Yeah, thanks. I'm all right. You just be sure to tell Matt.
You sure you don't want me to fetch you some dinner, Kitty? It's way past noontime.
No, thanks, Sam. I don't feel like eating just yet. This coffee's fine.
Body should keep her strength up. Oh, no, not him again.
Who's that, Sam?
Hud Perkins. He's been asking after you all morning.
Huh?
You want me to send him away, Kitty?
No, Sam, I'll talk to him.
Kitty?
Yeah, Hud.
Well, I've been in here looking for you on and off all morning.
What's on your mind?
I want to know where Doc is. That's what's on my mind. He was supposed to doctor me last night.
Well, he had to stay with somebody sicker than you are, Hud.
Letty Green? Why, there ain't nothing wrong with her to amount to anything. Lim told me she's up and around already.
Not Letty Green.
He give me his word he'd be here. He ain't got no right to go back on his word like
Hud,
that.
for heaven's sake.
Besides, there's something mighty strange going on. Moss Grimmick says you brung Doc's buggy in yourself. Now, why would Doc want to go and let you take his buggy?
I didn't steal it, Hud.
It don't make no sense. How's Doc going to get back to Dodge?
Don't you worry about it. He'll get back.
You bet he will, because I'm going after him. Must have headed west from Lem Green's
Now, Hud,
place.
you just leave things alone. Don't worry about Doc.
Well, it appears to me that somebody better worry about him, leaving him stranded off somewheres that way. I'm going to fetch him.
Now, wait a minute, Hud.
I'll take along an extra horse, and I'll bring him back.
Now, listen to me, Hud Perkins. Don't go meddling in things you don't know anything about.
I know enough not to leave Doc out there.
If you go after him, you can endanger Doc's life and your own, too.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I say.
Doc in some kind of trouble?
He won't be if you leave him alone.
Sounds like somebody's holding him, forcing him to stay. Is that the way it is?
I didn't say that.
Well, I ain't gonna let nothing like that happen to Doc. He's got plenty of friends in this town. We'll go break him
Now,
loose.
Hud.
Hey, listen here, everybody. It seems to me old Doc's in some kind of trouble. We ain't gonna stand for that now, are we?
Stop it.
We'll just go get on our horses and go get him. Come on now, we'll meet in front of the depot in an hour. Let's go.
Wait, Hud. Listen, come back here. You'll get him killed. You fools, you'll get him killed. Come back here.
You sure couldn't stop him, Kitty.
No, Sam, I couldn't. And if Matt doesn't get back, I guess there's nobody you can.
I declare, Mr. Dillon, a day like today could drive a man to take a midweek bath.
Yeah, Chester, it did get pretty dirty out there, didn't it?
Pretty dirty. Ooh-wee. Say, you can tell folks you spent the best part of the day looking for 3 old sows.
Well, if they ask me, I'll tell them, yeah.
That's a fine thing for a U.S. Marshal to be doing. You really think Mort Huggins thought them old sows was stole?
Sure he thought so, Chester. Mort Huggins is a good man. He wouldn't get us out there on
a wild sow chase? Did you hear that, Mr. Dillon? A wild sow
I heard
chase.
it, Chester.
Yeah, well, that was kind of a joke. You see,
Yeah.
I could have said
well,
a wild...
I can think of a better one.
What?
A picture of you rooting those mired-down sows out of that slough.
I guess that was a sight, all right.
You take my horse on around to the livery stable, will you, Chester? I want to get right back to the office.
Yes, sir, I will.
Matt!
What? Oh, hello, Kitty.
I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, what's the trouble?
It's Doc. They'll kill him, sure. That Hud Perkins has taken him...
Well, why would Hud Perkins want to kill
Well, it's
Doc?
not Hud, Matt. It's the Indians. Doc made me promise not to send help.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Just hold up a minute and start over again now, will you? Now, where is Doc?
He's in an Indian camp on the river.
Well, what's he doing there?
Well, they stopped us and they made Doc stay with them. The chief's son's very sick. But they'll kill him, sure, if that crazy Hud Perkins rides up there with his drunken bunch.
You mean Hud Perkins is set out to rescue Doc?
Yeah, Matt, but he doesn't know about the Indians.
Well, how's that?
Doc bargained with the chief. If he let me go, I wouldn't tell about it and send help, so I didn't tell Hud.
Oh, I see.
But with all this going on, I thought I'd better tell you. Was I right, Matt?
Yeah, Kitty. Yeah, you were right.
Mr. Dillon, you don't think Hud Perkins be fool enough to ride all night, do you?
Well, I don't know, Chester. He's not the kind to stop and figure things out.
He sure ain't. The simpleton, he don't even know where he's headed for.
And I hope we find him in time to tell him. Well, looks like we're having a little luck. There's somebody's fire down that wash there.
Reckon it's Hud's?
Well, I hope it's Hud's. Come on.
Hey, the Marshal. Hi, Marshal.
I'm looking for Hud Perkins.
Oh, Marshal. Chester, mighty glad you come to join us. Well, now, that ain't exactly...
I want to talk to you, Hud.
Sure, Marshal. There's coffee on the fire.
I want you to take your men and turn around and go home.
What'd you say?
I want you to go on back to Dodge.
Now, listen, Marshal. I set out to get Doc out of a fix, and I mean to do it.
You know where he is?
No, but we'll find him. Come morning, we're going to spread out. We'll find him.
You know what kind of a fix he's in?
That don't matter none. I'm going to get him out of it, that's all. A good friend like Doc, it don't matter to me who's holding him.
Well, it ought to matter.
Don't make no difference to me.
Not even if it's Indians?
Indians?
A moving band of Indians down the river away. They're holding Doc to tend to the chief's son.
So that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's the way it is. And the sooner you turn around and head back to Dodge, the better.
Marshal, I ain't afraid of no Indians. We ain't afraid of no Indians, are we, boys? If the Indians have old Doc, we'll just break him loose, won't we, boys?
All right, be quiet, all of you. Now listen to me. Is there anybody here who thinks he's a better friend of Doc Adams than I am? Well, is there? All right, then. You know that I'm as interested in getting him out as anybody is.
Well, let's go get him, man.
And I'll tell you one thing for sure. If you all ride out on that Indian camp, you won't be doing Doc a favor. The least that'll happen is that you'll get him killed. And there'll probably be an Indian uprising to boot. Now, the best thing you can do for Doc is to turn around and go home and let me handle this.
You figure to take care of it alone, Marshal?
If it can be done at all, that's the only way to do it.
Well, now, listen to him, boys. The Marshal thinks he can do the job better than all us together.
Look, I know about these things. It's my job to know about them. Now, you go on, Hud. You go on back to Dodge, and you take these men with you.
You always got to be the whole show, don't you, Marshal? Well, that may work in Dodge City, but it don't work out here. You tell me to go back to Dodge, you got a fight on your hands.
All right, Hud, you suit yourself.
You ain't giving me no more orders. Want me to get his gun, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, I think he's through. Now, any of the rest of you set on riding out of that camp? Because if you are, you're going to have to fight me before you fight any Indians. All right, then. Pick up Hud and get him back to Dodge. Come on, Chester. Let's see what we can do for Doc.
He sure must have saw us coming by now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Well, at least they haven't started shooting. Well, let's leave the horses here, Chester, and walk into camp. We won't look so much like the cavalry that way.
White men stopped.
They've saw us now, all right. All around us.
You just stand steady. We come in peace.
White men wear guns.
Our guns stay covered.
Indian guns not covered.
You reckon they're going to shoot?
I don't know, Chester. Just don't make any fast moves.
It's all right. It's all right. They're friends of mine. The two white men are friends of mine. Yeah, it's all right now. It's all right, I tell you. You can put your guns down.
My gracious alive, Mr. Dillon, them Indians is doing just what he says to do.
Hello, Matt and Chester. Well, you can be thankful that I was here.
Well, I am, Doc. But you don't seem very glad to see us.
And I told Kitty not to send anybody after me.
That's a long story, Doc.
I'm not interested in any long stories, Matt. Now that you've come now, how do you figure to get me back to Dodge? Riding behind one of you two?
Well, to tell you the truth, Doc, we figured to get you out the best way we could.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't rely on you to work things out. Oh, you there, bring me my horse.
Doc, you mean they give you your very own horse to keep?
Why, certainly, Chester. That was part of the bargain. If I cured the boy, I got a horse and my freedom.
What about the other part of the bargain, Doc? What if you hadn't cured the boy?
Well, that's pretty simple, man. I wouldn't have needed the horse.
Gunsmoke has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt. Anybody here this morning?
I'll be right in, Doc.
All right, man. As the girls grow tall in Kansas. Let's see. Poor man is so busy. The girls grow tall in Kansas.
That's a poor way to start the day, Doc.
And what's a poor way to start the day, man?
Getting up in the morning.
Well, I'm not going to talk to you. Where's Chester? I'd rather talk to him.
No, he's due back any time now.
He's due back?
Well, he took a prisoner over to Wichita a couple of days ago.
Oh, doggone it. If I'd have known that, I'd have gone with him.
No, what for?
Oh, just to get out of Dodge for a while.
Well, you've been out of Dodge for the last 2 days.
Oh, yes. Delivering a baby in a mud dugout isn't exactly what I was thinking about, man.
I know what you were thinking about.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
You're back, Chester.
Well, how was Wichita, Chester?
A big town, Doc. Real big. But I wasn't there long.
Oh.
The Santa Fe going east got there at noon, and the next one coming back here left at 2 o'clock.
Well, you could have stayed another day, you know.
Heavens, yes. Why didn't you? Oh, how often does a man get a chance to have a little fun?
Well, I would have, but the sheriff there had some news he wanted me to tell to Mr. Dillon.
Oh, some news?
Yeah, it's about the Carp brothers. And the sheriff said he heard they was headed this way.
I didn't even know the Carp brothers were in Kansas. I thought they worked the Dakota territory.
Bank robbers, aren't they, man?
So I've heard, Doc, but nobody's caught them at it yet.
Well, we'll catch them if they come to Dodge.
Yeah, maybe. They could be here right now. How come the sheriff didn't send me a telegram, Chester? It'd been a little faster.
Well, I don't know. Well, by jing, I didn't think to ask him.
I'm going to go down to the bank. I'll be back directly. Good morning, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Matt.
You're up early this morning.
I went to bed early last night.
Oh, where you headed?
Delmonico's. I heard they got some fresh eggs in.
You're spoiled. But I'll go with you if you like.
As I could find, Matt.
Well, I got to see Mr. Bodkin at the bank here first. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll join you, huh?
Well, how long will you be?
Oh, just a couple of minutes.
Oh, well, then I'll wait in the bank for you.
Okay.
But if you're longer than a couple of minutes, you can find me at the restaurant. I'm feeling pretty healthy this morning.
You ought to go to bed early every night.
If I did, I couldn't afford breakfast. The place is deserted. You must be the only people up in Dodge. Except for the cashier. Maybe you ought to wait till after breakfast, Matt.
No, Kitty, I'm afraid this business has waited too long as it is.
Come in. Well, Marshal Dillon, come in.
Morning, Mr. Bodkin.
You come to deposit money, Marshal, or to borrow some?
Neither. I came to protect it.
What?
Mr. Bodkin, did you ever hear of the Carp brothers?
Oh, no, Marshal, I don't believe I have.
Well, they've never been around Dodge. All I know is that they're brothers, and the older one's name is Joe.
So why are you telling me this, Marshal?
Well, I've heard they're headed for Dodge, and I've also heard that they're bank robbers.
Bank robbers?
Yeah.
Well, what do you plan to do?
Well, I can't hire deputies until after a crime's been committed, Mr. Bodkin, but if you'd like to, it might be a good idea to let a half a dozen of them loaf around here for a while.
Certainly, Marshal. I don't mind a little expense. What's that? That's them now. Where's my gun?
Don't shoot or we kill the woman.
We're not shooting.
It killed the cashier.
Hank, get around there and start filling that sack. Okay. All right, lady. You walk in front. Either one of you tries something, she dies.
He's coming this way, Marshal. Shoot him.
Don't be a fool. Kitty's in the way. And besides, he's got a gun in her back.
They're robbing my bank.
Will you shut up?
Yeah. Well, I'll be. I caught the marshal himself, or I will have as soon as I get his gun. I don't move now.
I'm not moving.
It's the first time I ever disarmed a lawman. Feels good.
Joe Carp?
How'd you know my name?
Well, I heard you were headed this way, Carp, but I didn't hear it in time.
You sure didn't, Marshal.
That's your brother you came in with?
What difference does it make?
Look, take your money, Carp. Take it and I'll ride out with you. Nobody will bother you.
No, Matt.
Shut up, Kitty.
Oh, I see.
Nobody will shoot at you if I'm along.
Not while we're in Dodge, maybe, but we'd be followed.
All right, then take me with you as far as you like.
No, Marshal. We'd be followed anyway. I got a better idea. We're taking her. Kitty.
Don't do it, Carp.
Of course I'll do it. The first sign I see we're being chased, whoever it is going to find Kitty laying right in the trail, fresh killed. And if you don't think I'll do it, I'll tell you something. First person I ever killed was a woman. So don't let nobody follow us.
Nobody else will follow you, I promise you that.
I hate to lose such a pretty girl.
Matt, it's all right.
Sure, Kitty.
Come on, Joe, let's get. You go in that office and sit down, Marshal. Hank's got the money ready and we're leaving.
So long, Kitty.
So long.
Hey, Marshal, if I do shoot Kitty, I promise you one thing.
What?
I'll do it with your gun.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
You reckon they'll give her any breakfast?
I don't know, Chester.
Oh, dear.
People don't need much food, Chester. They can go for days without any at all.
I know that, Doc, but, well, Miss Kitty just ain't used to it.
It's water people need. And they'll have water.
They will if they took any with them. It's mighty dry out on the prairie this time of year.
Oh, it's not that dry. Any fool can find water sooner or later.
Sure he can if he followed a buffalo herd long enough. A week, maybe.
There's other ways, Chester.
Like what?
Did you ever hear of a divining rod?
Oh, what's outlaws doing with divining
I wasn't
rods?
talking about outlaws,
Well,
Chester.
what was
But I
you
was just
talking
talking
about?
kind of man talk.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I guess we've waited long enough. They must have covered 3 or 4 miles by now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Everything ready?
Everything I could think of, Mr. Dillon.
Let's get going, then.
Good luck, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Keep an eye on things, huh? Maybe a long time before we get back. From the bank window, I'd watched the Carp brothers ride north out of Dodge. So Chester and I started in the same direction. And on the other side of the Arkansas, we picked up their trail and followed it easily all morning. But we were careful to stay far behind them and out of sight, although we probably could have run them down in a few hours. That was the hardest part of it, forcing ourselves to hold back and go slow.
Mr. Dillon, you think Carp would really do it?
Do what, Chester?
You know. Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Chester?
Yeah?
Look up ahead there, on the ground.
Mr. Dillon.
Let's go see who it is.
It's a man, Mr. Dillon. Must be some cowboy.
Yeah, he's been shot. Bring your water bag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's still breathing.
Yeah.
Here, let me have that. You want a drink? You thirsty?
Drink. Some water.
Here.
Who are you?
I'm Marshal Dillon from Dodge. Tell me what happened.
Marshal. And I was right.
Right?
Them 2 men
that girl. Hold my head up, Marshal.
Yeah. There you are. Is that better?
I'm full of blood, Marshal. They hurt me bad.
Yeah.
My name's Blaine.
Well, what happened?
Them two men, Marshal, you're after them, ain't you?
I'm after him.
I seen them, and I rode up, and then I asked them who they was, and they didn't like that.
No.
I knew something was wrong. That girl and all, but I ain't no gunman. They shot me right out of my saddle, both of them at once.
We'll get him, Blaine. If that's any help to you.
It don't matter now, but that girl shouldn't be with him.
Could you hear him? Did they say anything?
Something about a cabin.
A cabin? Look, Blaine, my partner here, Chester, he'll stay with you.
Sure, I will. I'll take care of you, Blaine.
Thanks. Won't do no good. You better go help catch him, fellas.
I'll handle him. Take whatever you want off my saddle, Chester, and get a fire going here, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna be fine, Blaine. So long. I rode ahead, tracking slowly for a couple of hours, and then Chester caught up with me. He looked at me for a moment, and then without saying a word, we continued on the trail across the prairie. We traveled in silence until dark, and then we saw a cabin. I couldn't chance going up to it, so we unsaddled and turned our horses loose and crept into a little draw about 100 yards away and got down and waited. And we waited all night. Dawn came, and the sun, hot as ever.
Anything never coming out of that cabin, Miss Dillon?
Sooner or later, Chester.
Look, they got a fire going now. Smoke coming out of the chimney. Breakfast, I am so hungry.
Well, the Mac could get along without food, Chester, like Doc said.
Well, at least Miss Kitty's going to get something to eat.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, what in the world are we going to do?
Right now, there's nothing we can do but sit here and wait and keep quiet. You know what'll happen if they find out we're out here.
I know. But I ain't thinking about it.
Hey, you better get back down now. I'll stay up here where I can watch.
Yeah, but they can see you, Mr. Dillon.
No, I got a little bunch of buffalo grass in front of me. It's enough.
Yes, sir. It sure is getting hot.
Just be sure and keep your voice low.
I will. You know, if it wasn't for them in the cabin, it'd be awful peaceful out here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
Rattlesnake. She's behind you on top of the hole, about 5 foot back your head.
Chester.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't move.
She's a pretty big one. Maybe 3.5, 4 foot.
Now look, how far are you from him?
Far enough. Unless he uncoils and moves up.
All right, just keep very still. He may go away.
He ain't about to go away.
Did you just move?
My hand, just a little.
Well, don't do it again.
Mr. Dillon, he's stretching out. He's moving.
What? Which way?
Toward you.
Steady now.
He stopped. He's coiling again.
Chester?
Yeah?
If that snake strikes at me, don't yell. They'll hear you at the cabin. Just start thinking about it now. If he strikes, you close your eyes and stop breathing. Do you hear me?
Well, I'll try, Mr. Dillon.
Well, you do it. You understand?
Yes, sir. He's looking at me again.
You moved, Chester. You must have.
I got my rifle aimed at
Will
him.
you stop it? Will you get your finger off that trigger right now?
Well, I can't sit here and just watch that rattler
If you
strike.
shoot Kitty, you'll die. Don't you know that?
I didn't move, Mr. Dillon. Honest, I didn't.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
What?
Chester, you chewing?
What?
Chewing.
Chewing? Oh, tobacco?
Yeah.
No, sir, but I got a fairly fresh quid in my shirt pocket.
Okay, we'll chance it. Get that quid into your mouth, but do it slow and as steady as you can manage it. Once you start moving your hand, don't stop. You understand? All right, go ahead.
Okay. I already got my fingers in my pocket. There it is.
Slow and steady now.
I'm trying. Here. It's in my mouth now.
All right. Now, juice it up, huh? Get a big mouthful.
I am.
All right, Chester, I've heard you brag about how good you can spit. Can you hit that rattler from there?
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Okay, do it.
But I only got one shot. I can't make it. I just can't do
Wait
it.
a minute, Chester. You got a mouthful?
Yes, sir.
All right. Take your time now. Move and make him look at you, and then you sputter him right in the eyes. Okay. Go ahead.
Snake? Hey, Snake. Look. I got him, Mr. Dillon. I got him. He's leaving. There he goes. He's gone. It worked. Well, they can't stay in that cabin forever, Mr. Dillon. They'll die of the heat cooped up in there.
It's only about 10 o'clock, Chester.
Oh, my. I hope they gave Miss Kitty some breakfast.
Chester?
Mm-hmm.
Look, the door's opening.
Are they coming out?
Get your rifle. Take it easy now.
It's Miss Kitty.
Yeah. Joe Carp's behind her, and there's his brother.
They're all outside now. What are we going to do?
We're going to have to kill him, Chester.
You mean just shoot him down from here, cold-blooded?
Well, how would you want to do it?
I'm ready, Mr. Dillon.
All right, then take the one on your side. I'll take Joe.
Miss Kitty's standing awful close to him.
Yeah, I know she is. When I say hold your breath, you do it. Then you count to yourself 1, 2, 3, and then fire.
I'm set.
All right. Hold your breath. All right, come on, let's go, Chester.
Kitty! Get back inside!
Joe Carp's still alive, Mr. Dillon. He's reaching for his gun.
Come on.
They're dead. They're both dead now.
Okay, Kitty. Are you all right, Kitty?
Good to see you, Matt. You too, Chester.
I said, are you all right?
Shot them down like dogs, didn't you?
Yeah, you bet we did.
Thank you, Matt. Matt.
Here.
She made it, Mr. Dillon. It's a good thing you caught her.
Yeah. I'll carry her inside, Chester. Come on, we'll get some breakfast going. They probably didn't feed her after all.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, and Harry Bartell. Harley Baird is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. That's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Sure is hot today, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Used to get hotter in Sweetwater, though.
Texas?
Yes, sir. But I wasn't there very long.
No. What'd you do there, Chester?
Oh, I was a salesman, Mr. Dillon.
Salesman? Well, what'd you sell?
Lightning rods.
Lightning?
Oh, well, now, they're good things to have, Mr. Dillon. Why, I had a line of
Well,
lightning
now,
rods
don't
that
explain it to me, Chester. Too hot.
Well, I'll go get us some beer. Maybe that'll help.
I don't think I want any beer, Chester.
Well, then, why don't you just go take a siesta, Mr. Dillon? I'll stay here in the office.
Why don't you just leave me alone, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal.
Yeah, what do you want, Doc?
A couple of cowboys been feeding their liquor over at the Texas Trail.
That's what saloons are for, isn't it?
And they were giving Kitty a bad time.
Oh?
She got rid of them now. But they're down at the end of Front Street now, making remarks and pestering the town ladies. It just might lead to trouble.
Well, I'm not going to walk down there in this heat just to lecture a couple of hard-nosed cowboys.
I'll go, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, good, Chester. You go, huh? Just tell them to take it easy and leave the ladies alone.
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, lady, you ever been to Texas? Real men down there. Not like these short grass Kansas.
All right, boys. Now, that's enough.
Who's this?
The preacher, maybe.
Boys, Marshal Dillon sent me down here.
And we're going to send you right back, fella.
Mr. Dillon said you can have all the fun you like, but to leave the ladies alone.
That's the whole dang trouble with these Dodge ladies. They've been left alone too long.
Yeah, what they need is a couple of big-handed Texas men.
Look, now, why don't you go over there to the Alfaganza? I'll buy you both a beer.
You will, huh? Well, that's mighty thoughty of you, mister.
We just don't want any trouble, that's all.
Sure we don't. And I got an idea how we won't have any. Wait till I get on my horse here. Stay with our friend a minute, Trevor.
Hey, mister, I'll make a bet.
What kind of bet? What do you mean?
Any kind. You name it. Come on.
Well, but I don't...
I got him! He spilled his gun, Trevor. Pick it up and grab your horse.
Get this rope off of me.
Maybe it'll wear off, mister. You're going for a ride.
Drag him, Tobo, drag him. Let's go.
Chester, Marshal.
What? What? Who got Chester?
A couple of cowboys. The ropesman dragged him out of town. Come on.
What? Well, which way?
West. I'm going with you. Hurry.
Come on.
There they are, but they're not dragging anything.
They must have cut him loose. There he is, by that sagebrush. Chester. Chester. Get that rope off his feet, Shiloh. Look at him. He's bleeding all over. They tore him to ribbons.
I'll stay with him, Marshal, if you'd like to.
No, Shiloh. Go get our horses. I want to get him back to the dock right away.
All right, Marshal.
So over, Chester. I got you now. We'll be at the dock soon. Easy, Chester. Easy, fella. Easy now.
I'll carry him when you get tired, Marshal.
I won't get tired, Shiloh. Not for a long time. Well, Doc?
Yeah, he's in bad shape, Marshal. The worst is something's bothering his breathing. I don't know what it is. We'll just have to wait and see if it goes away. If he lives the next few days, he'll pull through.
Oh, Doc.
I know. But I'll stay right here with him.
Why did I have to send him? Why didn't I go?
Oh, now don't blame yourself,
I
Marshal.
told him to go, didn't I?
Yes, but...
Doc, can I talk to him?
No, Marshal, no, not for a while.
All right, then. Will you tell him this for me? I'm going after those men. I'm going to bring them back. Alive. Or at least half alive. In the street outside, waves of heat move back and forth, making things seem unreal. Like Chester lying up there at docks. That seemed unreal somehow. I walked down to the jail and I went inside and I sat there for a while. And then all at once I got up and unbuckled my guns and I hung them on a peg behind the desk. And I went over to the Texas Trail.
I'm over here, Matt. Sit down. Matt, I heard about Chester. How is he?
Doc doesn't know for sure.
Oh.
They were in here bothering you. Who were they, Kitty?
I never saw him before. One was a kind of weasel-faced man named Trevitt.
And the other?
Big man. Real brute. Named Stobo, I think.
I see. What outfit, they say?
Would it be the Crow Track?
Yeah. The Crow Track's holding a herd up the river. Thank you, Kitty.
Wait a minute, Matt.
Yeah?
It's no business of mine to ask, but where are your guns?
It would have been easier for Chester if they'd have shot him and killed him.
But I don't see...
So I'm not going to shoot them. If Chester dies, I'll see him hanged. Otherwise...
Otherwise what, Matt?
I don't know. But I'm going to bring him back and we'll wait and see.
You're taking an awful chance.
Maybe.
Oh, Matt. Please be careful.
Sure. Kitty.
Yeah, Matt.
Look in on Chester once in a while, will you? Maybe
Oh, of course I will. Don't worry about him.
Thank you, Kitty. So long.
Hey, Marshal.
What is it, Shiloh?
I'll walk outside with you. Marshal, I want to ride after those cowboys with you.
No, Shiloh, I'm going alone. But we could use you here at the jail.
Here?
I'm going to take 2 prisoners. I don't know when or how, but I need a jailer when they come in.
So I'll bring them in with you, and then I'll...
No. That's something I have to do alone.
Marshal, you're a stubborn man. But, okay, I'll do it.
Keys are in my desk. Here's my horse. I'm going now.
Wait a minute, Marshal. You're not armed.
I know it, Shiloh. Goodbye. Who's the trail boss here? Where is he?
Here I am, and I don't need any rider.
Maybe not, but you got 2 riders I need.
How's that? Just what do you want, mister?
That's the Crow Track outfit, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm looking for a couple of your men called Stobo and Trevitt.
They ain't here, mister.
And where are they?
They come back this afternoon, picked up the gatherings, and left. Didn't even wait to get paid off. Now, I'm telling you this just because they're no good, and I'm glad they're gone.
Which way'd they go?
I wouldn't tell you if I knew, mister.
I didn't think you would.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
That's so? Well, I don't know what you want them for, and I don't care, but how you going to take them, Marshal? Put salt on her tail? You ought to at least take a club if you're going after that Stobo. He's mean, he's big. Besides being a Texan.
We've hung Texans up here before, mister.
Marshal.
Yeah?
I heard Stobo and Trevitt say they were heading west, following the Arkansas.
Where are you from, son?
Texas, near Waco.
And what are you sniveling around informing on these men for?
That Stobo kicked me, knocked me down and kicked me.
All right, son, I'll ride along the Arkansas. But you ride back to Texas and learn how to fight your own battles.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the conventions start next Monday when the Republican Party takes over Chicago. CBS Radio's greatest reporting names and a corps of technical experts manning mobile units and studios covering the convention floor and corridors are all set to bring you history as never before. Whatever happens, wherever it happens, you'll miss nothing when you tune in the conventions on CBS Radio starting next Monday. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
I cut straight down to the Arkansas and followed it west. I rode close to the water where I could use the sound of it for only my cover. After an hour or two, I spotted a hobbled horse alone. Stobo and Trevitt must have separated. I got down and followed the animal's tracks as best I could in the moonlight until I caught the dying coals of a campfire on the bank ahead. To one side, I could make out the huddled figure of a man asleep in his blanket. It took a long time to crawl to his head where I saw the weasel face of the man Trevitt. His gun belt lay on a saddle blanket in easy reach. I stood up and heaved it out into the river. And as Trevitt sat up with a snap, I kicked him back.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
You sit up again and I'll smash your skull, Trevitt.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
Shut up. Now, where's your rope? I told you to lie down. Now, where's your rope?
Under my saddle there. You gonna lynch me?
No. But you may hang legally if you live that long. Now, keep your arms in that blanket and lie still while I get you roped up here.
Who are you, mister?
Yeah, that'll do it. Let's just say I'm a good friend of a man you dragged out of Dodge this morning.
Stobo was in on that, too. It was his idea. He did it.
Don't worry. I'll find Stobo.
You ain't gonna leave me like this?
I'll be back.
You ain't even carrying a gun.
Too bad for you, I'm not. Now, Trevor, I'm going to throw you across my horse and tie you on. He'll take you into Dodge right to the jail. When you get there, tell Shiloh who you are if you can still talk. And he'll give you a nice, clean cell.
You're the marshal.
I'll be back when I find Stobo.
You can't do it, Marshal. I'll die on that, son. Ride like that across a horse. No, listen. Stobo's about a mile upriver. We had a row and I left him. See, I told you, Marshal. Let me go now.
Trevitt, how would you like to go to Dodge behind my horse with a rope around your heels?
No, don't, Marshal. Don't kill me.
I'll pack you on now. I tied Trevitt across my horse and started him off in the direction of Dodge, and then I forgot about him. Stobo was next. I rode west on Trevitt's horse. Dawn was just breaking when I saw him, crouched behind a campfire, cooking breakfast. His horse was saddled and stood nearby. I rode straight up, got down, and walked over.
You lost, stranger?
No. I'm not lost. Stobo.
No tricks, mister. I don't see a gun, but no tricks.
Relax, Stobo. I'm unarmed.
Who are you?
Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
You're a long way from Dodge, Marshal.
Stobo, you and your pal had some fun with a friend of mine yesterday. You hurt him bad. Maybe you killed him.
You rode out here without a gun to tell me that? You're the craziest marshal I ever saw. I'm going to shoot you, Marshal, and bury you in the river. What do you think of that?
I expected you would.
Huh?
But unless you want it on your conscience that you refused to feed a man on the trail, you better give me a piece of that pork first.
You're about the coolest man I ever saw, Marshal.
Do I eat?
Sure you do. Sure. You just stand right there across the fire and don't move. I have to shoot you before you've been fed.
I know.
It's too bad I only got one dish for your last meal, Marshal.
A man can keep sassy on meat alone, Stobo.
Yeah, he sure can. Well, looks about done. At least this here piece says you can't...
All right, I got your gun, Stobo, so don't try anything.
You burn me! You burn me!
Just a few coals. It won't hurt you. Now shut up and get on your horse.
I'll kill you for this, Marshal. You can't hurt me like that.
On your horse! Come on now. Get up there. Now, you just sit there, Stobo. I'm going to throw a noose around your neck, so keep your hands down. There now. Now, you ride toward Dodge. And you do anything I don't like, and I'll jerk you off your horse and drag you the rest of the way. Now ride. Jail's on the left. You see it?
I see it.
All right, pull up. Shiloh! Shiloh!
Well, hello, Marshal. This other one?
Yeah. Trevitt, get here.
More dead than alive, but he's here. It was rough, Marshal. Real rough.
Yeah. Shiloh, how about Chester? Tell me.
Doc ain't sure yet, but he's alive.
Lock Stobo up. I'm going over to Doc's.
All right, you get down. And walk straight or I'll shoot you through both knees.
Chester was asleep, but the doc let me take a look at him. Seemed to me he had more trouble breathing than before. But the doc said another day might see him out of it. And there was nothing I could do. So I went up for a steak and some sleep. And the next morning I went back to the jail.
Morning, Marshal.
Is everything all right, Shiloh?
Doc looked over your prisoners. Trevitt's pretty sick yet, but Stobo's all right. Got a few burns is all. Nothing could hurt that moose.
A hanging might.
Sure, but what if Chester pulls through?
You can't hold us in, Marshal. There's no law that says...
I don't like the sound of your voice, Trevitt.
But you can't
Be
hold
quiet.
Don't worry, Trevitt. There's nothing he can...
You too, Stobo. Shut the door, Shiloh. I don't even want to look at him.
Stobo's a mean one, but I feel kind of sorry for Trevor.
And go cry about it someplace else. I don't feel sorry.
Don't you take it out on me, Marshal. I didn't send Chester off to do my job.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Go get some breakfast, huh, Shiloh? I'll wait here now.
I'll be back later.
Hello, Marshal.
Doc? What is the doc coming?
Chester. He's going to be all right.
You sure?
Well, of course, Marshal. His breathing suddenly changed. The pressure's off somewhere. Oh, he's going to be fine.
That's good.
Of course, he'll be in some pain for a while yet, but...
Yeah. All right, Doc, I'll come see him in a little while.
I'll tell him for you, Marshal.
All right, come on, Trevor.
Where to?
Come on, I said.
What's up, Marshal?
I'll be back for you, Stobo. Now get going. Come on.
It was Stobo, did it? Not me. You can't do anything to me.
Shut up. Trevitt, your horse is down at the National. Go get on it.
You turning me loose?
Get your horse and ride, and don't ever come back to Dodge, not while I'm alive. Now go on before I change my mind.
Yeah, sure, I'll go.
You're next, Stobo.
What you do with Travis? Put a knife in him?
I turned him loose. Now come on, get out of that cell.
Am I free, too?
You will be in a little while.
So the doc, Marshal. Chester's... Hey, where you going with Stobo?
Gonna shoot me in the back, probably. That right, Marshal?
I'm gonna do what I should have done 3 days ago when I sent Chester after you. Bring him outside, Shiloh.
Let's go, Stobo. Slow and easy.
Bring him over here, Shiloh.
You're gonna drag me, is that it? You try that.
That's what you do, isn't it, Stobo?
Don't try.
Never mind. Shiloh, hold my guns. Here.
What the...
Oh, I get it. You're gonna fight me. Marshal, you're crazier than I thought. Why, I'll tear your throat out.
If he wins, let him go, Shiloh.
Maybe I will.
I said you'll let him go.
All right, Marshal, all right. Maybe you're crazy, but I guess this is your party.
Come on, Marshal. I'll make it short for you. Real short.
Stand back, everybody. Get back, do you hear?
You're big, Stobo, but you're stupid. You're ugly stupid.
Why, you... I'll kill you! I'll kill you! No!
Give me my guns, Shiloh.
Here. You don't look too good, Marshal. I'd better get that doc.
He's hurt, but he isn't dead. If he can't ride, throw him on a stage, but get him out of here. If I see him again, I'll shoot him. Chester? Can I come in?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. My. What happened to you?
I've been lecturing a couple of hard-nosed cowboys. One in particular.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. Those two sort of got the drop on me.
Yeah, it sure did.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I've been thinking, and...
Yeah? What is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'm not much help to you here. Maybe I better just...
That's enough, Chester.
Well, but I've been thinking...
Well, just stop thinking.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, Chester, I'm going to tell you something. I need you here. You see, you're the only man in Dodge I can really trust. The only one.
Yes, sir. Well, you can trust me, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. And I'm thanking you, Chester. But you're sure no help to me lying there, you know. No help at all.
Well, I don't aim to stay here long. The doc says I'll be up and around again.
Look, Chester, I tell you what. I'll go get patched up, and then we'll make Kitty come over and fix us some steaks, and we'll have some beer, too, huh? Well, what do you say?
My, that'd be fine, Mr. Dillon. My, I'd sure like that.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Paul Dubov, Lou Krugman, and Georgia Ellis, with Don Diamond, Gil Stratton, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Meet Millie. This delightfully funny little secretary is heard from every Sunday evening here on CBS Radio. Audrey Totter stars as Millie, a gal with a one-track mind on the subjects of love and marriage, especially where the boss's son is concerned. Remember, you can now meet Millie every Sunday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, tune in History starting next Monday. Hear the Republican Convention on the CBS Radio Network.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I declare, if this keeps up, we're going to be needing us a ark, Mr. Dillon.
We can't make much headway through this. We better look around for cover.
I don't rightly know anybody who's settled around here. Sure would help if this prairie had a few trees to shelter a body.
Yeah, if the lightning didn't hit him. Hey, look over there, Chester. Isn't that a light?
Yes, sir, it sure is. Now, whose place do you suppose?
I don't care whose place, as long as it has a roof on it. Come on.
It's a house, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, but I don't see that light anymore.
It seems to have gone out or something.
Now, let's tie our horses around here out of the wind.
All right, sir.
You ready? Let's run for it. Hello? Hello in there.
Well, I know I seen a light, Mr. Dillon. They must be playing deep in there.
Or dead. Come on, open up. Open up.
Mr. Dillon, look.
What?
The shutter on that window there, it's opening.
Oh. I'm sorry to roust you out, but I'd thank you for shelter till the storm lets up.
Go away.
I don't like to bother you, ma'am,
Go away.
Look, I'm a U.S. Marshal on my way back to Dodge. Maybe I know your husband. Are you alone out here?
It don't matter. Go away.
Oh. Come on, Chester.
Yeah, Mr. Dillon, maybe if
I
we
said come on.
All right. I swear that ain't the unfriendliest...
It's more than that, Chester.
What do you mean?
She's scared to death about something. Well, we better get moving before we freeze to death.
All right. Doggone it, I sure did have my mouth set for a cup of coffee.
Well, it might have been set for good.
What?
She was pointing a shotgun out of that window.
Now, just listen a minute, if you will. I've got a little story to tell you. Well, it's not such a little story. It's sort of a tall tale. Ever hear tell of Windwagon Smith? Well, according to legend, we practically owe our whole system of modern transportation to old Windwagon. Yes, sir. Before his days, folks traveled afoot, on horseback, or by ox team. With Windwagon, he wasn't about to put up with that slow type of traveling. No, sirree. For him, 15 miles a day seemed like standing still. So he came up with a contraption that he called a prairie clipper. The clipper was a wagon without any kind of animals to pull it. It had a sail sticking up from the middle of it, just like a ship at sea. That clipper moved along pretty good, too. When the wind was right, old Windwagon figured he could make around 70 miles in one day. First, folks all laughed at him, but when he pointed out how the country was spreading out, and how big cities would be springing up right and left, and how people would need transportation for themselves and their goods, they began to figure that the clipper might be a pretty good idea at that. Well, to kind of kick off the clipper to a good start, Windwagon invited the United States Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Navy to go along on the maiden voyage. But disaster struck. The clipper got out of control. The Secretary of War rolled out of the clipper, and the Secretary of the Navy bounced into a cactus patch. But Windwagon and the clipper kept it going till they were plumb lost over the horizon. No one ever saw the clipper again. But as transportation grew in America, people all over the country told of seeing Windwagon Smith. They say he was in the pilot house of the first steamboat to sail up the Yellowstone. He held the Golden Spike when the first transcontinental railroad was completed. And when the first transcontinental plane roared off the runway, it was Windwagon Smith, the spirit of American transportation, who waved the pilot on his way. Yes, sir. He really got around, old Windwagon did. Say, isn't it nice being citizens of a country where you can laugh and talk about things free as a breeze, and write and read and worship, too? Yes, sir. Maybe you don't think about it much, but you should.
Sincerely, Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal.
Come on.
What?
Come on. Now, is that him, Jenny? Is that the man?
Just a minute here.
Now, speak up.
Who are you?
Is that the man?
That's him.
You can let go of her, mister. Now, what's your name?
Judd Barden. Now, my woman says you was the one who was out to my place last night. I seen the horse tracks.
You live north of town, just past Little Creek?
That's my place. Now, I don't allow nobody coming around my woman.
It was storming, Barden. I figured your place for a shelter.
Well, you sure was wrong about
Now, wait a minute. There were two of us there. Didn't she tell you that?
You're the one she talked to.
Well, that sure didn't do me any good. She didn't let us in. Did you, Miss Barton?
No. I didn't let him...
I'll tell you...
Now, wait a minute, Barton.
You ever come out there again, Marshal, I'll kill you. Your badge won't do you no good. I'll kill you sure. I've moved 2 times now just to keep men away from my woman. I ain't aiming to move again.
Get out of here, Barton.
Now, I warned you.
Go on. Get out of here.
All right, come along, Jenny.
Want another beer, Matt?
No, thanks, Kitty. I think I'll just sit here for a while.
I hear you got your feet wet the other night.
What, Chester tell you?
Yeah, he was in here, sneezing earlier today.
I couldn't get him to take his wet boots off after we got back.
Why not?
Oh, he said he'd better keep his feet on him to keep him from shrinking.
His feet?
Next time, I'll let Chester tell his own story.
Mr. Dillon? Evening, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, there's a lady outside claims she has to see you.
Oh? Who is she?
I don't know. She said somebody told her you was here, and she don't rightly feel she ought to come into a saloon.
Of course not.
Oh, well, now...
Well, I better go see what she wants. I'll see you later, Kitty.
All right, man.
Marshal Dillon.
Huh? What? Miss Barton.
Jenny, Marshal. Just Jenny.
Well, you wanted to see me?
I had to see you. You got to help me, Marshal.
Oh? Well, where's your husband?
He's back at the place. Dead drunk. I don't know how I'd have stood it if he didn't drink himself into a stupor every once and so often.
Well, what is it you want me to do, Miss Barton?
Jenny.
Oh, all right. Jenny, well, what can I do?
Hide me, Marshal. Please, hide me. I gotta be hid by the time it comes to.
Well, I'd sure like to help you, Jenny, but I can't do that.
Marshal, I can't go back to him.
Well, the law can't come between a man and his wife, Jenny.
You don't understand. I gotta have help.
Hey, Jenny.
Mr. Dillon, what's the matter?
She fainted, Chester. You go find Doc. I'll carry her on up to his office.
just lie there quietly for a little while. That's it. You'll be all right. I'll be back shortly.
She all right, Doc?
That's a messy business.
What's the matter with her? Is she going to be all right?
I suppose so. Suppose she'll be all right this time. But she can't go through this many more times, not if she wants to live.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I mean that she's been beaten, Matt. Savagely and often. I'll tell you something else, too. It's like signing her death warrant to send her back to that husband of hers.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I know I'm right. By all that's holy, a man who'd do a thing like that ought to be strung up.
Yeah. You gonna be all right to move her?
Yes, she can move. Won't be too comfortable for her, but she can move.
Good, and I'll take her over to Kitty's till I can fix it so that this won't happen again.
You get her all fixed up, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I just left her up in Kitty's room. Doc gave her a powder so that she'd sleep through the night.
Oh, my, that poor lady. What kind of a man would do a thing like that?
I don't know. And it looks like we're going to get to know him better real soon.
Is that him?
Dillon!
Yeah.
Where is she, Dillon? Where you got her?
You come to give her another beating?
She's my woman. I come for her.
I haven't got her, Barton.
Oh, you got her, all right. You got her. You're the only one she ever run off to. Now you give her back, Marshal. I'll kill you.
Now, you listen to me, Barton. I haven't got her. I don't care much whether you believe me or not, but I haven't got her.
I don't
But if I
believe
did
you.
have her, I wouldn't turn her over to you. You nearly killed her as it is.
That's my business.
I'm making it my business. I don't know what kind of a man you think you are, beating a woman like that, and I don't care, but my job is to protect people from the likes of you.
I'm going to find her, Dillon. That's the first thing I'm going to do. Then I'm going to kill you.
You get out of Dodge, Barton. Now. You just climb on that horse of yours and head on out.
I'll be back, Dillon.
And he will be back, too, Mr. Dillon. He's too all-fired mean not to.
Yeah, I know. But right now I'm playing for time.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
We gotta get Jenny out of here.
Well, you got a plan?
No, not yet. But I better come up with something by morning. Because Barton's not gonna stay put very long.
Well, yeah, Matt, she's sleeping all right now. It took her a long time to settle down.
Too scared, huh?
Oh, scared to death. But that's not all. There's something else bothering her, Matt. Something she doesn't want to talk about.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I'm not sure. But she acts sort of ashamed about something.
She's got nothing to be ashamed about.
Well, of course not. Anyway, she's pretty desperate to get out of Dodge.
Yeah. She, mention any place that she could go?
Well, she talked about her brother.
Oh?
Said he'd always take her in no matter what.
Oh, where does he live, you know?
Yeah, north of here. Off the stage line someplace. 30, 40 miles away, I think.
Well, that's the thing to do, then.
But, Matt, the stage is one thing Barton's sure to watch.
Can you get her ready in the morning?
Oh, sure, but isn't that risky?
She took a chance coming here, Kitty. She'll have to take a chance getting to her brother.
In France, Mont Vert means green mountain. In the United States, Vermont means green mountain. The similarity is purely intentional, for the mountainous state of Vermont was originally settled by the French. There is other evidence, too, of the early French settlers, like Vergennes, the one-time capital named for the French Minister of Foreign Affairs. But despite its French ancestry, Vermont is American through and through, from Ethan Allen and the furniture which is made today bearing his name to Steamtown, USA, near Bellows Falls. From St. Albans, leading producer of an all-American commodity, maple syrup, to a little country store in Weston. The fresh fragrance of red clover, the granite beneath its hills characteristic of its people, the well-known Vermont cussedness or independence, Admiral George Dewey and Calvin Coolidge, all things typically American, typically Vermont.
Driver, how soon are we leaving?
Any minute now, ma'am.
Oh, good. That's good. Oh, will you please watch the way you handle that case?
Sure thing, ma'am.
You've got it upside down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, now, we'll fix that, and I'll set it right up there on top.
No, I want it in the stage with me. Do you hear?
I guess that'll be all right, ma'am. Sure not full up.
Thank you, driver.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Oh, hello there, Chester.
Everything all right? I mean, is everything...
Oh, sure, Chester. There's nothing to worry about this trip. Only got one passenger.
Oh, well, that's good.
Unless this gent's figuring on riding with us, too. You take in the stage, mister?
I'll let you know.
Well, you better make up your mind, because I'm fixing to leave as soon as I cinch on these bags.
Jim.
Wait till I get around the other side for a minute, Chester. I want to tie off
Wait,
this rope.
Jim, I have to...
Here, you.
Yeah?
Aren't you the fella that I seen with Marshal last night?
Well, you might have saw me with him. I'm...
Why are you so interested in this stage?
Well, I was just down to see Jim for a minute. We're old friends.
Now, what was it, Chester?
Nothing, Jim, I guess. I guess I said just about all I had to say before.
Well, I should certainly think so. I don't know how many times you have to tell me.
Jim, just a minute, Jim.
I'll make the stop all right, just like you said.
Jim, for heaven's sake.
You want to make a special stop?
Well, mister, I don't know.
Well, now, that's interesting, ain't it? I think I'll just ride along with you after all.
You ain't got a ticket.
This gun is all the ticket I need.
Oh,
Climb on up there now.
Well, now...
Go on.
Yeah.
Go on. And I'm going to ride right with you.
Now, listen, mister.
Oh, shut up. I'll take that whip.
Well, who was that man? What in the world was he doing?
I can't take time to explain it to you now, ma'am. I gotta get moving.
Now, when we get there, Jenna, you climb out and onto the stage as fast as you can, huh?
I'll try, Marshal.
I'll watch until you've gotten safely away.
I sure am beholden to you for what you're doing.
That's all right. Everybody needs a little help once in a while. There's the stage road. We'll pull over into these cottonwoods and wait. Ought to be coming along any time now.
I hope so. I just as soon this was all behind me.
Now, you're doing fine.
Lots of things I'm thinking I ain't saying, Marshal.
No need to say anything.
One thing I'd like you to know special. It wasn't true about me and the other men, Marshal. It never was true. It was just Judd's crazy way of looking at things. Any man I saw, he suspicioned. He had a crazy way.
Yeah, that's about the kindest thing you could say about him.
Maybe I deserved it. I can't help thinking maybe it was all due me.
Here comes the stage, Jenny.
It's Judd.
What?
It's Judd, Marshal, up by the driver.
Oh, get down in the wagon bed and stay down.
Jenny, I seen you. I seen you there, Jenny. I know you got it right there in that wagon, Marshal. And now I'm going to kill you.
Don't do it, Barton. No!
Marshal?
Well?
Is he dead?
Yeah, Jim, he's dead.
He was crazy, Marshal. Plumb crazy.
Yeah, he was. I'm sorry I had to kill him, Jenny.
I don't think anything short of that would have stopped him, Marshal. He was full of hate.
You must have seen something in him once, so to marry him.
No, Marshal. Judd never married me. He just cleaned me.
Well, why didn't you speak up, Jenny? Folks could have helped you knowing that and saved you a lot of hurt.
It was a shame. I couldn't face the shame of telling folks I was living that way.
It was easier taking the beatings.
Yes, Marshal, it was. A woman needs to be thought of as respectable.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dillon, I swear I never seen the likes of it.
Well, what's the matter, Chester?
Well, Bood Wilson won't leave himself. I opened the door and he won't budge out of there.
Did you tell him I was releasing him today?
Yes, sir, I did, but he claims he wants to stay. Well, he even asked me what I was fixing for dinner. What we going to do?
Yeah, the train's in. You go on down, get the mail. I'll handle it.
I never seen a man who wanted to stay in jail before.
All right, come on out of there, Bood. I'm turning you loose.
Oh, it's all right, Marshal. You needn't bother.
You like it here, do you?
It's the only home I ever had.
I see.
You and Chester have been good friends to me. Particularly Chester.
Is that why you keep getting drunk, just to get in jail?
Well, fellow's got to have a friend. A roof over his head, don't he, Marshal?
All right, come on, Bood. Let's go.
I got my hat under this blanket here. I sure like my hat, Marshal.
Yeah.
Oh, here's that extra blanket Chester gave me. I tried to keep it from touching the floor.
Thanks, Bood. All right, let's go.
You say so.
You going back home now?
I don't rightly know where home is at. Old Pa, he run me off before I was old enough to know where we was living. Said he couldn't feed me no more.
Yeah.
Ever since then, I've been kind of like a tumbleweed going here, there. Guess I'm from all over now.
Don't you ever stay put?
Well, I'd like to. People always run me off, just like Pa did. Just when I think I got a friend, they tell me to go.
I'll get you packed for you.
Now you're doing it, Marshal.
Doing what?
Running me off.
Now, look, Bood, I got nothing for you and nothing against you. I put you in jail 4 times for getting drunk and almost breaking somebody in 2 with your bare hands. Now, all I want you to do is to keep yourself out of jail by staying away from those saloons. Here. This all your stuff?
I won't stay in Dodge, Marshal. Fella's got to have a friend where he stays.
Look, don't take me wrong, son. It's just that there's no...
Mr. Dillon, come here, quick.
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
A hangman's come to town.
A hang? What are you talking about?
Come take a look. He's all dressed in black, and he's hauling his gallows right along with him.
Gallows?
See there? 3 yoke of oxen pulling it. Ain't that an awful-looking thing? A gallows built right on the back of his wagon.
Henry Maples.
You know him?
I've heard of him. He thinks he cleaned up the border country with that gallows.
Oh, but what's he doing here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, maybe he thinks Dodge is next. Come on.
Friends, if you'll just listen to me a moment, please. I'll answer all your questions at a later time. From what I hear of Dodge, I'll be here for quite a spell.
He's getting these people pretty well worked up, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, let's wait here.
Just a moment. There's plenty of time. First off, I want to know how many murders you've had in this town the last 6 months. Come on, speak up. Don't be afraid. How many murders? How many of your fellow townsmen have been shot down to die like dogs in the street? How many times has the law been obstructed? You, madam, how many times has a man been killed right here on the streets of Dodge?
Well, I don't know exactly.
How many?
Well, 6, I guess. Maybe 8 dozen for all I know.
There you are. The good lady doesn't even know. Anywhere from 6 to a dozen killings. And do you know the answer to this? Do you know it'll stop this bloodbath? There it is. Made of wood and nails and rope, the finest rope money can buy. Man's answer to man's misdeeds. Let me ask you, madam, where are the men who perpetrated these foul killings?
Well, I'm not sure. They were taken to Fort Hays for trial, and, well, I just don't know.
But are they dead? As the law says they should be. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just. When I hanged Billy Street, yes, I hanged him, Billy Street, he walked up those steps, those very steps, with a smile on his face. And he told me he'd never owned a new suit. So I stopped the hanging. And out of my own pocket, I bought him a new suit. And before I dropped him, Billy Street thanked me. Now, the law's not unkind, my friends. The law is just.
Maples.
Who called my name?
I did. Marshal Dillon. I want you to take your gallows out of Dodge.
What became of all those murderers, Marshal? Did they pay you to let them go?
There were 6. 2 of them were hanged at Fort Hays, and 4 of them are in the territorial prison.
4 men who lived to kill again.
I'll give you till sundown to have the gallows out of Dodge City, or I'll burn it in the streets.
You'll learn, Marshal. Discouragement by fear. That's the answer to your killings. Now, would somebody give me a hand with these oxen?
I'll help you, Mr. Maples.
All right, my friend. Take the halter on the lead oxen.
Yes, sir. Say, you can just call me Bood, Mr. Maples, because that's my name. Bood Wilson.
Well, then lead on, Bood Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Hiya!
Maybe I ought to tell you something.
What is it, Chester?
Well, this town is getting awful jumpy about that gallows sitting out there on the edge of town.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yes, but well, it's kind of dividing up the people.
Yeah, I know all about it, Chester, but you let me do the worrying, huh?
Yes, sir. Kitty's right over there at the dock.
I see her.
Oh, Matt. I'm glad you're here.
Hello, Kitty. Doc.
Yeah, well, it's about time the real law put its foot in here. Maples is sure stirring these people up.
Oh? How long's he been here?
About half hour. He's showing tintypes of men he's hanged and the ropes he's used. He talks about hanging people like he was proud of it.
I think maybe he is, Kitty.
That gallows of his reminds me of some vulture just waiting to devour somebody. Have you been out there, Matt?
No.
Well, I rode by there the other day on my way to Mrs. Wiggins. Why, he was standing up on that gallows without even moving. He had a rope strung up, and for a moment I thought somebody was hanging there. Oh, I tell you, I jumped a foot when he moved.
Yeah, I'll bet you did.
Hey, how did Maples ever get started, man?
I'll answer that question, Marshal Dillon.
Huh? All right, go ahead, Maples.
How did I get started? It was simple. First, I had convictions. I believed in the law, so I read the law. When Judge Brand asked for a man to carry out his judgments, I volunteered. By the way, Marshal, I was paid $100 per man. I'll expect the same from Dodge City.
Dodge doesn't need you, Maples.
It will.
Hey, Hangman. I want you.
All right, Thayer, you're drunk. Put the gun away.
Maples, I've been thinking about you. I had a brother hanged once. Jimmy was his name. Maybe you was the one who done it? Jimmy? Jimmy Thayer?
I told you to put the gun away, Thayer.
Stay out of this, Marshal. Maples, move over here.
I hanged no man by that name.
And I'll kill you for the one who did. Start moving, Mr. Hangman.
I warned you, Thayer.
Marshal, don't make it you and me. I've been waiting for him all evening.
Thayer.
You're making it you and me, Marshal.
Doc, take care of him.
All right, Matt.
You still think your town doesn't need my kind of law, Marshal Dillon?
Get out of here, Maples.
Somebody give me a hand.
Mr. Maples? Mr. Maples.
What is it, Boo?
I've been looking all over for you, and I heard those shots, and I was pretty worried.
I'm all right.
Now, you hadn't ought to go out without me looking after you.
Never mind, Bood. I'm on my way back to camp right now.
There it is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
I sure do get an awful feeling about a gallows.
Uh-huh.
I reckon it's because I seen a hanging one time when I was just a little boy.
You did?
Yes, sir. Papa took me because he wanted me to learn the wages of sin, as he put it, so he told Mom it'd be a great lesson for me. But
Well, was it?
No, sir, I can't rightly say it was.
Why?
Well, see, they was hanging 3 men for stealing. And me being kindly little and all, I couldn't see none too good. I was standing there in this crowd, and when the time come, all I could make out was a bunch of men going around picking the pockets of the people watching up at the men being hanged. Now, that kindly learned me something, but it wasn't quite what Papa set out for me to learn.
No, I guess not.
Miss Dillon, look. Just look up there. Sweeping that gallows with a broom just like it was something important.
Yeah, the Maples, I guess it is.
There's a rope hanging straight down through the trap. See there?
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Marshal.
Maples.
Good morning, sir.
Well, the gibbet's ready, Marshal Dillon. I'm stretching one of my new ropes now.
Yeah, I see.
Apology for last night isn't necessary, Marshal. I've forgotten it already.
Apology? I didn't come to apologize.
That's good. I don't like a man that crawls.
How come you to stretch that rope, Mr. Maples?
Not one of my clients has ever come back for a second try.
No, I reckon not.
The reason is I buy the best 1.25 Kentucky hemp you can get, and then I stretch it down to 1 inch before I use it.
What do you use to stretch it with?
Bood Wilson's under there. He'll show you. Get ready to untie it, Bood.
I can't untie this knot, Mr. Maples.
Chester, go down and give him a hand, huh?
Yes, sir.
You see, Marshal, I got a 200-pound bag tied on the rope.
I'm not interested in that, Maples.
Oh?
The businessmen in town told me to see that you leave Dodge City permanently. You and your gallows.
But why, Marshal? Dodge needs me.
They don't think so. And neither do I.
But the law, what about the law? It must be upheld.
It is being upheld, Maples. Your kind of law might have been all right a few years ago in the border country, but not in Dodge.
Murderers must be hanged, Marshal Dillon. There's no other answer.
I'll give you till tomorrow morning, Maples.
Hello, Marshal Dillon.
How are you, Bood? You staying away from the liquor?
Yes, sir.
Good. You see that you do. All right, come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Maples, I heard how he talked to you. I wasn't friendly like. You've been good to me. You let me help you.
I brought the law before. I can do it again.
Mr. Maples, I was saying I'd like
there
to...
must be a way.
Mr. Maples?
Huh?
Maybe I can help.
Oh, you, Bood?
Yes, sir.
Yes, maybe you can. Bood, I want you to go to Dodge City with me tonight. Will you do that?
Mr. Maples, I'd do anything for you.
Yeah, town's quiet tonight, Matt.
Doc, I hope it stays that way.
Well, in my business, that's when I worry the most.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what do you want, Chester?
Miss Kitty sent me after you. Bood Wilson's about to kill a man at her place.
What? Well, come on.
I'll kill you.
Oh, Matt, stop him. Bood's going to break him in two.
Bood, stop it.
Kill you.
Stop it.
Nobody talks to my friend that way.
I said stop it. Sayer, you all right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks. Oh, he'd like to broke every bone in my body.
Chester, take Bood and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Come on, Bood.
Thanks, Matt. I thought sure there was going to be a killing.
I told Bood to stay out of saloons.
Don't blame him. It was Maples.
Maples?
Yeah.
What's he got to do with it?
He was trying to get him drunk. Kept buying him drinks.
Oh? Where is Maples?
Well, I guess he left in all the excitement. Matt, why would he want to get Bood so drunk?
I think I know, Kitty. But I'd have a hard time proving it.
Sorry, I don't know how Mr. Dillon gets these guns so dirty. Just look at that. I'm going to have to practically...
Good morning.
Oh, Mr. Maples.
Is the marshal here? I want to talk to him.
No, sir, he ain't. He's off on a business trip that's going to take him all day.
Oh, then I'll just have to come back this evening. While I'm here, I wonder if I could see my friend Bood Wilson.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, I won't be a moment.
Oh, yes, sir. I guess it's all right this one time. It's right through that door there.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, now, where'd this doggone little thing come from? When will I learn not to take more than one gun apart at a time?
Where is everybody? Matt? No, Matt. Chester! Chester, you here?
Doc, go away!
Chester, you out back?
Doc, don't come in here.
No, Chester, what are you doing in that cell?
Bood just locked me in.
Bood Wilson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Why? What's that gun for?
I'm sorry.
Bood, you listen to me. You haven't got enough sense to have a gun, so give it here.
I got to get to Mr. Maples. I'm sorry, Mr. Doctor.
Doc, you all right?
Chester, I need help.
Doc, you can't die. Doc! Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon! Anybody? Doc's been shot! Help! Help!
Mr. Maples? It's me. It's Bood Wilson.
Come up here, Bood.
Well, how come you're on the gallows, Mr. Maples? Ain't you ready to go?
Come here, Bood.
You waited, like you said, didn't you, Mr. Maples?
Did you use the gun I gave you?
We better hurry. They'll be after me.
I asked you if you used the gun.
I done what you told me, Mr. Maples.
Bood, listen to me. You still have the gun.
Yes, sir. Right here.
Give me the gun, Bood.
Well, sure. There.
It's been fired. Did you kill anyone?
I used it. like you said.
Dude, I asked you, did you kill anyone?
Well, that doctor man, he came in and I shot him.
You know what I have to do to you now, Boo?
You said you was my friend. You gave me the gun so I could come back to you so we could go away together. That's what you said.
But you've killed now, Boo. Don't you understand? You've broken the law. Bood Wilson, I find you guilty of murder in cold blood. And for your just punishment under the law, I sentence you to hang by the neck until you're dead!
Mr. Dillon, if Doc was to die, I don't know what I'd do with myself.
He's not going to die, Chester, but you can be awful glad I came back as soon as I did.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, look. The gallows, they ain't gone yet.
No.
I don't see nobody around. Mr. Dillon, that rope on the gallows, swinging like there's a body on the end of it.
Come on.
It's a man. He's went and hanged Bood.
Stay here, Chester. Keep me covered.
Yes, sir.
Chester, come here.
Why, it's the hangman himself. Is he sure enough dead?
Yeah, he's dead. He said himself they never have to come back. What?
No need to shoot, Marshal. I ain't giving trouble.
Did you do this, Boot?
I done it.
Why?
Well, he throwed a fit.
What kind of a fit?
When I come back from Dodge, he asked, did I kill a man? I told him I had, that doctor man. And that's when he threw a fit.
What did he do?
He started hollering law on me, saying how he was going to have to hang me for that killing. It was either me or him.
Boot, he gave you that gun just so you'd kill a man, so he could have a hanging. Prove that Dodge needed his kind of law.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Marshal. Something just made him crazy for a little while. Like happens to me when I drink liquor. He was going to take me traveling with him, Marshal. Now, you're wrong about Mr. Maples. He was the best friend I ever had.
All right, Boot. All right.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Tom Hanley, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, Virginia Christine, and Barney Phillips. Harley Dare is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, your horse is ready, Mr. Dillon. He's tied out in front.
Okay, Chester.
And the papers for Driftworth?
Uh-huh.
I still don't see why you got to ride clean out there just for him to sign them. Can't he do it next time he comes to town?
Now, these are land rights papers, Chester. Government stuff. Jake's not doing me any favor by signing them.
Well, when will I expect you back, Mr. Dillon?
Tomorrow evening, probably, unless Jake isn't at home when I get there. It might take longer. I don't know.
I see.
By the way, there's something you can do while I'm gone, if you will.
Yes, sir. What's that?
That door out back, been off the hinges 2 winters now.
Oh,
Sure be awful nice to have it fixed, wouldn't it?
well, it's awful hot for that kind of work.
Yeah,
Mr.
too
Dillon.
hot in the summer, too cold in the winter, huh?
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Good, Chester. And you might clean up out back a little, too. Those cells look like we've been boarding cattle out there, not men.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll see you in a couple of days.
Goodbye, Mr. Dillon. Have a nice trip. Sometime I think I might maybe just go to San Francisco and get me a job being a rich millionaire gold digger. Live at a nice big hotel. Not never wash up nothing, never. Never do nothing at all except drive around in a fancy rig and have people say, "Good morning, Mr. Proudfoot." Oh, hello, Doc.
Yeah, I saw Matt riding out a minute ago.
Yeah, he's went.
Where's he headed for?
He's went out into the country. Won't be back for a day or so.
We left you here alone, huh?
Well, now, it kindly looks that way, don't it?
Must be an important mission. Well, he probably wants to travel alone.
Fast and light. That ain't it at all. He would have took me, but he wants me to stay here and kind of keep an eye on things.
Oh, you mean he wants to know how many killings took place? And how many times the bank was held up, huh? Things like that?
Doc, I ain't quite as useless as you seem to think.
I know.
I got more to do than ride around all over the country in an old buggy handing out sugar pills to defenseless old ladies or just walking up and down the plaza looking for somebody to gossip with. I don't need some old sawbones to tell me what good I am or not.
The cook at Delmonico's told me they've got antelope stew today.
I don't care what the... Antelope stew?
I was kind of looking for someone to eat with.
Antelope stew?
Are you hungry by any chance?
Come on, Doc. If we don't hurry, it'll be all gone.
Oh, sure you don't want some more stew?
Well, then, no, thank you, Doc. I just couldn't.
Can't fly on one wing, you know.
Well, maybe you're right. Spoon out just a little dab more, please.
Yeah, all right. Sure. There you are.
Thank you. Doc, you know that fellow just come in?
Huh? No. Why?
Well, he's sure looking at you funny. He's coming over here.
I'm Bryce Harp, Judge. What? I said my name's Bryce Harp. You remember me.
Well, no, I'm sorry, I don't.
You got a convenient memory, Judge.
Judge? What's this judge business?
He ain't no judge, mister. A whole lot more likely he'd be on the other side of the bench.
Pure luck I run in.
Now, wait on a minute, mister. I'm a doctor. I'm not a judge.
What?
A doctor, I said.
Oh, he's a doctor, sure enough, mister. And if there's something wrong with your horse, he can prove
Oh,
it.
shut up, Chester.
So that's it. You're hiding out.
Now, wait a minute. Now, what in the world are you talking about?
Judge Kennebrew, big man in Wyoming, horse doctor in Kansas. What happened, Judge? They tell you I was getting out?
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about, my friend.
I'm talking about 7 years in state prison. 7 long years you sentenced me to, Judge. 7 years to think about what I'd do when I got out.
I tell you, I'm not a judge, you fool. You ask anyone, they'll tell you. I'm Doc Adams.
Judge, I don't care what you call yourself or what you claim to be. I've been waiting 7 years to meet up with you again. And it ain't likely you nor anybody else can talk me out of killing you.
Killing?
That's all I've been waiting for, Judge. And I don't much care how I catch you either.
Now, look here, you can't go around threatening people like that.
Don't tell me what I can do. I've had 7 years of people telling me what I can do.
Oh, you're crazy. You're drunk.
Well, I'll see you later, Judge.
I'll be doggone.
Well, I've been called a lot of things in my life, but never a judge.
He said he was going to kill you, Doc.
Oh, they mistake me for someone else. Judge, someone or other. You'll find out the truth soon enough.
Oh, yeah, but he thinks you're just covering up with this doctor business.
No, I don't think there's too much to worry about, Chester. This Bryce Harp is just another pilgrim gone off balance with a hard life out here.
He was mighty pale for a prairie man, Doc.
Hey, prison pallor?
Oh, no, Doc, I don't think you should ought to take this so light. Maybe seriouser than you think.
Nah, Chester, I know a thing or two about people. Harp's just a little off balance. I probably won't remember a thing about this by nightfall.
Yeah. Maybe, but I ain't so
Oh,
sure.
now, look. He wasn't wearing a gun, was he?
Well, no. Come to think of it, he wasn't.
Well,
but I
there you
don't
are, you see. The man comes busting in here saying he's going to kill me. He's making threats, and he isn't even armed. Now, just stop threatening. Eat your stew. Go ahead.
Okay, Doc. Guess you know. But I don't mind telling you I sure will be easier when he leaves town. Or Mr. Dillon gets back. Why, rather.
Well, good evening, Chester.
Oh, Miss Kitty?
Are you drinking tonight?
Oh, might as well, guess. Ain't got nothing much else to do. I guess I'll have beer, Sam.
Yeah, sure, coming right up, Chester.
I hear Matt rode out to Jake Wood's place.
Doc's been here, huh?
Yeah, he stopped in on his way home.
And here you are, Chester.
Did Doc tell you about being mistook for a judge?
Yeah, having his life threatened? That man must be crazy.
Doc says he's harmless. He don't even carry a gun.
Well, it's a good thing. Fancy Doc as a judge.
I sure would hate to come up before him if he was. If he got through chewing on you, there wouldn't be enough left to send to jail.
Oh, no, he's not that bad.
You don't know him like I do.
Give me a beer, Barkeep.
That's him. That's Bryce Harp right there.
Well, he doesn't look like any tiger to me.
Maybe not, but he's still kind of hard to figure out.
Hey, you need that whole bar to drink that miserable glass of beer? Huh? You need the whole saloon to show off in? Huh? What's that? You heard me, mister. Don't believe it. You just ain't got enough blood in you to stand there and talk like that. You're wearing a gun, and I'm going to use it to split your head in two. Hold it right there. Oh.
Did you see that? He said he didn't have a gun.
Hey, just take it easy, mister. Get out of here. Fast. Sure. Sure, I'm going.
Forevermore.
Wow. I was sure wrong. That man's quite a tiger after all.
Why, the way he run Bob Forrest out of here. Well, I guess he ain't as harmless as Doc thought. That man is a real menace.
Chester, how soon did you say Matt would be back?
Tomorrow night, he said. And from the looks of things, that may be too late.
It sure might.
Miss Kitty, you said Doc was on his way home when he come by here?
Why? What are you going to do?
Well, I'd better find him and tell him about all this.
Maybe you'd better do more than that.
Like what?
Well, I don't know, but if he's really after Doc, it's no joke.
Yeah, I know. Look, Miss Kitty, do you suppose you could keep Harp here for a while? Just keep an eye on him like...
Well, I could give him a drink or two in the house.
Yeah, you do that. And I'll see you later. I'm going to order Doc's.
You got a plan?
Well, not yet, but I'll think of something. Doc? Oh, Doc? Doc? Well, for heaven's sake, Chester, what are you doing here this time of night? Come on in, Doc. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you came. I was looking over some unpaid bills here. Doc. Your name is pretty prompt. Never mind that now. Never mind it. Chester, you've owed me way back. Doc, you ain't going to live long enough to collect it if you don't listen to me. Oh, all right, what are you talking about? It's Bryce Harp, Doc. I just seen him in action or at the Long Branch. In action? Well, he didn't kill nobody, but he's got a gun, and he's awful professional with it. Well, he run Bob Forrest out of that saloon like he was a schoolboy in a pumpkin patch. He ran that bully out, huh? He sure did. And, Doc, I think he aims to come here and kill you, and ain't no two ways about it. Oh, Chester, I told you the man's off balance. That's the whole trouble, Doc. If he was an ordinary man, just a plain gunman, it wouldn't be so bad, but he ain't. And right or wrong, he's got a grudge against you, and... Well, doggone it, I can't just sit by and let him come murder you. Well, now, wait just a minute. Now, you really think he means business? No, I know he does, Doc. I know it sure as I'm breathing. Well, all right, yes. I'll start carrying a gun. Doc, how long since you fired that old wreck of a gun? Well, I'm not too sure I ever fired it. Then you'd just be plain foolish to start toting it now. It'll probably blow up anyway. Well, for heaven's sakes, what do you want me to do? Look, Doc, was you going out any worse tonight? Well, I don't generally stay cooped up in here for very long. Will you stay in tonight? Don't you budge out of here. Now, I got an idea, Doc, and it might maybe get worse. I'll be back in a little bit. In the meantime, you keep that door locked tight, and don't you open it to nobody at all. You hear? Hey. You mind what I say now? No, man. You lock this door, Doc. I'll be back after a bit. Oh, Chester. Whatever it is he has in mind, I might as well go along. Lock the door. And I'll say one thing. Now he's got the bit in his teeth. He's really running. Please tell me what you're climbing in my back window for in the middle of the night? I had to come the back way, Doc. Bryce Harper's down the street out in front, huh? I'm on the way here and I seen him. That's why I come in the back way so he wouldn't see me. What's Harp doing down the street? Waiting for his chance to kill you. You know, I've been thinking if he was really out to kill me, he would have tried before now. Yeah, but he didn't know you was leaving town till just 2 minutes ago. Leaving town? Who? It's got to be now or never, the way he sees it. Well, what are you talking about? Look. When I left here, I went back over at the Long Branch, and I kind of spread the word around that you was taking the early stage to St. Louis. St. Louis? What Harp thinks you're up here packing, right? Oh, well, fine. Yeah, that's just fine. If Harp really is serious about killing me, you've set me up like a bird in a turkey shoot. Yeah, I guess I have it that. What would you want to tell him a fool thing like that for? Because I figure if he's going to try to kill you, it's better to know when and where he's going to try it. It's a lot better than just sitting around waiting for him to shoot you in the back. you fiddling with those curtains for? So he'll know for sure you're up here and moving around. I'm just trying to make sure I get my hip blown off, aren't you? Doc, he ain't gonna try to shoot you from down there in the street. It'd be too easy to miss. Oh, that's a fine theory. Is your front door still locked? Yeah, yes, it is. And give me the key. What? Give me the key. Oh, let me see here. Why did you unlock it? How in the world is Hart going to get in here if the door's locked? If he comes in that door, we're just as good as dead. We're right in the line of fire. Of course we are, Doc, but so is he. You better get yourself a comfortable seat. We may have us a long way. Now, wait, what are you doing? Why did you blow off that lamp? So with the lamp out, you may think you've went to bed. Then we may not have such a long wait. Oh, I hope you know what you're doing, Chester. So do I, Doc. So do I. Well, I go... Oh, I guess all we can do now is just wait. Yeah.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Hello, Kitty. Sam.
Hey, where's you?
Thought you weren't coming back till tomorrow.
I run into Jake Worth at the Benson place. Saved me a day's ride. You closed for the night?
Oh, yeah. But we can always find a drink for a good customer.
It'd help cut the dust, all right.
Beer or whiskey?
A little coffee, I think, if you got some.
Bring it over the table, will you, Sam?
Sure, Miss Kitty. You look tired. Bad day?
As usual.
Think about how rich you're getting.
No, sir.
There you are, Marshal. Yeah, thanks, Sam. It's hot.
Matt, did you stop by the office?
No, I just rode in. Why?
And you didn't see Chester?
No. Why, is something wrong?
Well, Chester's got in his mind that some fellow's going to try to kill Doc.
Kill Doc?
Yeah.
Well, what fellow?
I don't know him. He just rode into town.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, he was in here earlier this evening before we closed up. I'll say one thing. He's handy with a gun.
Well, so are half the cowboys in Dodge.
Well, yeah.
You know Chester, Kitty. He gets the feeling his responsibility if I'm away. He sees something suspicious in every shadow.
Well, that may be, but as I get the story, this man thinks Doc is some judge up in Wyoming who put him in prison, and he's going to kill him.
Well, where's Chester now?
I haven't seen him in a couple of hours.
Kitty, this man that's after Doc, do you know his name?
Harp, Chester said it was. Bryce Harp.
Bryce Harp. Kitty, I'll see you later.
Is Harp still down there, Chester? Yep. Just standing there. Wonder how long he's gonna... Doc? What? He's coming. He's starting for the stairs. Just sit tight now and don't make a sound. No, Chester, are you sure? He'll be there in a minute. All right, Hart, throw up your hands. Chester, you all right?
Yeah, I think so. Get that lamp lit.
Looks like you got nicked.
No, it ain't nothing. You better see the hands off.
Well, he's still alive, but just barely. Help me get him up there on the table, will you?
How is he, Doc? Reckon you'll make it?
He took a bullet in the shoulder, but it went on through. Just a matter of cleaning the wound. But this other bullet, here, it's still there, and it's got to come out.
What do you think?
Well, I don't know, Chester. It's too soon to know just how bad off he is.
You know, it don't give you a very good feeling to shoot a man, even a bad man.
Well, he may be all right if gangrene doesn't set in.
Hey, what's happened?
So this fellow came up here to take a shot at me, Matt, and Chester put a couple of bullets in him.
I heard the shooting from the other end of town. It sounded like somebody was fighting the battle of Chickamauga Creek all over again.
Chester got nicked in the bargain.
You all right, Chester?
Yes, sir.
I can tell you one thing, Matt. I'm mighty glad you got back. I swear I've aged a year since yesterday.
Well, from the looks of things, you two got along pretty well without me.
It's a terrible thing, man. A man getting shot up like that.
I wouldn't feel too sorry for Bryce Harp, Doc.
Well, you know him?
If Chester hadn't stopped him, Harp might have killed you. Well,
who is he, Mr. Dillon?
I've never seen him before, but I know his reputation, and I've seen his picture. He killed 3 men in a gunfight in Wyoming. He got off with 10 years and broke out after 7 of them. Killed 2 guards.
Well, there's nothing more I can do here. I think I'll go on home.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll go along too, Doc.
Yeah, I've got work to do. You two go on. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Doc.
Oh, Chester.
Yeah? Yeah, Doc?
I want to... Well, I just want to... Well, thanks.
Sure. Good night, Doc.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted by Mr. Macdonald. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and James Nutter. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Now, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes, is proud to present Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, the story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. It's easy to do your whole tribe a big favor, Mother. Just pour every big and little Indian in your camp a breakfast bowlful of Post Toasties. Post Toasties, you know, are the heap good cornflakes. They're the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Fresh as fresh can be. Say, Post Toasties are crackling crisp. Sweet kernel corn flavor, toasted. That's Post Toasties. Post Toasties are packed with nourishment, too. A bowl of Post Toasties with sugar and milk helps your big braves and little Indians start the day right. Get Post Toasties soon. And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad.
Nice day, Matt.
The wind's gone down anyway.
It sure was blowing last night.
Where were you, Doc?
Out at the Caldwell place. Mrs. Caldwell was expecting.
Still?
There was a false alarm last night.
Oh, you ought to get some sleep while you can, Doc.
Yes, I know. That's right where I'm headed.
Doc Adams.
Oh, hello, Roof.
I've been looking for you, Doc.
Matt, this is Roof Tucker, Sheely Tucker's son.
Oh, hello, Roof.
We ain't met before, Marshal.
No. How's Sheely these days?
He's just like ever. But it's Ma I come to get Doc for.
Well, what's the matter, Roof?
She swallowed a nail, Doc, and it's hurting her bad.
Swallowed a nail, did she? How'd she do that?
I told her not to, but she was fixing the chicken house anyway, and she had some nails in her mouth.
Oh, you say it's hurting her?
It's her stomach. She's got a terrible pain in her stomach.
Oh, that's bad. I'll ride out with you right away, Roof. As soon as I get my tools, may have to operate.
You know Pa, Doc. You know how he is.
Oh, yes, I forgot about him. Sheely doesn't like doctors, does he?
He hates them. But he ain't there now. He's been out on the prairie the last couple of days.
Oh? When'll he be back?
I don't know for sure. But Ma said to get you anyway. She doesn't want to die.
Sheely'd cause trouble if he found me there, wouldn't he?
He sure would. He'd beat you half to death.
Well, maybe I better ride out with you, Doc, just in case Sheely comes home while you're there.
Good idea, Matt. I think you better.
Yeah, Roof, go over to the Olafraganza and tell Chester I want him to go with us, will you?
Sure, Marshal.
How is she, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. Doc's still working on her.
Well, there's no sign of Sheely anyway.
Well, that's some help.
What's the matter with a man like that, Mr. Dillon? Hating doctors the way he does?
I don't know, Chester. Probably there weren't any doctors around when he was young. And what was good enough for his father is good enough for him. Some fool notion like that, maybe.
Sheely always was a mean old cuss, except for his horses. He's always treated horses like they're human. Did you ever notice that?
Sheely isn't really a bad man, Chester. He's just ignorant and prejudiced because of his ignorance.
If he'd have been here, he'd let Miss Tucker die rather than have Doc operate on her.
Yeah, probably.
Well, that's bad. To me it is.
Maybe if Doc saved him someday, he might get over his ideas.
Old Sheely's never had a sick day in his life I know of.
Oh. Doc, you all through?
Huh? Oh. Yes, I'm all through, Matt.
How is she, Doc?
Yeah. She's dead.
Dead?
I guess her heart couldn't take it. I don't know. I had to operate, though. She'd have died sure if I hadn't.
Oh, it isn't your fault, Doc. You did all you could.
I know, but I always feel maybe if I'd have done it better, things like this wouldn't happen.
You're not to blame, Doc. You, want me to tell Roof?
Yeah, I've already told him. He's in there with her.
Oh, how'd he take it?
Yeah, he didn't say a word, Matt.
Well, we better be getting back to Dodge, I guess.
Yeah, you must be plumb wore out, Doc.
Yeah, I am.
Doc.
Hey? Yes, Roof.
And you too, Marshal. You're going to have to help me.
Well, we'll help you, Roof. What is it?
It's about Pa. I don't know what to tell him when he comes back.
Hey, that's right. I kind of keep forgetting about him.
Just tell him the truth, Roof. Doc tried to save your mother, but he wasn't able to. Nobody could have.
You don't know Pa very well, I guess. He just won't stand for it.
Well, there's nothing he can do about it now. It's all over.
Not for him, it won't be.
What do you mean, Roof?
When Pa says a thing, he means it. And he said none of us was ever to go near a doctor.
Roof, do you agree with your Pa's thinking?
No. And neither did Ma. But we didn't dare cross him when he was around anyway. I'm afraid of him, Marshal. You'll have to stay here and tell him.
Yeah, well, I can't stay. I have to get over to the Caldwell place. That baby's due any time now.
But you can't go.
All right, Roof, all right. I'll stay here till he comes back. Chester, you better ride into town in case anybody's looking for me, huh?
All right, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it's a funny thing how a doctor can lose one life and maybe bring another into the world all on the very same day. Yeah. Come on, Chester. We can ride partway together.
That ought to do it, Roof.
I want her buried good, Marshal.
How about a cross? You want to put up a cross?
I'll let Pa decide that. Oh, my gosh, Marshal. Here he comes now.
Yeah, looks like he's been riding pretty hard.
Pa always rides hard, but he takes mighty good care of his horses all the same. He's never hurt one yet.
I know.
Oh, there, Marshal.
How are you, Sheely?
What are you doing out here? What's this?
Sheely, your wife died. Roof and I just finished burying her.
She died?
Just a few hours ago. We didn't know when you were going to get back, so we went ahead and buried her.
What'd she die of?
She was holding some nails in her mouth, and she swallowed one of them.
Oh. Roof, take this horse into the barn and dry him off.
Sure, Pa.
Rub him good now.
I will, Pa.
Don't let him near no water yet.
I won't.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
I came out with Doc.
With who?
Doc Adams. He did everything he could to save her life, Sheely.
He cut on her, didn't he?
He tried to get the nail out, if that's what you mean. She'd have died from it if he hadn't.
Cutting on her, that's what killed her.
Look, Sheila, your wife was dying, and Doc tried to save her. That's how it happened, no matter what you think.
I've got no use for doctors. They're all croakers. That's what my old man called them, croakers.
I kind of figured that's where all this came from. Sheila, have you ever thought that your old man might have been wrong?
Not about them, he wasn't. Hey, how'd Doc get here anyway? Who told him to come?
Your wife wanted him.
After all the times I've told her to stay away from doctors?
I guess she didn't want to die, Sheila.
She wanted a chance to live.
Yeah, sure. And he come out here and killed her. Poor defenseless woman. Doc Adams will pay for this, Marshal. I'm telling you right
You
now.
lay a hand on Doc, and I'll run you out of the country, Sheely.
Maybe it won't be a hand I'll use, Marshal.
Try anything like that, and you'll hang for it. I'll find you no matter where you go.
He killed my wife with his bungling butchery. He's a murderer.
There isn't a man in Kansas who'd believe that. Doc's a pretty valuable citizen around here, Sheely.
Not to me, ain't. It's an eye for an eye, Marshal, like it says in the good book.
You even try it, and I'll throw you in jail.
I don't try nothing.
Then you'll hang.
Will I, Marshal?
Say, what goes on at your house at breakfast? Well, you can take it from me. The best thing that can go on your breakfast table is Post Toasties. Yes, sir, Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes. Those golden crisp cornflakes are the best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. You know how to prove it? Just pour out breakfast bowlfuls of Post Toasties for your whole tribe, and then watch how they enjoy 'em. Post Toasties are crisp and tasty. From the first bite down to the last spoonful, that sweet kernel corn flavor makes your breakfast. So always ask for Post Toasties, the heap good cornflakes.
Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes. The best thing that's happened to corn since the Indians discovered it. Heap good cornflakes. Post Toasties, heap good cornflakes.
Remember, Post Toasties is one of the famous triple-wrapped Post cereals, guaranteed fresh or triple your money back. Now back to Gunsmoke.
I left Sheely Tucker standing by his wife's grave, and I rode back to Dodge. There was no use trying to convince the man that doctors aren't bunglers and murderers. I figured he'd have to experience the truth himself somehow. And there wasn't much chance of that, the way things stood. But what really worried me was his threat to get Doc. Ordinarily, Sheely was peaceable enough, but there was no telling what he might do now. Doc stayed at the Caldwell place that night and the next day, too. I thought he'd be safe there, and I didn't worry about him till the next evening. Kitty and I were having supper at the Dodge house.
Matt, for a town that lives on the cattle trade, you'd think we'd be able to eat decent steaks.
You should have had the prairie chicken, Kitty. Yet didn't have to walk all the way from Texas.
That steak I had got carried. It was too old to walk. I've never eaten prairie chicken, Matt. What's it taste like?
Oh, a little chicken, a lot of prairie.
If I didn't know you better, I'd say you've been drinking.
If I know you, you'll order steak next time anyway.
I don't give up easy, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Remember it, then.
Sure.
You don't know much about women, do you, Matt?
Well, I'm learning.
Yeah. But at the pace you've set, I'll be in my grave before you're out of first grade.
Well, it took me 10 years to learn how to handle a six-gun.
Well, that's the nicest compliment I've had all day.
Drink your coffee. I gotta get out of here.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, here's Doc.
Hello, Matt. Kitty.
How's Mrs. Caldwell, Doc?
Yeah, gave birth to a 12-pound boy this afternoon.
Ah, that's fine.
Yes. That's not what I came to talk about, Matt. Somebody tried to shoot me on the way back from the Caldwell place.
What? Who was it, Doc?
Yeah, I didn't see him, and since I didn't have a gun, I rode straight ahead. Fast.
Where'd this happen?
Yeah, about a mile the other side of the grove.
I should have come out and ridden back with you, Doc.
You should have, huh? Well, then, you know something about this?
Yeah.
Sheely Tucker, huh?
He came back after you and Chester had left, Doc. He made some threats.
Yes, I might have known it. But I'm not going to be a target for Sheely every time I go on a call in the country. I'm going out and see him, Matt. We'll have this out face to face.
I don't think you can change his mind, Doc, but I'll go with you. And if he admits shooting at you this afternoon, I'll bring him back to jail. Maybe I'll bring him back anyway.
Well, I should hope so. People around here'd be in an awful fix without Doc.
Well, then there's me too, Kitty.
Oh, sure, Doc. I was thinking of you.
We'll ride out in the morning, Doc.
Yeah, good. There's somebody in the corral there, man.
Yeah, it looks like Sheely.
Tis. Him and Ruth both.
Hello.
Oh.
Well, let's leave them here. They'll stand.
I got a horse tied down in there, Mr. Dillon.
He's down, Chester, but he isn't tied.
No, by golly, he ain't. Oh, say, look at that.
Yeah, broke his leg. Now, that's too bad. Well, here we are. Doc, I'll go first in case Sheely gets excited.
Oh, all right, man.
Yeah. Go ahead, I'll close it.
Hello, Sheely. Ruth?
Hello. You bring that croaker out here to kill my horse for me, Marshal?
Now, Sheely...
Wait a minute, Doc. I'm sorry about your horse, Sheely. What happened?
That bay's the finest animal I ever owned. I was just topping him off when he fell and busted his leg. I'll blame it.
Gee, that's too bad.
It sure is. Ruth, go on up to the house and fetch me my rifle.
Okay, Pa.
Terrible thing to lose a horse like this.
Sheely, if you like, I'll do the shooting.
Oh, thanks. I'll kill him myself. It's my job.
You know, it's a funny thing. We always shoot a horse if it breaks a leg, but we wouldn't think of shooting a man when he does.
You croakers got other ways of getting rid of people.
Yeah, I'll overlook that, Sheely, but I'll tell you something.
I don't want to hear nothing from you.
Well, you like that horse, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, then, don't shoot him.
What?
Well, look, Sheely, that horse is done for anyway, so it won't hurt to let me try to fix his leg the same way I would a man. It just might work.
You mean put a cast on him?
I do.
I never heard of putting a cast on a horse, Doc.
Yeah, neither have I.
It's crazy. I don't like it.
It's up to you, Sheely.
Well, I wouldn't have let you near my wife if I'd been here. Why should I let you fool with my horse?
All right. All right, Sheely. Shoot your horse, and I'm taking you back to Dodge.
What for?
You're going to jail for trying to kill Doc yesterday. At least that's what Doc told me.
Yeah, now, Matt, I didn't exactly
Shut up,
say...
Doc.
I ain't going to jail. I can't...
Yes, you are. Unless maybe Doc changes his mind about charging you with attempted murder. Then I couldn't put you in jail.
Oh? Yeah, no. No, he couldn't then. You know, Sheely, I might get so busy working on this horse, I'd plain forget about everything else. I might even save the animal to boot.
Well, make up your mind, Sheely. I gotta get back to Dodge.
Well, all right. But you better make it work, Doc.
I said I'd try. That's the best I can do. Ever. No matter who the patient is.
Okay, Doc, you try. But try real hard, will you?
I always do, Sheely. Real hard.
Chester and Ruth made a fast trip into Dodge for a plaster of Paris and some muslin to go under it. And when they got back, Doc went to work. An hour later, he had a heavy cast on the horse's leg. And after giving Sheely some final instructions, he was finished. He promised to come back in a couple of weeks and put a lighter cast on, and then we left. Sheely didn't say much, but I knew if anything went wrong with that horse, he'd be after Doc again. However, 6 weeks went by before anything happened. Doc and I were hiding out in his office with a game of chess we'd started a few days earlier.
Yeah, doggone rook, if you're sitting there, Matt. If I move my bishop, you'll be right in on that queen.
That's the only move you got, Doc.
All right. There you are, Matt. See what you can do with it.
A couple more of those and I'll get that queen.
Doc.
Well, hello, Sheely.
Doc, I've been looking everywhere for you, blast you. Why'd you put a sign on your door saying you were out?
How come you're wearing a gun, Sheely?
Man, it'd be a fool not to wear a gun in this town, Marshal.
You'd be a worse fool to try to use it.
Don't rile me. I'm in a bad enough temper already.
What's wrong, Sheely? How's your horse?
My horse is tied up right outside, Doc.
What?
Yeah, I took that second cast off myself. Then I rode him in here. Of course, I took it easy with him, Doc, real easy. And he ain't even limping.
Well, what do you know? By heaven, it works.
Oh, that's fine, but what are you so heated up about, Sheely?
Well, you'd be heated up too, Marshal. If you'd been carrying a rotten tooth in your jaw as long as I have.
You mean you're looking for a doctor, Sheely?
I'm man enough to admit it, Marshal.
Well, now, Sheely. You just sit down right over there, and I'll see what I can do.
Okay, Doc. Hey, this is the one right here. Try to get it out, will you?
I'll try, Sheely. That's the best I can ever do. Ever.
That's good enough for me, Doc.
In just a moment, we'll tell you about next week's adventure on Gunsmoke. Say, exciting things happen to breakfast when there's sugar crinkles at every place. Sure, new sugar crinkles make breakfast more fun than a circus. You know why? Sugar crinkles is the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Not too sweet, the way some sugar-coated cereals seem to be, and not like others that aren't sweet enough. Sugar crinkles, every golden crisp nugget of them, is just right sweet. So try starting your day off just right with new sugar crinkles. And don't forget, when you're listening to the radio or watching television, sugar crinkles make great snacks. From the bowl or from the pack, for your breakfast or a snack, sugar crinkles are more fun than a circus. Try sugar crinkles soon. They're the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. So better get several packages. Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Tom Tully. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and tonight Paul Frees played Doc. Ken Peters speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen next week at this time when Gunsmoke will be brought to you by Sugar Crinkles, the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Come on now. And you go. Chester, open up the cell. We got a customer.
Yes, sir. Gracious me, Mr. Dillon. Don't look like he could sober up in a month of Sunday.
Yeah, well, he's been working at it good and steady.
There we are.
All right, in you go.
Know who he is, Mr. Dillon?
No, I don't think I've ever seen him before. He wasn't in any shape to tell me his name.
I ain't sure he'll ever remember it, the way he looks.
Well, we'll give him time to recollect. Yeah, come on, Chester. Let's go get some breakfast.
Oh, you sure did a good job there, Doc. That's a beautiful little girl of Molly's.
Oh, I can't take much credit for that, Kitty.
No, but you didn't hurt her any bringing her into the world.
And I tell you, Kitty, if every woman was as sensible about having children as Molly is, a lot of doctors would be out of work.
Well, she's had a lot of practice. I'll say that for her.
With that brood of kids running around, she doesn't have much time to fuss about having another one, I guess. Yeah.
Well, anyway, it was good to see her again. She never has time to come into town anymore.
I should think not.
And I don't have much time to get out of town. Oh, even the dry prairie looks good to me.
I don't know.
Doc, look there, lying in the road.
Oh, yeah. I see it, Kitty. Come. Oh, there.
What? It's a woman. How is she, Doc? Is she alive?
Oh, great Scott.
Doc, what is it?
Well, she's got a baby, Kitty. She was almost lying on top of a baby.
A baby?
That's what I said, a baby. Here, Kitty, hold it.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
I want to get that woman into town as fast as I can.
Can I help you move her?
I'll make it. Poor thing, she's just skin and bones. Here now, Kitty, you see if you can support her head a little bit, will you? Hold the baby in your other arm.
Yeah, all right, Doc. There. Is this all right?
Oh, that's fine, yeah. All right, now. We'll go along. Come on.
Doc.
Yes, Kitty?
Did you call this her baby?
Well, sure I did. She was holding it so close she was nearly smothering it.
I don't think the baby is hers.
Oh, what kind of foolishness is that?
She's a white woman, isn't she?
Well, you can see for yourself she's a white woman.
Well, I just got a good look at the baby's face. It's an Indian baby, Doc.
Indian? Here, let me have a look at it. By George, Kitty, I believe you're right.
Well, sure I'm right.
Well, no matter. We'd best get the both of them back to town. So come on. Up. are, Matt.
Where did you expect me to be?
Well, I never expect to find you in your office, I'll tell you that.
That nice buggy ride out in the country with Kitty didn't improve your disposition much, did it?
Nice buggy rider. I made 3 calls, chopped a load of wood for old Lady Thomas, and brought her other patient into town.
All right, Doc, all right. I didn't mean to insult you with the idea of having a good time.
As a matter of fact, Matt, it might be a good idea for you to talk to the patient I brought in.
Why? Has he been shot?
It's a woman.
All right, then. Has she been shot?
No, but she's in bad shape from exhaustion and exposure. And she has a baby with her.
What? Well, that sounds more in your line than mine.
I'm not so sure, Matt. You see, she's a white woman, but the baby is Indian.
Well, those things happen sometimes, don't they?
Well, of course they happen. If you'll just listen to me, I'll tell you why I think this is different.
All right, Doc.
I don't think the baby's hers. I think she kidnapped it.
Kidnapped it? Maybe I better have a talk with her.
But please go easy with her, Matt. Whatever she's been through has been very hard on her.
Well, do you want me to see her or not?
I want you to see her.
All right. Come on.
Matt. You can talk to her.
Well, looks like she's asleep, Doc.
I don't think so. Go ahead and try. Huh?
All right. Ma'am? Ma'am? I'd like to talk to you, ma'am. I'm the marshal. It's about the baby.
My baby. My baby.
That's what I'd like to know about, ma'am. The baby.
Where is he? Give him to me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's right here.
No. No. They took him. They killed my baby.
Who killed him, ma'am?
The savage. The savage Indian. Joe. Joe.
Joe?
Joe.
Doc, you know who Joe is?
Well, I think he must be her husband. The way she keeps calling his name.
Yeah. Ma'am, where is your husband?
Joe. Joe.
Where is he, Joe?
Run off. Joe run off. Baby. My baby. Give him to me.
This isn't your baby, is it, ma'am?
They killed my baby.
I know, but this baby. Where did you get this baby?
A woman needs a baby. Give him to me.
I'm going to give him to her, Matt. It'll make quiet her and bring her out of this.
All right, Doc.
There you are. You just hold him there, quiet and gentle.
Baby. Baby.
Ma'am, he's an Indian baby.
They took my baby.
So you took this one?
Baby. Baby. Joe.
I guess there's no use talking to her anymore, Matt. Maybe later.
Yeah. All right, Doc. Maybe I'll know more about it later myself.
It's all right with me, Mr. Dillon, riding way out here and all that.
I'm glad to hear that, Chester.
But it don't seem to me that you can be sure of getting anywhere. It's just picking out any little old bunch of Indians and asking them about one little old baby. It's like that needle in a haystack the fellow was telling me about.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, sir, it just don't figure to prove out.
It won't prove out if we don't start somewhere either.
Well, yes, I guess you're right, but
Do me a favor, will you, Chester?
Well, sure I will, Mr. Dillon. I'd be proud to.
Just keep your doubts to yourself until I get through here, will you?
Yes, sure, I sure will.
All right. Now, we'll leave the horses here.
All right, sir. Don't look like there's nobody here but just the squaws and kids.
Yeah. Men are probably off hunting.
Reckon so. Oh, there's one, Mr. Dillon. There's Brave.
Yeah, it's old Hawkwing. You stay here, Chester. I'll go talk to him.
All right, sir.
I've come to talk, Hawkwing.
It is well.
Sounds like you want to talk to me, too.
It is well the marshal comes before the young men return from hunting.
All right, Hawkwing, you tell me what's on your mind first.
The marshal knows. It's the baby.
Mm-hmm. But there are two babies, Hawkwing.
The baby is missing from the lodges. When the young men come back, there will be trouble.
I want to talk about a white baby.
The white baby is dead.
It is said that your people took the white baby. That your people killed it.
That's not true.
But you know the white baby is dead.
My people buried white baby.
Tell me what happened, Hawkwing.
Baby lay dead of fever in arms of mother. My people bury baby. The women brought the mother to the lodges.
What happened to the mother?
The marshal asked that question.
You tell me, Hawkwing.
Mother walked out into the night. She took baby of my people.
You know this to be true?
I know this to be true.
All right, Hawkwing. I was afraid it might be.
It would be well if baby come back before young men return.
Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
Well, sure, she's better, Matt. I had her moved here to Ma Smalley's so she could be quiet for a while. I found out her name's Dory. That's all.
Maybe she'll talk to me this time.
She's able to, that's all I can say. Whether she will or not is another matter.
Yeah. Well, let's go in and see.
Ma put her in a room on the first floor. Here it is. It's me, Dory. Doc Adams. I brought the marshal. He'd like to talk to you.
I don't want to see him.
It won't take long, Dory. It's important.
Please, go away.
I can't, Dory. I've got to talk to you about the baby.
My baby.
Well, that's just it. I'm afraid he isn't yours.
I'll care for him, Marshal.
Well, I'm sure you would, Dory, but he still isn't yours. Is he?
Mother has a right to a baby.
An Indian mother has a right to a baby, too.
But they took my baby, Marshal. They killed my baby.
Your baby was sick, Dory. Isn't that so? Your baby died.
They buried my baby. The savages buried my baby.
The Indian women were trying to help you.
They took my baby right out of my arms.
Because he was dead, Dory. Now, you really know that, don't you? Don't you, Dory?
Doc?
Go ahead, Dory. It'll be better if you face up to it.
I guess I know it, Marshal. But the fever and all...
Yes, I know you've been sick. And that may save your life.
What do you mean?
And the Indians may be willing to let it go at that when they get their baby back.
A baby?
You'll have to give him back, Dory.
Maybe they won't know, Marshal. They've got lots of babies. Maybe they won't care.
They know. They care. We'll have to give him back.
But, Marshal...
Listen to me, Dory. I'm sorry for you. But I'm not so sorry for you that I'll risk an Indian uprising. The baby has to go back, or your life won't be safe. Lots of lives won't be safe.
Doc?
But he's right, Dory. Do what he says.
Can I have him just tonight, Marshal? And you take him in the morning?
And I guess that's all right, Dory. It's too late to get out there tonight anyway. But I'll have to take him the first thing in the morning.
All right, Marshal. First thing in the morning.
Here's your coffee.
Don't seem none too hot.
You're about as ungrateful of a prisoner as I've ever fed. Of course, it's mighty early, but the marshal and me has to ride out the Indian camp.
You gonna let me out?
Maybe he will at that. He's got an awful lot on his mind over that woman and her baby.
I've been locked up long enough. What woman you talking about?
Why, that woman that took a baby from the Indians, walked right out of their camp with it, nice as you please.
Who is she?
I don't know. Some woman the Indians found way out west of town somewheres. Seems her baby got killed or something, and she went and kidnapped herself an Indian baby.
What's her name?
I ain't never heard her name.
Look, you better turn me loose right now.
Well, what? Well, then you listen here.
Marshal!
I've got authority to... Yeah.
Marshal!
Here.
Let me out of here.
What's the trouble?
Marshal, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. This fellow suddenly started going crazy.
Marshal, the woman and the baby, what's her name?
Well, they know her first name is Dory.
That's my wife.
There you go.
Now, let me out. Let me out.
Just wait a minute, will you? Wait a minute. You weren't doing her much good when she needed you before.
I thought she was dead, Marshal. I thought they was both dead. I rode off to get help. Well, they was awful sick.
Yeah, I know.
I got lost, Marshal. I didn't find nobody, and when I got back the wagon, I seen the grave. I thought they was dead. I ain't cared about nothing since.
I can believe that. All right, let him out, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name.
Joe Dant.
Well, Dant, your wife needs you pretty bad right now. I think you better go to her.
Oh, I sure want to do that, Marshal. Where is she?
Well,
Matt! Matt!
I'm in the back here, Doc. Yeah, what is it?
The woman, Dory. She's taken the baby and gone.
She did what?
Dory's gone.
Get the horses, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Get one for Dad, too. His wife's going to be needing him more than ever now.
I'll say this for her. That woman can sure drive a buggy at a good clip.
Dory can drive, all right.
Let's just hope she can drive fast enough this time.
You think she might be able to get away, Mr. Dillon?
If the Braves haven't come back from hunting, she might have a chance.
Marshal?
Yeah, Dan.
If the Indians get her with that baby, what'll they do to her?
I don't know. They have their own laws. I don't know what they'll do.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder. The buggy.
Yeah.
He sure did wreck it.
There's quite a bunch of them. Look at those tracks.
You think they got her?
Yeah. I think they got her. Come on.
Braves is sure back all right, Mr. Dillon. Look at them horses.
Must be a couple dozen.
Yeah, they're back all right.
Do we go in shooting?
You were born with more sense than that. We go in shooting, we're dead as soon as we get there.
Well, how do you figure it then, Marshal?
We walk in as quiet as we can and hope we can get out the same way. Let's leave the horses here. Just walk slow and easy and let me do the talking.
She's my wife.
You better hope it'll stay that way. Just don't start anything. The quieter we are, the better our chances are.
Sure. Up there. They're lined up, waiting for us.
Yeah, just walk easy. All right, just far enough. I've come to talk with Hawkwing. Send for him.
He's going after him.
Yeah.
Dory. I see Dory. She's there.
Take it easy.
Well, they got her tied up.
Wait a minute, Dad. Wait a
Get your
minute.
hands off me. He unconscious, Mr. Dillon?
He's lucky he isn't dead.
You're a brave man to come here now, Marshal.
I've come to ask that your people be merciful. I've come for the woman.
It is not decided about the woman.
She's seen much trouble, Hawkwing.
She took baby from my people.
The woman was sick with fever, Hawkwing. There was an evil spirit with her.
My people had not harmed her, yet she took baby.
The baby's back. The baby's unharmed. Let her go, Hawkwing.
I have told you it is not decided about the woman. Man you struck down. Who is he?
He is the white woman's husband.
When she was found, the white woman and baby, there was no husband.
It is as I said, Hawkwing. She was sick with fever. The husband had gone for help. She needs help now.
Her husband cannot help her now.
No, Hawkwing. Your people are the only ones who can help her now.
Mr. Dillon, that Indian woman with the baby, she's coming up here.
Just keep quiet, Chester.
I am the mother, Hawkwing. Let me speak.
Little Bird has suffered.
I know. And I'm sorry.
But White Mother has suffered more. My baby is back with me. He shows good care. Her baby will never come back.
What are you saying, Little Bird?
I wish White Mother go free.
You do not wish that she be punished?
She has been punished enough.
Come then. We will tell the council.
You think they will set her free, Mr. Dillon?
I think they will, Chester. Indians think pretty straight. And I have an idea that Dory and Joe will be able to start all over again. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Ralph Moody, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Latest news follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network. around Dodge City and into territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, Matt.
What?
Wait a second.
Oh, hello, Doc.
I was on my way over to the jail after you. You heard about the Lady Gay?
The Lady Gay? What about it?
You haven't heard, or you wouldn't ask.
Heard what, Doc?
Well, I'll walk along with you if you're heading that way.
As a matter of fact, I was, but what's all that crowd out front?
In due time, Matt. In due time.
You know, Doc, there's only one thing that makes you happier than having a secret, is to collect your coroner's fee.
You might get a fee out of this, too, before it's over.
Well, no wonder you're all worked up.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Chester?
You heard about the Lady Gay?
No, Chester, I have not heard about the Lady Gay.
What? He's upset, Chester. He's the only man in Dodge who hasn't.
So help me, Doc, if this is one of your practical jokes.
No. I had nothing to do with it. You'll see.
Pardon me, please. Will you let me through? Yes. Thank you. Will you pardon me, please?
Well, Mr. Dillon? What do you think of it, Matt? Aside from the misspelled words.
The Lady Gay Saloon will open up at 8 o'clock tonight with new management and new policy. Everybody welcome. Signed, the new manager, Mamie.
A woman?
Lately of Kansas City, St. Louis, and Points East.
A woman can't run a saloon in Dodge.
Oh, I don't know.
Miss Kitty, well,
I've been doing pretty well at it.
Well, yes, ma'am, but what I meant was
You're not a woman, Kitty. You're an institution.
Well, that might be a compliment, Matt, but I'm not quite sure.
The reason you manage is because you got respectable patrons like me and Matt and Chester.
I'm not sure I'd call any one of you respectable.
Oh, now, Kitty.
You three know anything about this Mamie person?
Nobody ain't even saw her, Miss Kitty. She must have come to town last night sometime.
Probably some frilly little piece of Boston fluff.
You sound jealous, Kitty.
Why should I be jealous? There's enough business in town for both of us. Well, satisfy your curiosity and then come on over the Long Branch for a decent drink.
Well, now, Kitty, I'll have to wait until I get a look at her.
Yeah, and you just might lose our trade, you know.
I kind of doubt that. I'll see you boys later.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Say, Mr. Dillon, this Mamie is the new manager. What went with Herman Bleecker?
I don't know. Maybe he sold the saloon to her, but he sure didn't say anything about it yesterday morning.
That's right, and I seen him over at the livery stable yesterday afternoon, showing off one of them fancy vests he's always ordering. He never said a word about it.
Well, you know that little popinjay, he's flighty. It probably happened suddenly.
Too sudden, Doc, even for Herman.
Say, come to think of it, I ain't saw him all morning, and he's usually strutting up and down Front Street, preening himself like a powder pigeon.
He's probably upstairs there, sleeping in, getting ready for the opening night.
We gonna be here for opening night, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester, I think maybe we better.
Down at 8 o'clock. That's all I know about it. Now, if you want to order anything, let's hear it. If you don't, shut up.
Well, the boys are getting kind of rambunctious, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I was talking to the bartender earlier, Matt, asking what she looks like. And he said if he told me, I wouldn't believe it.
The fella I'd like to talk to is Herman Bleecker.
Howdy, stranger!
strangers.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Lady Gay. I'm Mamie, the new owner.
Oh, jumping gee, horseback.
190 pounds if she weighs an ounce.
Oh, that bartender was right. I wouldn't have believed it. Boys, looks like we're going to be doing business together. So let's get things straight right in the beginning. Now, in the first place, the minute you stick your foot inside that door, you're on my stomping ground. I'm the boss of the shebang, and don't ever forget it. When I tell anybody to hop, he hops. Is that clear? I aim to give the squarest deal in town. All the liquor here is going to be aged over 30 days, and the dancing girls aged under 30 years.
Who cares how the dancing girls?
The liquor's straight. The girls are graceful. There's only 4 aces in every deck, and the cards only read from the front side.
Never seen none of that.
You'll get a fair shake for your money, but there ain't gonna be no fandango.
Well, friend, I know.
And another thing,
I know it happens.
mister, I'm talking.
So am I, you old battle axe.
Excuse me, boys.
See.
He paid for his drink, Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you Throw his hat out after him. Now, as I was saying, boys, I just won't stand for no fandango. Maybe some of you figured I was wearing a 6-shooter for decoration. Well, just cast your eyes on that ace of spades that got tacked up on the back wall. You ready? Now!
Did you see that draw, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, and she got the card, too.
All right, boys. The first one's on the house, and it's the last free one you'll get. The only credit I give is for funeral expenses. Belly up,
Well, Mr. Dillon?
I'll be right back, Chester. I want to have a talk with her. Mamie?
Oh, you're the marshal, huh?
That's right. My name is Dillon.
Proud to shake your hand, Marshal.
Oh, thanks, Mamie. Welcome to Dodge.
Mighty decent of you to express the sentiment, Marshal. I reckon you won't get much business around the Lady Gay. I'll take care of any trouble it starts.
That'll be quite a change. The boys used to push Bleecker around every now and then.
Ah, that runty little prairie dog.
I didn't know that he was planning to sell. He must have made his mind up in a hurry, huh?
Yeah, I made him an offer and he took it. Just like that.
Uh-huh. Found himself some new living quarters, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, he moved out last night.
I see. There were a couple of things I wanted to talk to him about.
Well, now, I'm afraid he left town, Marshal. I think he said something about taking the train to St. Louis.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I'd like to have seen him. Well, I'll probably be dropping in now and then, Miss Mamie.
Sure. Anytime, Marshal.
Did you find out anything, Mr. Dillon?
Let's get out of here, Chester. You coming, Doc?
Sure. My gracious alive, I sure would hate to meet her in the dark.
Yeah, she's got a voice like a bull buffalo.
Ain't it awful? Just itches your ear something fierce.
Doesn't it? What'd she say about Herman?
She says she thinks he left town. Chester, I want you to check all the rooming houses and the hotels along Front Street. I'm going to the railroad station and the stage lines, and I'll meet you back at the office, huh?
Aren't you?
And, Doc, I think Herman keeps a horse over at the livery stable. Would you look into that for me?
Sure, I'm happy.
You know, Mr. Dillon, she's an awful straight shot.
Yeah, Chester. I know.
You here, Matt?
Yeah, come on in, Doc.
Well, Bleeker's horse is still at the stable. He didn't tell them anything about leaving.
He didn't leave, Doc. Mimi came in on the 9 o'clock train last night. Only one train out after that, around midnight, and he wasn't on it. And he didn't buy a ticket on the stage.
Oh, what'd I tell you? Matt, that settles it.
Mr. Dillon, Manuel wants to see you.
No? Oh, come on in, man.
Gracias, Senor Dillon.
What's on your mind?
I was at the railroad depot when I hear you ask about Senor Bleeker.
Yeah, go on.
Senor, last night I see something which is strange.
Oh?
I come home very late, 1 hour or 2 hours before dawn. I was with a friend, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I walk home in much hurry, and it's very dark, senor. Well, all at once I see this lantern in the arroyo behind the Lady Gay Cantina.
Lantern?
I'm thinking to myself, what is this, huh? So I wait, and this lantern keeps coming toward me. And when it's close, this woman who I have never seen no one like her, this Mimi, what a scare.
What was she doing in the arroyo?
Quien sabe, but she carries something in her hand.
Well, what was it?
A shovel, senor.
Matt, finding anything?
There's something here, Doc, but I can't quite... Chester, hold the lantern over here, huh?
Yes, sir.
I found something here, but I can just get it loose.
Lantern all right? Can you see it?
Yeah, that's fine, Chester. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a boot. Here's another one.
Oh, yes. And all that fancy stitching. Matt, those are his. I've seen them on him.
Yeah, so have I. Yesterday, in fact. Here, take them, Chester. There's a bundle of some kind here.
A bundle? The body?
No, it's clothes, I think. I'll have a look. Well, that's all there is, too. The hole doesn't go any deeper. There's hard pan on the bottom. Here, hold the lantern down, Chester. Let me get this unwrapped.
I'm not sure about that coat, Mr. Dillon. Bottom like that around town.
Yeah, I know. Take a look at this vest.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's Herman's. Yeah, nobody else in Dodge City'd wear a thing like that.
Yeah. And from the looks of it, he won't be wearing it again either. How you coming, Doc?
Now, don't rush me, man. I haven't made one of these blood tests in years. If you ask me, I don't see any use of making one now. But we'll see here. Pour the precipitants into here. Yes. Matt, what other kind of blood could it be except human?
Doc, I only want to be sure, that's all.
All right then. Now, let me see here. 5 drops of the sulfate. And, well, you sure look uncomfortable, Matt.
How would you like to try arresting Mamie, Doc?
It's not my job to arrest her.
You're lucky.
And now we'll shake this up and warm it a bit.
One thing, Mr. Dillon. Shooting at a mark's not the same as a gunfight. And maybe she won't resist.
You really believe that, Chester?
No, sir.
Well, there's still a chance we may be going off half-cocked here. That blood could have got on Herman's vest a dozen different ways.
We'll soon see. Now then, a couple of drops of reagent. And look for the color change. Turn up that lamp a little bit, will you, Chester?
Yeah, no.
What? Well, Doc?
Too bad, Matt. It's human blood. Matt, I thought we were going to a with the Lady Gay and talk to Mamie.
Yeah, so did I.
She'll keep. She's not going anywhere.
It looks cut and dried to me, Matt.
It might not if you were in my shoes. Come on in the office.
You know, Mr. Dillon, I talked to that barkeep, Finnegan. He said when he showed up this morning to open the saloon, this woman was inside waiting for him. Told him to come back at 8 o'clock tonight. She never seen no sign of Herman Bleeker.
Well, there's another nail in your coffin, Matt.
You know, Doc, I ought to deputize you and take you along to help me.
I will not lift a hand in anger against a woman.
I just keep thinking that we could still be wrong.
Especially that woman.
Suppose Herman hurt himself some way.
How?
And he wanted to get away by himself and recuperate.
Where?
And suppose he didn't want anybody to know about it.
Why?
So he decided to stay with some friend.
Who?
And maybe... Oh, all right. But it could have been something like that. Well, even if something had happened to him, Mamie may have not had anything to do with it.
But then how come she's running the Lady Gay, calling herself the new owner?
Oh, okay, Doc. You're probably right. Come on, Chester. Let's get it over with. Well, there she is at the end of the bar.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Take her in, Chester. Maybe she'll talk when she's arrested. But I've got to get that gun away from her somewhere.
By jing, it's not going to be easy.
That's got to be done. I've never drawn a gun on a woman yet. I'm not going to start now.
You got a plan?
Yeah. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, Marshal, mighty glad you dropped back in.
Just wondering how you were getting along, Mamie.
Like a kid with two tongues and an all-day sucker. Oh, did you find that little weasel Herman Bleeker?
I thought you told me that he left town.
Well, I was just guessing, Mr. Dillon. He said something about planning to. Here, step up and have a shot of poison.
No, thanks. As a matter of fact, I came back here for a particular purpose. You see, Chester and I have a bet on.
We do?
What kind of bet, Marshal?
Well, it was that shooting trick of yours, hitting the center of that playing card. Oh, Chester figures it was nothing but luck. So he's betting me that you can't do it 5 times in a row.
Well, now, we'll soon settle that. The card's still up there. Stand aside, boys. Mamie's gonna limber up a shooting iron. All right. There's one. A couple of them.
You're doing fine so far.
How am I doing up there, boys?
All dead center so far.
3 down and 2 to go. There's 4. And 1 more to... Oh, yeah.
What's the matter? What are you stopping now for?
I got some rules I go by, Marshal. One of them's never to fire my last shot and leave my gun empty.
I see. Well, that's a pretty good idea.
Sorry to lose your bet for you, Marshal.
I just guess you're not a gambler, Miss Mamie.
Who says so? I'll take a fair bet at even odds any day of the week and twice in Philadelphia.
Oh? Well, in that case, I'll make you one. I got a pretty fair gun here. Or at least I thought so until I saw yours in action.
I'd say yours is every bit as good as mine.
Then how about a bet, huh? Your gun against mine. 1 cut for high card.
Well,
It's, of course, all right with me if you'd rather back out.
who's backing out? You got yourself a bet, Marshal. Finnegan,
Yes, ma'am?
shuffle us a deck.
Yes, Miss Mamie.
If it's a bet or a fight, Mamie never backs out.
Hey, Miss Mamie?
Now, who goes first, Mr. Dillon?
Ladies, always.
All right. If your friend Lester will cut 'em for us once.
Chester.
Never mind, cut the cards.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's see what we've got.
Well, Jack of spades. That's not bad.
Pretty good, Marshal. Plenty good enough to beat anything. Oh.
King of diamonds.
All right. I'm beat fair and square. You won yourself a gun.
Thanks. Here, Chester, will you take it?
Yes,
Now the handcuffs.
Hey, what's the...
Mamie, you're under arrest.
While of all the sidewinding, double-crossing, backhanded...
Maybe you're
boy.
going to stay fastened to me until I get you in the cell, so you might as well make the best of it.
Why, you
And
know,
as far as
but-
that's concerned, you'll be safer in jail than out of it once word gets around. People here in Dodge thought a lot of Herman Bleecker.
Oh, that little sawed-off groundhog.
That's no excuse for killing him in cold blood.
What?
You heard him, baby. You killed me.
Bleecker.
Oh, my, this is the biggest night of my whole life, to hear somebody finally shut Mamie up and make her like it.
What's this all about, Herman?
Well,
I'll tell you what it's all about. This little grubworm ran out on me in Cincinnati 3 years ago. I've been hunting him ever since. And last night I found him. I whaled the living daylights out of him.
Yeah, he looks it. But why did you bury his clothes?
Would you want to be married to a man that dressed like that?
She pretty near murdered me, Marshal. I've been up there in bed all day, just too bruised and embarrassed to hobble downstairs.
Ah, we've had our ups and downs, Marshal, me and little Herman. But you know how it is.
Yeah. Chester, give me the keys to the handcuffs.
Yes, sir. I got them right here in the... Maybe they're in... No, I guess they're...
What's the matter, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, when we was digging out there, well, I guess I maybe lost them keys.
Chester, can't you file that thing any faster?
Now, you might just as well relax, Mr. Dillon. Took me nearly an hour to get the other one off of Miss Mamie's wrist.
All right, but hurry it up.
Mamie sent this bottle of whiskey to make the waiting a little easier.
Oh, fine. Chester, let that go for a minute. Open up the bottle, huh?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you imagine it, Doc? Little Herman Bleecker married for years to a woman like that?
Oh, boy, I don't want to imagine. I'd get nightmares.
Here you go, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, thanks, Chester.
And one for you, Doc.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, boys, here's to the weaker sex.
Whichever one that is.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial